Chapter 1. Sitting down on the ground with his back supported by the wall, a black-haired boy with average facial features watched the busy crowd of strangers passing by him. Ever so often his gaze would linger on some strangers with special features which were in a sharp contrast from the ordinary he was familiar with. It really is a unique world, Kurokai Sento muttered as his gaze followed a lady with rabbit ears and animal-like paws holding her carry bag. Just a minute ago he was enjoying his break time between his work watching some random fish tank videos, and the next moment he was transported to this strange world. Strange but not unknown. Kurokai Sento turned his head and looked at the familiar statue of a giant muscular man with a stupid hairstyle, one of his hands raised high. It was the world-famous hero, savior of Japan, All Might. My Hero Academia. Patting off the dirt from his knees, Kurokai Sento stood up from the ground and started walking down the road. Following the familiar yet unfamiliar memories of his original body, he reached a dilapidated apartment building. Pulling out a key from his pocket he opened the door and entered the apartment. Ignoring the smell of cigarettes that assaulted his nose, Kurokai carefully made his way through, avoiding the various unorganized obstacles which included shoes, crumbled paper etc. Listening to the systematic sound, his line of sight focused on a snoring figure who seemed to have fallen asleep while lying on the hall room table. He quickly identified her as the original body's mother. After giving her a look, Kurokai quietly made his way to his room. Entering the place, the first thing he saw was a big poster of a familiar figure of All Might. Then his gaze was attracted by the completely messy room with everything thrown all over the place. Seeing the scene, Kurokai's brows furrowed and let out an audible snort. Even a dog will clean his resting place with his tail, yes. Kurokai shook his head, picked up most of the trash and simply threw it inside the closet. He would clean it later. After all, there were more important things to take care of right now. Sitting on the bed, he opened up his phone and started searching the internet. After some time he placed his phone down and started thinking. I found news about the first incident where Bakugo was saved by Midoriya. Considering the time difference and from MHA's admission test which will take place the day after tomorrow, it seems I should have traveled to almost the very start of the story. It was pretty easy to identify Bakugo in the news due to his striking yellow hair and crazy expression. This is not good, Kurokai sighed, thinking about the bleak future of this country. With most of the population having a superpower like Quick, it is completely understandable that some of them go crazy every so often and start massacring citizens. Yes, it is totally understandable. Like hell it is, Kurokai shouted in his mind. City-destroying battles, crazy psychopaths, killers, transfigured humans, evil scientists, an all-powerful villain. You name it, we have it. FCK this. I'm escaping. America? Europe? Even Australia? Nope, not that place. In short, anywhere is better than here. At least I'm not quirkless, although it's not a very powerful quirk. Kurokai focused his gaze on a nearby pen, making it float in the air. Telekinesis. Whenever he used this ability his body would be enveloped by an almost unnoticeable green light. The ability was very similar to a certain pair of sisters from a Baldi's world. But unlike the two sisters, his ability was very weak. Even after all the practice of the original host, he was only able to move small objects like this pen, and the speed of moving the object was also not very fast. The best he could do was about the same speed as a normal person throwing a rock in the air, which is not very useful in practical combat. In short, he wasn't very strong and didn't believe he could even pass the MHA's entrance test. Even if he could, it wasn't very appealing to him to join an organization where he would be regularly attacked by a group of crazy psychopathic inhuman beings. So yes, no. Just no. Let's leave this country and live peacefully somewhere else. Ding. Congratulations on traveling to MHA, received ability Yago's Disaster Flame. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give power stones. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 2. Damn Yago. Oh, how much he wished the J and G were replaced. Kurokai Sento hurriedly jumped off his bed and stared at the blue-colored screen in front of him. There were many questions he wanted to ask, but the magical screen didn't seem to care as it started displaying texts on its own. Please collect as many faith points as possible. For every 1000 faith points you will receive a special lottery. Faith points? Lottery? Kurokai Sento was confused. Faith points can be collected by changing living creatures' emotions, especially the emotions of strong plot characters. Emotions? Hey, explain in more detail, Kurokai shouted at the top of his lungs, but the magical screen didn't care as it quickly disappeared from his sight. He tried saying some random words but there was no response from the magical screen. Controlling his urge to hit someone, Kurokai slowly sat back down in his bed and thought for a moment. Is this my golden finger? Yago's flame ability. While he was thinking about the power, suddenly a large amount of cursed knowledge related to Yago's flame ability appeared in his mind. It didn't take him long to conclude that it was all Yago's experience in using his power from JJK's world. As the sudden surge of information dissipated, Kurokai Sento couldn't help but rub his forehead. But after the pain dissipated, a sudden surge of inexplicable emotion surged through his body. I asked to be a genius and you made me a god. I love this golden finger. Clenching his fist in excitement, Kurokai suddenly focused his gaze on the same pen. Under his control the pen started flying, and then suddenly it caught on fire. In no time the inanimate object was burned to a crisp and disappeared in the void, leaving behind a pungent smell in the air. That was not all. My telekinesis ability increased. When he raised the pen, Kurokai Sento clearly felt it was way easier to move this time. No, that's not it. Suddenly a light bulb lit up in his head as he remembered the clear difference in sensation. The power of telekinesis was increased because I instinctively used the cursed technique when using it. Yes. His innate ability's effect was enhanced by cursed energy manipulation which he learned from Yago's memories. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Kurokai Sento felt like, he could now easily pull 5 people with the help of his telekinesis. This world just became so much more colorful. A smile appeared on Kurokai Sento's face as he stared at the small flame that lit up on his finger. Unfortunately, there was still a setback. Although I received Yago's abilities, I did not receive his curse energy reserves. Kurokai Sento closed his eyes and felt the cursed energy inside his body. And the result was quite disappointing. It was only at the level of a third-grade sorcerer, though his control was strong allowing him to execute most of Yago's techniques although for a limited amount of times. Kurokai Sento took in a deep breath and threw the plan to run away right out of his mind. Why? The newly gained ability was not the reason. If he was just given Yago's power then he would have still run away from Japan and lived a peaceful life abroad. The real reason which made him change his mind was faith points. Lottery. Abilities. Yes, it is this unknown possibility that excites him. Faith points. I need to earn faith points. Kurokai Sento started walking around his room, thinking about his future. The age of this body is the same as that of Midoriya and he also applied for UA's entrance exam. After all, he was a fan of heroes, especially All Might. Kurokai Sento recalls the memories of the original host. He was more or less a normal teenager except for the fact that his father died in the initial accident of the series, the one which Midoriya watched on his television. After his father's death, his mother who was a housewife suddenly came under a lot of stress. She had to start working in grocery stores as a part-time worker and also raise a kid on the sideline. Fortunately, Japan's economic conditions are relatively wealthy. Even when working in a grocery store she was able to support the family. However, the stress made her pick up some bad habits like smoking and drinking. Kurokai Sento analyzed his situation and quickly made a decision. I need to join UA. This goes without saying, as the system said, plot characters will give the most faith points. That will mean working as a hero in the future. Kurokai Sento narrowed his eyes and contemplated. It's not like he was against working as a hero, saving people, earning loads of money through advertisement. He wasn't against all that. But is this the most efficient way? Kurokai Sento wondered. The reason he was willing to even enter UA is because of faith points. Kurokai Sento scratched his chin. Becoming a villain should also give faith points. Hero, villain, villain, hero. Kurokai Sento was stuck in a dilemma. Suddenly an idea came to his mind as he stopped breathing. Why not both? The image of a single man standing against both the heroes and the villains appeared in his mind. He felt his blood pumping just thinking about the legendary scene. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give power stones. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. Kurokai Sento's mother Hikari Sento was dumbfounded. After completing her usual shift at the local grocery store, she came back home, feeling dead tired. She forced herself to stay awake, knowing her son would be back soon she needed to make food for him. But her damn headache just won't go away. So she lit up a cigarette to calm her mind. She didn't used to smoke before, but now it has almost become a habit. Originally the cigarette was intended to calm her mind, which it did, but it worked a little too well. In short, she unknowingly fell asleep. And woke up the next morning, feeling extremely hungry. Oh no. I forgot to cook food for Kurokai-kun. Thinking that her son missed his food because of her carelessness, Hikari Sento felt terrible. But then what happened next left her feeling speechless. Good morning mother, please wash up I have warmed the water for you. The bathroom was cleaned. The food is ready, please enjoy. The food was served, it wasn't even Japanese it was Italian. Your clothes are washed and ironed up. Her work dress was for some reason shining, same with the other clothes. And that wasn't all. With her mouth wide open, Hikari Sento looked left right up and down. It was all impeccable, her old house was shining. She could even see her reflection on the fucking wooden table. What is this? Who is this? Is this really my son? Am I really his mother? 1. Mother today is UA's entrance exam, I'll be attending it, bye. Leaving behind the stunned Hikari Sento, Kurokai quickly left the apartment. Seeing his disappearing figure, Hikari stared at the closed door and then looked down at the warm food in front of her. Suddenly a teardrop dripped down her eyes as she closed her mouth and shouted in her mind. My son. He's all grown up. Kurokai Sento who had just left the apartment building suddenly stopped and looked back before making his way forward. The entirety of the previous night was spent circulating cursed energy throughout his body and carefully completing house chores. Yes, he cleaned the house as a form of practice, trying to see how well he could use Yago's power. And the result was satisfactory. After breaking a few plates, he was able to completely master this power, similar to Yago's level. It was worthy of being his cheat. Plus since he didn't want to face the original body's mother, he left early on, talking to her would really make him feel uncomfortable. After all, she wasn't his real mother. In no time, Kurokai Sento arrived in front of UA. He had to say. Seeing the place physically after watching the anime gave him a sense of déjà vu. There are many familiar faces. Alien girl, that small pervert, guy with weird arms. I wonder where the invisible girl is, wait she's not completely invisible is she? Damn, what a mascot, no wait is that her, he thought as his eyes focused on a pair of gloves floating in the air. Narrowing his eyes Kurokai silently sent a little amount of curse energy in his eyes. His vision changed and instead of a pair of gloves floating in the air, now a vague outline of a girl can be seen. Unfortunately, it was all bluish and pretty vague for anything too exciting to happen. Releasing the curse energy, Kurokai focused his gaze on the green-haired student who just passed through Yue's entrance. Seeing his nervous appearance, Kurokai was 90% sure that it was Deku. A smile appeared on Kurakai's face as he looked at Okako who stopped Deku from falling. Currently, Deku was floating in mid-air. His brain was unable to process why or what was happening, so he kept making stupid sounds. Sorry, I just thought you were going to fall, so I used my quirk, Okako Yurika said as she fixed Deku's position and released her quirk. Then she left after giving him a little encouragement. And that's how the protagonist of the original story had his first talk with a girl. I talked to a girl, Deku shouted in his mind while blushing. The sudden and short encounter left him feeling all fluffy and bubbly inside, but just as he was enjoying the feeling, an arm wrapped around his neck, pulling him back to reality. Instinctively turning his head, Deku saw an unfamiliar boy giving him a friendly smile. Hey. Yes, hello, excuse me, do I know you? Deku muttered in a nervous voice while his eyes kept moving between the arm on his shoulder and the unfamiliar boy's face. No, I don't think you know me. Then why are you? But I know you. Kurokai stopped for a moment before continuing with a smile on his face. Boy who likes to eat hair. Deku's soul almost left his body. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give power stones. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 4. Deku was feeling extremely nervous. Well, he was already nervous before because of the exam, but now the level has increased even more. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Deku kept muttering non-stop like a creep, making other students stay away from him. It was not his fault, after all. Anyone would be nervous if some random guy suddenly came up to you and casually spilled out your biggest secret and then walked away like nothing happened. What kind of behavior is this? Shameless. Just then a loud voice reached everyone's ears. Alright. Please pay attention to the screen, Hero Present Mike shouted while pointing at the big screen behind him. Here are the rules of this year's examination. Kurokai silently listened to Hiro Mike's explanation. Seeing that it was the exact same as in the anime, he ignored it and started looking around, trying to find a new source of faith points. After his successful sneak attack on Deku, Kurokai was feeling a little excited. This feeling of knowing everyone's secret was simply wonderful. He really wanted to go up to Shoto and say, "Hey, your brother's alive." Or maybe go to Ida and tell him, "Hey, your brother's gonna be unalive." So many secrets, so many opportunities. All Might. Have you seen your master's son? I bet not. Okay, calm down. Let's not start World War III just yet, at least when you're not strong enough. Though I have to say the upper limit of strength in this world is very dangerous, Kurokai Sento frowned. Before coming to this world, he had seen up to 7 seasons of MHA anime. It was almost endgame time, so he had a pretty good idea about this world's combat power. AFO, transformed Shigaraki, endgame Deku, Star, and Stripe, that stupid vampire who can copy abilities with blood. If we are just talking about physical strength, then I don't think anyone in the JJK universe is their match, but with supernatural abilities like cursed techniques, especially domain, I don't think anyone will be my match. Only a domain can counter another domain, or so they say. When I received Yago's ability, I also inherited his comprehension in the domain, Lava World, or whatever it was called. Kurokai Sento remembered the scene of a magma-like domain from JJK anime. I have the knowledge to use Yago's domain, but I am constrained by my cursed energy, for now at least. Kurokai silently looked at the small layer of curse energy surrounding his palm. By now Hero Mike had completed his explanation and the exam was about to start. Seeing the counter going down, Kurokai erased his distracted thoughts. He planned to quickly kill some robots to ensure getting into Class A, then he would try and save some future classmates to increase faith points and rescue points in the exam. But there is a condition. He cannot use Yago's flame ability. Not to mention All Might become suspicious of him for being a spy of AFO for showing multiple quirks. On the other hand, he also has a different plan regarding this ability. Telekinesis and physical enhancement. Let's see what I can do with these. They are in a different league. A drop of sweat dripped down a male student's face as he looked at robots melting in acid sprayed by a girl, blasted into pieces by a crazy yellow kid, and instantly crumbled up under some unknown power. Ha 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 ha, I'm not cut out for this. Understanding his weak capabilities, the student released a depressed sigh and silently walked away from the scene. Hey look, he's flying. What? Oh damn. So cool. A small smile appeared on Kurokai's face as he listened to the student's admiration and jealous voices. Yes, my showing off tactic is indeed working. Pointing his hand towards a small robot, Kurokai suddenly clenched his palm, crumbling the machine in one moment. So D. What? Crazy. It's crazy. Of course, I cannot keep this up for long, but I can last until the end of the exam, Kurokai mentioned silently in his mind. There is a reason he's moving slowly through the air and not destroying everything in sight. Cursed energy is indeed a limiting factor for now. While Kurokai was posing in the air and trying to act cool, he failed to notice that many gazes were paying attention to him. Tisk, what a show-off, Bakugo cursed in a low voice as he blasted a nearby robot. I see, so this is my future competition. Ribbit, a frog girl blankly looked at the black-haired boy who suddenly appeared next to her. Hello, Kurokai smiled and greeted his future colleague. In response to his friendly gesture, Tsuyu Ashui aka Froggy blankly looked at him in confusion. After all, currently she was sticking to the 4th floor of a building and suddenly someone appeared beside her with a salesman-like smile. Ah, hello Ribbit, Froggy said hesitantly. Yes, hello to you too. Has anyone ever told you that you have a lovely tongue? Kurokai Sento said as his gaze landed on her elongated tongue sticking out of her mouth. Ah, Ribbit. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give power stones. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Is it about time? Kurokai Sento muttered as he looked at the giant robot which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a simple wave of his hand, he quickly pulled away the students who were caught by surprise due to the sudden appearance of the big robot, saving them from unexpected injury. Of course, he also saw Okako but pretended that he didn't, although he believed All Might would definitely pull strings to help get Deku into UA, but still in the off chance Deku isn't able to join UA. Let's just not think about it. Oh, there it is, Deku's one for all power. Kurokai saw clearly as Deku suddenly jumped into the sky and punched the mechanical parts out of the giant robot while breaking his arm and leg in the process. Seeing the protagonist falling to his death, Kurokai quickly went forward and used his telekinesis to help him. Good chance to earn points, sorry Eureka. 1 point. Just 1 point. Kurokai Sento suddenly heard Deku's desperate voice as he was lowering him down on the ground. You want points? Why yes, at least just 1 point. Don't worry, I heard your call for help. W what? Plusultra. W wait. With a quick wave of his hand, the crying Deku was sent flying straight towards a nearby robot. Why? Suddenly his working hand was raised in front without his consent, then the next moment he broke the small robot and went right through it before stopping. There, you got a point, Kurokai said as he appeared beside Deku. Haha, thank. Bell rings. Competition is over. After the UA entrance exam ended, Kurokai Sento made his way back home. Well, he was going to, but then he suddenly remembered the new mother who he didn't want to meet was also there. So he decided to delay his return, as much as possible. He dropped her a message saying he'd be late so that she wouldn't end up calling the cops. Walking down the street in Japan, Kurokai was once again mesmerized by the various different types of people he could see. Some had animal features, some showed insect parts, hell, there's even a walking washing machine. Kurokai couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look back at the man with a washing machine for a head. Wait, are you serious? Uncle. What? You want something, kid? The washing machine man looked back. Is it fully automatic? Kurokai asked in curiosity while pointing at his head. He wasn't trying to embarrass the washing machine man. He was just genuinely curious. Why you? Unfortunately, it seems the washing machine man took it as an insult. So Kurokai simply turned around and ran away. Stop, you brat. Gr, I'll wash you up, washing machine man shouted in anger as the top-load washing machine on his head started spinning. Of course, he couldn't possibly catch up to Kurokai, who used curse energy to run. Following the washing machine man, something new seems to have awakened inside Kurokai Sento. Excuse me ma'am, are the fans on your ears useful? It's none of your business. Mr. Newspaper sir, can you tell me about today's headlines? A boy died for asking stupid questions. Sister Fox, can I touch your tail, if you don't mind? No. Pervert. Kurokai Sento couldn't understand why everyone was so rude to him when he was talking politely. It was a mystery to him. So after trying a few more times and seeing that everyone in the street had started staying away from him, Kurokai Sento decided to go back home to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble. After he returned home, a week went by. Through the entire week he roamed the city, witnessing the world of MHA. Similar to every other day, he returned home late at night. Seeing that the door wasn't locked, he quietly rotated the doorknob and entered the home to avoid drawing attention. With silent steps, Kurokai took off his shoes and placed them in the shoe rack, then made his way towards his room. Son. Unfortunately, since the hallway was one-sided, he didn't have any place to take cover and was quickly spotted by his mother, who called out his name. I'm back. Before Kurokai Sento could finish, he was suddenly pulled inside a warm hug. Well, with his senses and speed he could dodge away in time, but seeing the tears coming out of his mother's eyes he decided to not do it. Did something happen? Yes. Look, Hikari Sento hurriedly let go of him and placed a letter right in front of his face. This is. You got selected. Hikari Sento shouted in joy. You made it into UA. Obviously, I would make it into UA. Kurokai Sento thought in his mind, that getting admitted into UA was a given with his performance. But seeing Hikari Sento shaking in excitement with tears almost falling out of her eyes, Kurokai scratched his cheek and gave her a thumbs up. Yay, I made it into UA. Show some excitement. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give power stones. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. Kurokai Sento opened the door of Class 1A and entered the class. The moment he did, his eyes scanned everyone present. Shota, Bakugo, Invisible Girl, Creatai, Froggy, almost everyone was there, except for a certain person who used sticky balls as his power. Minoru Mineta. It seems the poor kid failed to get into UA. In fact, in the original series, the Invisible Girl actually had the least amount of points among all Class 1A students, but somehow he replaced Minoru Mineta's place. Oh, I remember now, somehow whenever Mineta was almost about to beat a robot, the robot would somehow jump up and run away as if something was pulling them. How strange, I'm pretty sure the robots weren't programmed to run away in the first place, poor kid. Kurokai Sento gave Minoru Mineta a silent prayer before removing his existence from his mind. Perhaps it was good luck? As now Minoru Mineta won't have to face death battles every year. Well, nobody cares, so it's okay. Good morning. I am from some private university. Tenya Ida. Ida said as he raised his hand toward him. Hello Ida-kun. Kurokai Sento smiled and quickly grabbed his hand. His quick and sudden movement stunned Ida for a moment, but seeing Kurokai's smiling face, Ida relaxed a little and said. I thought you might be difficult to talk to. Why did you think so? Well, most top scorers are like that, Ida said while looking at Bakugo and Todoroki. Perhaps. Kurokai didn't agree nor disagree with Ida's statement, people change with time, and there was no reason to convince someone otherwise based on a future only he knows. After greeting Ida, Kurokai started saying hi to everyone in Class 1A one by one. He needs everyone to remember him, it was a matter of faith points. In no time Kurokai Sento was able to get along with everyone. Hello Mina Ashita-san, hey, aren't your dark pupils a little scary? Scary. Mashirao Ojiro-san, is that tail connected to your hip? So do you only sleep sideways at night? I heard sleeping face down is bad for your health. Well. Hey Froggy. You know I like your tongue, right? Ribbit. All in all, it was a good first impression, at least he thought so. Of course, except Bakugo and Shota. One of them threatened to kill him while the other simply ignored him. Is there something wrong with him? He might not be right up there. Kurokai Sento ignored the murmurs around him, perhaps other people would feel nervous or feel targeted in his situation, but for Kurokai it was exactly what he wanted. Attention. Yes, he wanted everyone to talk about him, how else would he get these points? There's a reason he messed with these kids. While Kurokai was arranging his desk, Froggy kept stealing glances in his direction with her hand touching her mouth. Like. Tongue. A slight red hue appeared on Froggy's face, making her shake her head in a hurry and quickly look away from Kurokai Sento. In no time the protagonist of the story Midoriya along with his love interest entered the class, followed by Eraserhead in his sleeping bag. Put this on and get onto the field, Teacher Eraserhead said as he pulled out a sports uniform from his sleeping bag. And that started the beginning of their physical test. The last place will be punished with expulsion, Eraserhead said with a creepy smile on his face. What? X16? Kurokai Sento didn't say anything, it was the same as in the anime. 5 rounds to measure the physical strengths of every student. It went pretty anticlimactic. Using the curse technique to strengthen his body, Kurokai Sento was able to get a decent score in every round, getting 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place. Of course, the same couldn't be said for the poor Midoriya, who looked like he was about to cry. After completing the last round, which was the ball throw, and getting a score of 500 meters, which was the limit of his telekinesis range, Kurokai Sento quietly appeared behind Midoriya. K. Kurokai-san. Midoriya, who was feeling depressed, jumped up in fright after seeing Kurokai, who suddenly appeared beside him. Kurokai didn't give him time to escape. Wrapping an arm around Midoriya's neck, Kurokai quietly said in his ear. It looks like you are going to be eliminated, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya's eyes shook as he bit down on his lower lip. Seeing his change in expression, Kurokai Sento smiled and continued. But. There's no need to worry, hear my plan, using your quirk makes your arm useless, right? Then how about just a single finger? The more Midoriya listened, the more his eyes lit up. After giving his tip, Kurokai Sento patted Midoriya's back. Well, good luck. Thank you. Kurokai-kun. Their little stunt didn't escape Hero Eraserhead's eyes, but since he couldn't hear what they were talking about, he just thought it was just some normal chat among high school students and ignored them. Kurokai Sento smiled as he watched the show. Similar to the anime, Eraserhead blocked Midoriya the first time, but now that Midoriya had a plan in mind, he didn't look depressed and calmly gave his second shot by using his finger, shocking Eraser and the other students. After getting the high score, Midoriya Izuku was a little too excited and clenched his palm while looking in his direction as if to thank him for his advice. Kurokai Sento waved his hand in response, then he quickly turned his head and looked at the sneaky figure hiding behind the building. Their eyes made contact for a moment before the world-famous hero hurriedly hid behind his cover. Comment. 12. Comment. Vote. Chapter 7. I am, coming through the door like a normal person, All Might shouted as he entered Class 1A. Oh. It's All Might. Wow. He really is a teacher. Giving a macho pose with fists on the side of his waist, All Might said, I teach basic hero training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. But first, All Might shouted while pointing at the wall. Sections of the wall started extending, revealing boxes with numbers on them. Costumes based on your quirk registration. Yay, X16. Now let's start combat training. They say clothes make the man, young man, and ladies. Listening to All Might's comment, Kurokai Sento looked at the Class 1A students feeling excited in their personally customized hero costumes, even Deku, who was pretty much a copy of All Might. Then he looked down at his own hero costume. It was a white-colored overcoat with golden strips at the ends, and a golden H at the back. It was too big and failed every single camouflage test he could think of. But he still wore it. Why? Well. Kurokai Sento remembered a scene from yesterday. Son. Here for you, Hikari Sento excitedly handed over a white overcoat hero costume. Kurokai took the dress and looked at her in confusion as if asking what it was. Hero. It's your hero costume, Hikari Sento said with stars in her eyes. Hero costume, raising his eyebrow, Kurokai unfolded the overcoat to get a good look at it. How to describe it? It was okay-ish. But that's not the problem. UA will provide me a custom dress based on my abilities, so this, Kurokai gave Hikari a weird look. It was unnecessary. Kurokai felt the fabric of the dress, it was a little rough, not the best quality, and definitely would get torn under enemy attack. Do you not like it? Seeing his reaction, Hikari Sento's excitement diminished as she silently bit down on her lower lip. Kurokai looked at the dark circles under her eyes, feeling the golden patterns on the costume which were hand-knitted. It wasn't hard to conclude that she made it herself. After all, although they weren't poor, there was no way they had extra money to buy his hero costume. She probably didn't know about UA providing students with hero costumes and ended up making one herself, Kurokai thought as he wore the overcoat over his dress. Seeing his action, Hikari Sento's eyes lit up. Does it look good? Kurokai Sento asked while scratching his cheek. Yes. My baby looks the best. Not giving him time to react, Hikari smiled and suddenly hugged him in excitement, making Kurokai feel warm all over and turn his head away in embarrassment. After it happened twice, Kurokai didn't know why, but he couldn't make his usual fake smile which he used on others in front of her. It felt embarrassing, anyway. Flashback ends. Emotions are inexplicable and hard to understand, Kurokai concluded in his mind while looking at his teammate. Momo Yaeorozu. What can I say about her except, fking gorgeous. Kurokai hurriedly turned away and slapped his forehead to control his emotions. Kurokai-kun, are you alright? Momo asked with a hesitant look on her face. The boy in front of her had an excellent ability and was one of the more powerful students, and she on the other hand. Momo's low self-confidence started acting up. Looking at the downcast girl, Kurokai really wanted to ask her. What's up with your R-rated dress? And so he did. Hey, Momo. Why yes. What is it, Kurokai-kun? Momo asked in a nervous voice. Do you not feel embarrassed wearing such revealing clothes? Kurokai pointed at her clothes. Hey, Momo was dumbfounded. Stop sulking, it's time to work, Kurokai said while looking at Momo, who was sitting against the wall and constantly muttering to herself. Embarrass, revealing, is it really too revealing? Seeing her abnormal state, Kurokai walked up to her and tried to pat her head to calm her down. Momo instantly retreated, avoiding his hand and looking at him as a degenerate pervert. Ignoring Momo's judgmental gaze, Kurokai said while pointing at the open door. Why don't you use your power to block the door? Hearing his advice, Momo's eyes lit up and the previous thought suddenly vanished from her mind as she excitedly ran towards the open door while shouting. Kurokai smiled, not at all feeling ashamed about using her own idea. Kaminari and Jiro. Shock Boy and Headphone Jack for your girl. They were their opponent. Knowing full well about the ability of the Shocked Boy, Kurokai asked Momo to create insulating material all around the room with a lightning-absorbing rod. Since he knew that Jiro could sense their location using her power, he told her directly to be careful about any attack from below. During the entire process, Momo kept nodding her head like a little child listening carefully to Kurokai's plan. She was amazed by his intelligence and also felt depressed by her incompetence. Kurokai-kunis, how did he figure it out so quickly? And without any suspense, Kurokai and Momo easily won the hero and terrorist game. After all, with the shock power countered, Kaminari and Jiro were really not their opponents. That's how Kurokai's first day at UA came to an end. Creators' thoughts. Theory per. Give Power Stone, 111. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 8. 2 weeks later. Excuse me, student, can you please tell us about All Might? Is he really a teacher at UA? A female reporter with long black hair along with her crew and several reporters cornered Class 1A students outside the school grounds. Will you tell us about the symbol of peace as a teacher? What he's like? He's very muscular, Eureka said while avoiding the reporter's gaze. Suddenly the reporter's gaze focused on a black hair boy, with stars in her eyes. She hurriedly placed the mic in front of his face. Excuse me, student. Are you in All Might's class? Yes. Great, can you tell us about your experience? Being taught by the greatest hero. Unlike most students who got flustered under the siege of reporters, Kurokai Sento maintained his composure and replied with a smile on his face. All Might's teaching style is inspiring, but a little unconventional. He's really hands-on and passionate, always encouraging us to push beyond our limits. Sometimes it feels like he's still figuring out how to be a teacher, but his energy and belief in us are super motivating. You can tell he genuinely wants us to succeed as heroes. Miss Reporter was feeling bored listening to Kurokai's book-like answer. She knew this kid was different from the other students and was not easy to scam, but his next words left her stunned. I heard there's something between Teacher Midnight and All Might, haha, I personally think look good together. Waving his hand, Kurokai turned around and entered the school's premises, leaving behind the dumbfounded reporters. Yesterday was a little different than the regular classes, as a class representative was selected. Kurokai Sento didn't participate in the small event. The position of Class CR seemed both unnecessary and time-consuming to him. Without any surprise, Ida became the class representative and Momo became vice class representative. Finally today there was something he could look forward to. It's a rescue training, Aizawa-sensei said and started explaining about the natural disaster theme of the entire event. All the students were excited about the new challenge. Finally going to start, Kurokai Sento narrowed his eyes and waited for Aizawa to finish his explanation. After Eraser had finished speaking, the students followed behind him and got onto UA's bus to reach their destination. While making fun of Bakugo on the way, they arrived at the big dome-like building and met Hero 13. Hero 13. I have heard she saved the most amount of people from natural disasters. Amazing. I love 13. The students gathered around Hero 13 and started listening to his instructions. Let's see, before we begin, let me say one thing, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6. They keep increasing, x16. Everyone, as you are aware, my quick is black hole. I can suck up everything and turn it to dust. Finally, after Hero 13 was finished explaining, Aizawa-sensei interjected. Alright then, first, Aizawa's words came to a sudden halt as his gaze focused in the distance. There a black distortion in space appeared, spreading like a curtain. Seeing the scene, a bad signal went on inside Eraserhead's mind. As if to prove it right the right new second, several unknown beings started walking out of the distorted shadow. What is this? Don't move, Eraserhead shouted, stunning the students. Staring straight at the uninvited guests, Eraserhead said in a serious voice, they are villains. The sudden information shocked every student except Kurokai, whose gaze was focused on the blue-haired man who walked out of the distorted shadow. With his unique get-up of hands covering his body, it was pretty easy to spot him. Especially with that Nomo by his side. Tomura Shigaraki. I went through the trouble of bringing the whole crowd to All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I even went through the trouble of bringing support. I wonder if he'll come back if we kill some kids, Tomura Shigaraki said as his eye, which wasn't covered by the hand mask, stared at UA's students. In an instant of seeing him, everyone knew. He was an extraordinary villain. 13. Take the students to safety, I'll hold them back. Teacher, wait. Kurokai, stay back and let me handle this. With a loud shout, Eraserhead suddenly jumped down the long stairs and waved his cloth-like weapon, wrapping several villains in it who couldn't use their quirk and then knocking them unconscious. The students were amazed by his smooth moves. Looking at the scene, Kurokai touched his chin and said out loud. I wasn't trying to stop you, I just wanted to say since they could wrap themselves inside using that distorted shadow-like quirk, then I believe they can also teleport us all over the place, no? His sudden words stunned the students of Class 1A, including Hero 13. Wait, Kurokai-kun, what do you mean? Momo said in a hurry with an anxious look on her face. I mean like that, Kurokai said while pointing at the distorted shadow that suddenly appeared behind them. Everyone quickly turned around and spotted the black shadow. Ho, you are quite something, the black shadow muttered in a low voice while looking at Kurokai. Everyone get back, Hero 13 shouted as he tried to quickly use his quirk at the shadow villain. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. My job is to scatter you, and to torture you to death. With that, all students of Class 1A including Hero 13 were quickly enveloped by the black shadow and randomly teleported all over the disaster dome. Everyone except Kurokai and Ida. Well, Kurokai was prepared and didn't let the shadow take him, while Ida was suddenly pulled away at the nick of time by some unknown force. Thank you, Kurokai-kun, Ida hurriedly said while looking worriedly at the spot where everyone disappeared. Listen, Ida, you need to quickly go back and call the teachers for backup, Kurokai said to the boy. But as the class representative I couldn't possibly run away, Ida's eyes shook in protest. Didn't you hear? They said they are here for All Might, meaning in the worst case scenario they have a way to deal with All Might. Do you really believe we can beat them now? But. Ida. Kurokai shouted in a loud voice and looked straight into his eyes. You're the only one who can do this, Ida. The sudden magical words were too strong for a hot-blooded teen to handle. Looking at the quickly disappearing figure of Ida in the distance, Kurokai turned his gaze back and smiled, seeing the mayhem happening below. Let the act begin. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Power Stone. I tagged this book, come and support me with a thumbs up. Like it. Add to library. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 9. Mountain Zone. Momo, watch out. The sudden voice made Momo hurriedly turn and look back. But it was too late. Through her vision, she could see a villain's knife almost touching the skin on her back. It was too late to react or use her create ability. Momo reflexively closed her eyes and gritted her teeth to try and endure the coming pain. Except, the pain never came. Slowly Momo opened her eyes and saw a stunning scene. The villain with the knife was still trying to stab her, but he seemed to be frozen. Wait, this ability. The next moment the villain was thrown back at a quick speed and collided right with the upcoming villain, knocking them both unconscious. Wow. They're flying. It's Kurokai. Jiro and Kaminari shouted in excitement, seeing the villains being thrown around. Kurokai-kun, Momo muttered in a small voice, then turned her focus towards the upcoming villains. For some reason, Kurokai didn't clear all of them at once, he only made a move just in the nick of time when they were about to be harmed. Perhaps he was limited by his ability, anyhow they were grateful for his help. Squall Zone. Found you. Go to hell, kid. The two villains suddenly jumped at Koji Kota, who was blankly staring at them, then suddenly the two villains paused in midair and their heads collided against each other, knocking them out. Shipwreck Zone. They're about to catch up, Midoriya-kun. I know, Tsu-chan. Midoriya gritted his teeth and prepared to sacrifice another one of his fingers to create another water tornado against the upcoming villain. But before he could attack, the villains chasing them in water were pulled back inside the whirlpool he created. I can't move, a villain shouted in confusion before he was pulled inside the whirlpool. It's Kurokai. They can deal with the rest on their own, Kurokai said as he opened his closed eyes. All the rescue operations were taking place at the same time, so to best use his power, he jumped from a high vantage point and started assisting in several places simultaneously. Still, there was a range limit to his ability. Hero 13 was transported too far away from him, so before he could do anything, Hero 13 was already defeated by Kurogiri. Is it reaching the limit? Kurokai muttered as he wiped away the drop of blood dripping down his nose using his thumb. The continuous long-range use of telekinesis was still somewhat difficult to handle. Now for the main event. Kurokai looked towards Teacher Eraserhead who was fighting multiple villains together. Tisk, they just keep coming, Eraserhead muttered while kicking away multiple villains at the same time. A villain with a sword slashed down at him, but for some reason, the blade changed direction and landed on the ground next to Eraserhead. Why? The villain shouted in confusion. But the only thing that replied to him was Eraserhead's uppercut, which sent him flying. Is it Kurokai? Eraserhead took a quick peek at Midoriya and Azui who were by the water, and just as he expected he saw a third figure quietly standing beside them. Nice assist, Eraserhead commented in his mind and delivered a liver kick to the next opponent. Unfortunately, his heroism was short-lived. Nomu. A rough voice rang out. Then a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Eraserhead. It was so fast, Eraserhead couldn't even grasp its shadow. Not good, Eraserhead shouted in his mind as his danger sense roared at him about the impending danger. But he was still too slow. Boom. With a loud sound, dust and shockwaves spread throughout the place. Aizawa-sensei, Deku muttered in a daze. The figure of Nomu was too fast, his eyes only saw a large dust cloud rise up from the ground. Worried about his teacher, Deku clenched his fist and stared straight into the rising dust, trying to see Eraserhead's figure. As the dust subsided, Deku's eyes widened. Why? Because Teacher Aizawa was perfectly fine. He even saw the Nomu punching the ground next to Aizawa, cracking the floor. Did it miss? Deku wondered for a moment. Anyone else in the same situation would have had the same thought. Damn Nomu, you can't even land a punch? How will you fight All Might? Tisk, I should just kill you myself. Shigaraki scratched his neck and muttered in annoyance. Suddenly a light bulb went on inside Deku's mind. No. He didn't miss. And it wasn't just Deku who had this idea. With quick movement, Deku, Aizawa and Azui turned to look at Kurokai. Drib. And the answer was revealed. Kurokai, who was bleeding heavily from every hole in his face. Kurug. Kurokai quickly placed a hand on crying Azui's mouth to stop her from speaking. He didn't want the villains to pay attention to them, especially after the little stunt he just pulled off. Tisk, I feel lightheaded. Several veins appeared on the side of Kurokai's face. It's crazy strong. Aizawa-sensei, you're on your own, take one for the team. Kurokai silently recited a prayer in his mind. In his lightheaded state, he failed to notice Aizawa, whose fists were clenching tightly after glancing at his side. Thinking the Nomu was a faulty product, Shigaraki was just about to command Nomu again when Kurogiri suddenly appeared beside him. It's bad, Shigaraki, one of them escaped. After listening to Kurogiri's words, Shigaraki became even more annoyed. Their hired villains were beaten. A kid escaped. The Nomu seemed to be a failed product. And dozens of elite heroes were about to arrive at any time. I really want to kill both of you, Kurogiri, Nomu. Shigaraki started scratching his neck even harder, making blood spill out. Ha, fine, let's retreat, but first. With his superhuman strength, Shigaraki suddenly rushed towards the trio standing in the water. You. Eraserhead wanted to stop him, but before he could react, the Nomu grabbed his head and easily pinned him down on the ground. In almost an instant, the distance between Shigaraki and the trio disappeared. Even after their little training, Deku and Azui were still kids at heart. They were completely unable to react to Shigaraki's sudden attack. A moment ago he was talking about retreating, then he suddenly attacked them. By the time they noticed, Shigaraki's hand was almost in front of Azui's face. Why did Shigaraki choose Azui? Because she is a girl. He wanted the two boys beside her to despair and cry for being unable to save their precious friend. Just imagining their expressions as their friend turned to dust made his eyes lit up in enjoyment. Su-chan, Deku let out an unwilling roar in his mind as watched Shigaraki's hand enveloping Azui's face. The image of Eraserhead's decayed elbow flashed in his mind, followed by Azui's decaying body. But just then, a hand grabbed Shigaraki's approaching arm. Followed by a familiar calm voice. Don't touch my Froggo. Before Shigaraki could react, Kurokai flickered his head using his finger, sending him flying through the air. An unexpected error, Kurokai thought as he looked down at his cracking hand, which was grabbed by Shigaraki. I coated my palm in telekinesis thinking it would separate Shigaraki's ability. It seems I was too naive. Fortunately, in the end moment I didn't take a chance and allow Eraserhead to miraculously save Froggo like in the anime. The flying Shigaraki gritted his teeth and shouted in anger towards Kurokai Nomu. Kill. Followed by the voice. Kurokai only had the time to think about one word before a giant shadow appeared in front of him. Fast. A massive fist connected. Boom. Followed by a figure flying out into the distance. Kurokai. Azui cried with tears in her eyes while Deku sent a 100% punch at Nomu in anger. Another loud sound rang out as Deku's fist connected with the Nomu. Though it really didn't do anything, the Nomu was perfectly fine. But All Might. It no longer mattered as the most powerful hero just arrived for rescue. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give Power Stone. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 10. Kurokai was currently suffering through a lot of terrible pain. One of his hands was cracked and the other, which he used to block the Nomu's full power attack at the end moment, was broken. Fortunately, with a layer of telekinesis and curse energy to strengthen his body, he was barely able to withstand one of the Nomu's attacks without getting blasted into pieces. I got the plus ultra treatment. Seriously, who was the villain here? At least when he was flying out he saw All Might's familiar figure, or he would have pulled Midoriya and Froggo to fly back together with him. Though it would have probably overexerted his brain and made him pass out. Boom. Kurokai calmly listened to the sound of several loud explosions coming from the distance. Boom boom asterisk. 1, 2, 3, 4 5, 6, 7, I think that's about right. Using telekinesis to move, Kurokai quickly made his way towards the main event. He wanted a part in that endgame reward. Oh, there goes Nomu, plus Ultra B asterisk TCH, Kurokai cursed in his feeling happy. I am the only one who knows All Might's condition, Midoriya thought while gritting his teeth. He was the only one who knew that All Might could no longer fight the two villains. All Might has gone past his limits. Shigaraki started running towards All Might, followed by Kurogiri. This is for the Nomu. I cannot let them get close to him. Midoriya concentrated all his power in his leg and jumped right at Kurogiri's main body with incredible speed. He's fast, Shigaraki thought in his mind. Just one punch at full power, Midoriya shouted in his mind while aiming at Kurogiri's main body. But then the Kurogiri's shadow moved and Shigaraki's hand appeared in front of Midoriya's face. No way. Deku despaired. The scene felt all too familiar. I'm going to die. Deku's heartbeat quickened as Shigaraki's hand approached his face. The fear of death passed through his mind. Then suddenly, Shigaraki's hand bent abnormally making a creaking sound. Kurokai. Deku almost cried in joy, but he didn't forget his role. Smash. 100% Deku's sma hit Kurogiri's main body, the impact sent both Shigaraki and Kurogiri flying through the air. At the same time, several bullet sounds rang out, followed by villains' miserable cries. The heroes have arrived. Shigaraki, we need to leave now. Kurogiri hurriedly wrapped his darkness to teleport Shigaraaki away while in the air. During the entire process, Shigaraki's eyes kept staring at the black-haired boy standing in the distance, as if making sure to engrave his appearance in his mind. We will meet again, Shigaraki muttered through his grated teeth. To his surprise, he actually saw the boy raise his hand towards him. Then under Shigaraki's incredulous gaze, the hand covering his face was pulled off, flying towards the boy. It took half a second for Shigaraki's brain to process what just happened. Then his face contorted hideously. Give it back, you bastard dared. Shigaraki, we're leaving. The shadow quickly enveloped them and their figure disappeared under Shigaraki's blood-curdling cries. Feeling the rough texture of Shigaraki's precious father's hand and hearing Shigaraki's unwilling roar, Kurokai felt delighted. That's what you get for ruining my hand. A hand for a hand will make the whole world handless. Oh shit. Kurokai, are you okay? Kirishima hurriedly asked in concern seeing Kurokai's bloody state. Feeling a tug from his side, Kurokai turned his head. Kurokai-kun, Tsuyu Azui called out his name in a trembling voice. She wanted to help the boy who saved her, but looking at his condition she was afraid of accidentally hurting him in the process. Teacher, teacher. Kurokai really needs help. He's bleeding from all over his face. Hurry, let's take him to the teacher. Kurokai ignored the fuss going on around him and looked at Eraserhead, who at some point appeared in front of him. It seems because of his intervention, Eraserhead didn't suffer many injuries except for some bleeding from his head. They both looked at each other silently for a moment. Then Eraserhead lowered his eyes, patted Kurokai's shoulder, and said, "Well done." Kurokai looked at the hand on his shoulder, then looked back towards Eraserhead before speaking. "Can I faint now?" Eraserhead gave Kurokai a deep look before nodding. "Go ahead." With that, Kurokai closed his eyes and no longer fought against the lightheadedness which kept assaulting his mind. Kurokai fainted. Holy shit. Kurokai. Even All Might, who was hiding in the smoke, couldn't help but keep staring at Kurokai, who was being escorted out by Eraserhead. "What the hell, young man? You look so damn cool right now." All Might gave a silent thumbs up. But then his face darkened, remembering that the new students were suddenly attacked due to the lack of protection. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Your gift is the motivation for my creation. Give me more motivation. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 11. P.S. It seems I made a little typing mistake in Chapter 6, Kurokai does not know the reverse curse technique. Tsuyu Azui's gaze kept lingering on the empty seat at the far end of the class, the image of the familiar boy seemed to continuously pass through her mind. And she wasn't the only one. About 70% of the class received help from Kurokai during the incident. Their worried gazes were too obvious, even teacher Eraserhead was affected. Kurokai Sento's week-long medical leave will end tomorrow, so start focusing on the lesson, Eraserhead said as he continued writing on the board. But after writing for some time, Eraserhead couldn't help but pause and say, "A true hero is someone who protects themselves as well as those around him, so don't learn from Kurokai's example, although what he did was commendable." Then Eraserhead continued teaching the class until the bell rang. Before leaving the class, Eraserhead stopped and said, "Be sure to perform well at the festival, it will act as a good platform for your future career." Villain's Den. So what brings you here? Jiren, Shigaraki didn't look towards the middle-aged man with a shady smile on his face as he kept tapping on the bar table. Shigaraki's thoughts seemed to be focused on something else. What a cold welcome, Shigaraki-san, but no matter, look, I brought you a newcomer. Just like you asked, Jiren didn't take Shigaraki's cold attitude to heart and simply pointed towards the person standing new to him. But calling him a person wouldn't be right. It was a robot with a green orb-like thing for eyes, half of his body seemed to be wood and the other seemed to be metal, it wore a black costume and its metallic glow seemed to give the figure a futuristic glow. If it was any other world then the robot's appearance might have aroused suspicion, but this was MHA world, there were weird quirks everywhere and people with inexplicable appearances were even more common. So who are you? Shigaraki turned towards the new guest and asked. He suddenly became interested. Okay, I'll be taking my leave then, make sure to pay commission, bye. With that Jiren quickly left the place, leaving them alone. Then the two pairs of eyes quickly focused back on the robot. My name is Mekamaru. Listening to the hoarse voice, Shigaraki narrowed his eyes in interest. So what's your power? Instead of replying, Mekamaru raised his hand making a blame burst out. Shigaraki smiled seeing the scene. And why do you want to join us? Mekamaru stared deep into Shigaraki's eyes. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the place. Perhaps feeling that something was wrong, Kurogiri, who was standing as a bartender on the side, started using his shadow. Then the silence was broken. Actually. Mekamaru continued in a serious voice. I'm a fan. Hey. Shigaraki's mind stopped working for a moment. It took him a moment to comprehend Mekamaru's words. Then he pointed at Mekamaru, then at himself and repeated. Fan. Yes, a big fan. The hoarse voice and the heavy atmosphere suddenly disappeared with Mekamaru's childish tone. Shigaraki was dumbfounded. I saw your fight with All Might, Mekamaru started explaining. It was pretty cool how you managed to beat All Might to that state. There was a hint of admiration in Mekamaru's tone. Oh, I did. Yes, absolutely, Mekamaru roared in an excited voice, startling Shigaraki. Think about it. That was All Might. The strongest hero. And you almost managed to defeat him. Shigaraki, why yes. Mekamaru, yes. Shigaraki, yes. Mekamaru, yes. Shigaraki, yes. Shigaraki slammed the wooden table excitedly and pointed at Mekamaru before saying. Fine. You're hired, newbie. Kurogiri was dumbfounded by the scene. Kurokai Sento's home. Son, are you feeling alright? If not, then I can ask you for a longer leave, Hikari Sento asked in a worried voice while looking at her Kurokai, who was sitting on the bed playing with some mechanical construct. I am alright, mother. Don't push yourself. Hikari stopped pestering Kurokai and left his room. In fact, she knew her son recovered right after the incident. He even started playing with some machinery he brought into his room. Although she wanted to ask where he got the money for it, but remembering his terrible condition from that day made her hesitate. Was it the right decision? To join UA? Hikari Sento left with doubts in her mind. And inside the room, Kurokai was excitedly tinkering with the machine in his hand. A week ago, right after the incident. Congratulations on collecting 1000 faith points, receiving Koichi Muta's cursed ability puppet manipulation. He got a new power. Fortunately, he didn't receive Koichi's heavenly restriction, or he would have become disabled. And that was not all. Kurokai closed his eyes and carefully felt the cursed energy inside his body. First grade. It was a huge leap. Correspondingly, the strength of his telekinesis also increased. He felt like he could take a punch from the Nomo without breaking his arm now. Though only a couple of punches, not too many. Plus with the new curse ability came new memories. Kurokai's eyes shone as the information about mechanics passed through his mind. Mekamaru was made by him using these memories. As for how he met Jiren? It wasn't him who found Gurna, instead, it was Jiren who found him, after he successfully robbed the 8th ATM machine. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Your gift is the motivation for my creation. Give me more motivation. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 12. UA's sports festival has begun. Surrounded by the loud cries of the excited audience, every student of Class 1A was feeling excited. In a place away from the student crowd, Eraserhead and Kurokai were sitting together. Are you sure you want to participate? Eraserhead asked while looking at Kurokai's sports festival costume. Of course, Aizawa-sensei. That's not what I mean, Aizawa narrowed his eyes. No need to worry, teacher, you checked it yourself, I'm feeling perfectly fine now. Kurokai shrugged his shoulders in helplessness. In the morning when Kurokai was about to enter UA, he was suddenly ambushed by a white cloth which quickly wrapped him up in a dumpling and took him away in front of the shocked eyes of nearby students. Next thing he knew, he was placed in front of Recovery Girl with Eraserhead standing next to him. His carefully thought-after plan to harvest his classmates' emotions was completely squashed by Eraserhead. Heroes always prioritize saving others. Eraserheads continued in a serious tone. But in the end, they forget to save themselves. The images of his several fallen comrades flashed through Eraserhead's mind. For some reason their visages seemed to collide with Kurokai in his mind. What is this? A secret counseling session, Kurokai complained in his mind while turning away from Eraserhead's piercing eyes. Tisk, just go. K Kurokai-kun. Kurokai, you're back. You're a real man, Kurokai. Kurokai smiled and calmly responded to his excited classmates' greetings. Of course, not everyone was as excited. Just die, Bakugo muttered and looked away. Todoroki simply nodded in acknowledgement. Midoriya was definitely the most excited. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dash dash. Okay, shut up, Kurokai said as he closed Midoriya's constantly moving mouth using telekinesis and sent him back. Kurokai-kun. A small but familiar voice made Kurokai turn his head. No surprise, it was Frogo. That. Tsuyu Ashui suddenly didn't know what to say. Seeing Kurokai's face up close, she was unable to get the words of gratitude out of her mouth. It was a weird and hard to describe feeling. There was a lot she wanted to say but the words just refused to come out. What's wrong with me? Tsuyu Azui wondered as her heartbeat fastened, making a red hue appear on her face. At the end, she ended up lowering her head in embarrassment. As if unaware of her condition, Kurokai simply smiled and patted her head saying, "Let's do our best at the event, Frogo." "Why yes, you too." Feeling his hand on her head made Tsuyu Azui blush even harder. Oh ho ha. Of course the nearby students, especially the girls, couldn't help but cover their mouths with their hands seeing the touching scene. Many of them smiled, wanting to give a teasing remark. But they stopped after listening to the Hero Mix excited commentator. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? Let's welcome our contestants. Class 1A, 1B, 1C, D, E, F, G. I didn't know there were that many classes in the first year. Kurokai looked around in wonder. After everyone gathered, their gazes were fixed on the R-rated hero, Teacher Midnight, who was standing at the platform holding a mic. Now the highest scorer of the first year will come up to give a speech, Midnight shouted while moving her body in an alluring way, making the audience scream in excitement. Seeing the enchanting scene, Kurokai made a vow in his mind. Can't let her die. He decided to save her from her death later on. Now, Kurokai Sento come up on the stage. What? It's Kurokai. He was the highest scorer after all. Only in the hero course, a female student from the support class interjected in annoyance. Under the encouraging eyes of Teacher Midnight, Kurokai walked up the platform and stood in front of the mic. Now say your pledge. Glancing behind at all of UA's students, Kurokai smiled and said, I pledge to beat all of you equally. His words startled the crowd, followed by angry roars. What? This bastard. He's too confident. You really think no one can beat you? Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A were speechless and suddenly remembered the first day of school. We totally forgot there was something wrong with his head. Creator's thoughts. Theoryper. Your gift is the motivation for my creation. Give me more motivation. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 13. First game, race. The quirk of first place is too versatile, a hero in the audience couldn't help but admire. There is no competition at all, he simply flew through the entire course, he's already at the finish line while Endeavor's son is still passing through the second course. How envious. I heard it's called telekinesis? Since he only used it to fly, we have yet to see its full power, perhaps it's weak. Several heroes were excitedly discussing Kurokai's quick, there is no way he was simply far ahead of the other competitors. Oh hiya. Look, student Kurokai Sento is the first to arrive by a major landslide. Is it the birth of a top hero? Media. Isn't this what you like the most? Teacher Mike was going crazy with his commentary. Originally Kurokai was thinking about the best way to approach the sports festival. After thinking for a moment he came to a conclusion, it was to win. And not just to win but to win by a landslide. Only then will the entire Japan talk about him. It will give a lot of faith points. Although compared to plot characters, the general public gives very few faith points, almost 0.001 per person. It was simply mind-blowing how difference there was between faith points given by plot characters and a normal person. But as long as the quantity is sufficient, it will be enough. In the first place, faith points are not a one-time thing, every person can continuously provide him with faith points as long as they feel strong emotion towards him. After some time the rest of the participants also arrived in the arena. And without a doubt, most of them were looking at Kurokai with a variety of emotions, the highest of which was jealousy. Tisk just because of his quirk. It was understandable, perhaps a normal person would be annoyed but Kurokai welcomed it, it was after all a source of faith points. Your loved one's love, your enemy's hate, your friend's admiration, everything made him stronger. As long as the intensity is enough. Alright, the first 42 will go to the next round. But don't worry even if you didn't make it. We've prepared more places for you to shine, Hero Midnight said with a smile and sexily licked her lips. How the FCK is this woman still single, everyone thought in their mind. Now the next battle will be, Midnight paused and pointed at the big moving screen behind her. It's a cavalry battle. It's a team event. I'm not good with teams. Yeah, me too. After that Hero Midnight started explaining the rules. Finally for the points, 42 ND place will have 5 points, 41st will have 10 points, and as for the first place. Hero Midnight turned her face and stared straight towards Kurokai with dangerous eyes. 10 million points. What? Kurokai ignored the students around him who were looking at him as a grand prize. He was more interested in something else. Why did I feel a little bloodlust from Midnight Sensei's gaze? It was the same before when she invited him to give a pledge. At first, he thought it was his delusion but now it happened a second time. Kurokai was confused, he hadn't even made any contact with Midnight, so why is she showing hostility? Is the loneliness making her crazy? Even though I tried to put her together with all might, tisk she should be thanking me. Alright then. It's time to make your team. Students hurriedly started moving around the arena trying to pick their partner. I didn't think anyone would be willing to team up with me, Kurokai smiled and looked at the 4 students in front of him. Midoriya, Frogo, Momo, and Eureka. Compared to those who want to team up with Bakugo and Shoto, it is definitely less and the reason for it is simple, only a selected few students in Class 1A knew the extent of his ability. If they knew his full power then there would be even more students wanting to team up with him. Plus he held a 10 million bounty which everyone wanted to grab. Kurokai-san. Please let me help you this time, Midoriya said while clenching his fist. He clearly remembers how Kurokai saved his life in the incident, he wanted to repay Kurokai at all cost. I think Kurokai-kun's strategy is excellent, Momo smiled in embarrassment while scratching her cheek. She wanted to hug the thick thigh. Ribbit, I also want to help you, Kurokai-kun, Azui said with her big eyes staring straight at him. I just wanted to team up with Deku, Uraraka muttered in a small voice. Kurokai smiled, no matter their motive it was a fact that they came to team up with him. But there was a glaring issue. A team can only have 4 people, we have 5 here. Ah that. You're right. Then Kurokai and others should form a team, Deku hurriedly said. Deku knew very well that his power quirk wasn't something he could use in this battle, it would be better for him to step back and let Kurokai form a team with the other. But Deku-kun, Uraraka puffed her cheek in protest. Seeing the scene, Kurokai said. How about we do this? Momo looked at Deku and Uraraka's leaving figures in silence, then she turned towards Kurokai and asked in concern. Kurokai-kun, will it be enough with just the 3 of us? Don't worry, I have a plan. If you say so, Momo nodded seeing his confident expression. Then Kurokai-kun, who will be the rider? Azui asked. It will be you, Frogo. Me? Azui tilted her head in confusion. Yes, with your tongue you will definitely be able to steal some bands. But your telekinesis. Just trust me. Oh okay. With that the team was formed, Kurokai, Momo, and Frogo. Kurokai was at the front, Momo at the back, and Frogo on top. Are you ready? Then. Start. With Hero Mix voice, the event started. You bastard. I'll see where you run this time. Bakugo and his team were the first to take action, followed by Todoroki. As for their target, Frogo. Looking at Bakugo and Todoroki rushing towards him to steam his points, Kurokai smiled. It's not so easy, you know. Before they could react, Kurokai pulled his entire team straight into the sky. What? He can pull multiple people. How strong is his quirk? The audience was excited. Looking down at his opponents' dumbfounded faces, Kurokai couldn't help but make a challenging gesture with his finger. Arg. Come down, you coward. If you have the ability then come up. I will. With a large boom, Bakugo used his explosion quirk and his way toward the flying Kurokai team. But Kurokai expected his action, turning his head he nodded at Momo. Die. Bakugo raised his hand to blast Kurokai's team down. What? Unfortunately, his attack was easily blocked by a thick steel wall. Bakugo was stunned seeing 4 steel walls rotating around Kurokai's team, protecting them. Then the next instant. Swish. A long tongue came out from between the gap in the walls, accurately landing on Bakugo's point strap and successfully stealing it under Bakugo's unwilling cries. Watching the scene in the sky, Todoroki raises his hand towards Kurokai for a moment before sighing and putting it down. Let's go. Their opponent has air superiority which they couldn't say anything about. It was better to target other teams instead. Creators' thoughts. Theory per. Powerstion. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. Kurokai standing alone in a corner looked curiously at Hiro Cementos who was building the stage for the final showdown. What a useful quirk, Kurokai said in a small voice. But it seems somebody heard him. Not as useful as yours. Kurokai turned back to look at Todoroki Shoto who was walking towards him. You are strong, Todoroki said and looked straight at Kurokai. I felt it, whether it was during the race or the group battle. But, Todoroki looked down at his left hand. I will win. Because I have a reason to win, Todoroki's eyes seemed to reminisce about his dark past. Kurokai gave the talking Todoroki a weird look. Okay, so, what you want me to do? My father, he trained me to be the strongest. What's up with the sudden sad backstory? I was just a tool to fulfill his ambition. Should I call Midoriya? You want me to call Midoriya? I will show him that I can win without using his power. Kurokai barely controlled the corners of his mouth from twitching. Finally, after a long time, Todoroki finished speaking and then gave Kurokai one last look before turning around and leaving. Todoroki. The sudden voice made him halt his step. You cannot beat me with just half of your strength. 2 pairs of determined eyes collided in midair spreading invisible sparks. We'll see about that, Todoroki said before leaving. Seeing Todoroki leave, Kurokai rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Daddy issue. All right. The final match will be a one-on-one battle. The first match will be Kurokai vs Todoroki. The audience cheered, and all the present heroes started a discussion about the upcoming match. It's like having the boss battle at the start. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say, Kurokai's ability is too versatile, if he just threw Todoroki out of the arena then it will be game over, on the other Todoroki has yet to use his flame ability. The heroes present in the audience were pros, they were able to analyze the strengths of both parties on a much deeper level. Outside resting room. Anything I can do for you? Hero Endeavor, Kurokai asked while looking at the muscular figure with flames all over his body. I was looking for you boy, Endeavor said in a strong tone. What do you want? Shoto is meant to surpass All Might. What's wrong with his father and son? But he refuses to use his power, humph. I want you to not embarrass yourself in the battle. You want me to force him to use his power. After he finished speaking, Hero Endeavor started walking away. Don't worry, I'll hoop your son's ass. Endeavor halted, looked back, and gave Kurokai a deep look before walking away again. These 2 heroes in training have performed amazingly in the sports festival, Hero Mike shouted in excitement. He has been the undefeated #1 since entering UA. Everyone give a shout out to Kurokai Sento. Whoa. Versus. Shoto Todoroki. Yet. Oh, this will be interesting, Mount Lady shouted with stars in her eyes, staring intently at the big screen. Pay attention to your job, Hero Woodman shouted at her in annoyance, but even he couldn't help but sneak a peek at the large screen. Kurokai and Todoroki stood on the stage under the cheer of the crowd. Are you two ready? Hero Midnight asked. Yes, Kurokai and Todoroki replied at the same time. Then, begin. As soon as Hero Midnight's words ended, Kurokai raised his hand towards Todoroki. I won't let you. With a large shout, in the blink of an eye, half of the stadium was covered in an icicle avalanche. The audience was stunned, staring at the giant block of ice in disbelief. Holy shit! Is really a high schooler? It's too strong. Even the referee Hero Midnight was half frozen. Collateral damage. Student K. Kurokai, are you giving up? Hero Midnight asked in a shivering voice. Giving up? He probably froze to death. But then a voice came out from inside the glacier. Of course not. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire icicle glacier broke down in pieces, sending several sharp ice shards everywhere. Before these shards could escape, they were enveloped by a green light and stopped in midair. And in the arena, Kurokai stood straight in his original place, there not a hint of ice on his dress as if he had never attacked in the first place. But that was not the problem. The audience looked at the many pieces of ice shards suspended in the air in horror. There were too many. Do you mean to say this kid can control that many things at once? Crazy. They're both crazy. The audience was going nuts and the excitement was rising. Is that all you got? Kurokai asked with his hands in his pocket. Yosh. It seems Kurokai doesn't take Todoroki seriously, Hero Mike added coal to the fire. Stop it, Eraserhead stared coldly at Hero Mike. Todoroki's face wasn't looking good, he could tell, as soon as he moved, the various icicle shards will attack him instantly. Did his power increase? He was obviously not this strong during the incident. Suddenly a pressure started building up inside the arena. What is this feeling? The heroes in the audience spoke in confusion. Then under their surprised eyes, Todoroki was brought to his knees. Is it Kurokai? What is he trying to do? Kurokai looked at Todoroki who was trying his best to stand up under his telekinesis control. Is that all you got? Kurokai repeated his words. Barely enduring the pressure, Todoroki gritted his teeth and generated ice through his hand, sending another attack at Kurokai. But this time before the ice could reach Kurokai, it was broken down into several pieces. Kurosaki-kun is too strong. Students of Class 1A who were watching the battle muttered. But what exactly is he trying to do? They were also confused by Kurokai's actions. He was winning, so why didn't he finish the match? Kurokai silently looked at Todoroki who kept sending ice attacks at him. Without any suspense, the attacks were broken down before they reached him. You still won't use your true strength. Did my dad hire you to do this? Are you a hitman or something? Todoroki retorted in an almost shouting voice. No, but I did promise to hoop your ass. Kurokai smiled seeing Todoroki's contorted expression. Feeling that the time was right, he pulled out his hidden trump card. It's your power, true isn't it? Todoroki's movement stopped. Not even willing to use your own power, is this how you are going to save others? With your half-assed resolve. His mother's face passed through Todoroki's mind. Heroes put their life on the line every day. Several heroes sitting in the audience clenched their palm, his words seemed to resonate with their hearts. They give their everything to fight crime, so tell me Todoroki. Do you even want to be a hero? A scene from his childhood passed through Todoroki's mind. He remembered a child who simply wanted to be a hero, not bound by any unnecessary chains, a simple and pure wish. A fire burned on Todoroki's left side as he stood up from the ground. I want to be a hero. Then come at me, with everything you have, Kurokai raised his hand towards Todoroki. I will. A huge flame and icy glacier erupted from Todoroki's body at the same time, crazily rushing towards Kurokai. An invisible seemed to form around Kurokai, clearly isolating the ice and fire. Kurokai, Todoroki shouted with all his might and attacked with everything he had. The ice and fire combined, giving birth to a terrifying power. Kurokai smiled seeing the upcoming attack. He wasn't going to shout like Todoroki, it was not his style. So he simply waved his hand, nullifying the upcoming attack under Todoroki's incredulous gaze and sending him flying out of the arena, knocking him out. Kurokai Sento wins, Hero Midnight announced in a trembling voice. Whoa ah! The crowd erupted in cheers. Creator's thoughts. Theoryper. Your gift is the motivation for my creation. Give me more motivation. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 15. After Kurokai vs Todori's eye-opening match which blew the audience away, the rest of the matches seemed subpar at best. Still, the pro heroes in the audience were very much looking forward to Kurokai's next match. Alas, they were destined to be disappointed. Second round, Kurokai vs Midoriya. Kurokai-kun, let's do our best, Midoriya shouted in excitement. Kurokai blinked at him, then controlled his body and sent him out of bounds. Kurokai-kun, why? Kurokai walked away, ignoring Midoriya's crying voice of betrayal. Final round, Kurokai vs Bakugo. Kurokai didn't even allow Bakugo the time to speak and directly threw him out. Even if he gave Bakugo the chance to speak, the only he would speak would be, die. Reward ceremony. Ah ha ha ha, well done everyone, All Might said with his usual laughter. The audience erupted in a cheer after seeing All Might's sudden appearance. Then All Might started giving medals to the top 3. Good job Kirishima Shoyunin. MHM. Good job Bakugo Shoyunin. All Might. I'm unresident. Ah ha 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 okay next. All Might finally looked at the black-haired boy who was standing in the middle. Kurokai Shounen. All Might continued in a small voice only Kurokai could hear. Thank you for last time. Understanding that All Might was talking about the Nomu incident, Kurokai nodded. Ah ha 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 nice job Kurokai Shounen. With that, All Might placed the gold medal around Kurokai's neck. Seeing All Might was about to leave, Kurokai called out to him. All Might. Yes what is it Kurokai Shounen? What is a hero to you? Kurokai's sudden question stunned All Might as well as the audience. The cameras hurriedly focused on Kurokai and All Might's figure, the reporters were suddenly excited. Kurokai Shounen, All Might gave Kurokai a deep look, at first he was thinking of giving a persuasive answer, but seeing Kurokai's serious face, he continued in a serious tone. A hero is someone who saves others with a smile, no matter the cost. All Might gave his signature smile after he finished speaking. The audience erupted in cheers, everyone felt excited except Kurokai who simply maintained his silence as if contemplating deeply about All Might's words. Well I don't really care about your answer, I just wanted to act cool in front of the camera. Feeling the cameras zooming in on him, Kurokai continued maintaining his poker face as if he was thinking about some contemporary bullshit. No need to be confused Kurokai Shounen. After all, I am here to guide you. All Might gave Kurokai a thumbs up before leaving the arena with his super jump. That's how the UA Sports Festival came to an end. Villain's hideout. What do you think? Is he strong? Shigaraki asked Mekamaru while staring at the computer screen showing Kurokai. Very strong, Mekamaru replied. Do you think you'll lose? Shigaraki turned back to look at Mekamaru. Nah I'd win. The corners of Shigaraki's mouth under his mask rose up forming a distorted smile. Creator's thoughts. Theoryper. Your gift is the motivation for my creation. Give me more motivation. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 16. Aizawa-sensei it looks like your bandages are gone, I'm glad, Azui said as she stared at Eraserhead's face with her big eyes. Yes, the old lady went overboard with her treatment, Aizawa replied while picking his nose. The image of a short grandma with her word power passed through everyone's mind making them shiver. More importantly we're having a special hero information class today. The students were stumped. Special class. Is it a quiz? Oh no, I'm bad at learning lore related to heroes or something like that. Code name, you'll be coming up with hero names. We're gonna do something exciting, X16. The whole class cheered, except Kurokai whose focus seemed to be occupied by the slip of paper in his hand. It said. Test report. The DNA analysis conducted on the submitted hand sample confirms a genetic match with Kotaro Shimura inserted image, establishing the identity of the specimen. The tissue exhibits extensive cellular degradation, the cause of which remains undetermined, though it suggests exposure to an unknown deteriorative factor. The preservation of the hand post-mortem is notable and may be linked to circumstances surrounding its removal and storage. Kurokai smiled, thinking about how to best use this paper. Meanwhile, Azui who kept sneaking glancing at Kurokai from time to time blushed after seeing his smile. She was a little worried at first since Kurokai didn't show much interest in class but it seemed her worries were meaningless. What is wrong with me? Azui wondered as she shook her face to get out distracting thoughts. Here are the drafts sent by several pro heroes based on your performance in the sports festival, Eraserhead said as he took out a stack of paper from somewhere. It usually happened in the second and third year, but seeing your exemplary performance at the event, several pros have given invitations in advance. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed as he continued. Of course, these offers are cancelled if the interest dies down by graduation. So we have to do our best after getting picked sensei. Yes and here is the total for those with offers. Eraserhead took out a remote and pressed a button making several letters appear on the digital screen. Class 1A number of offers. Kurokai Sento, 9,789. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123. Bakugo, 3,556. Tokoyami, 360. More. Sensei why does Kurokai have more offers than all students combined? Mina Ashido asked while raising her hand curiously and looking at Kurokai. Most students only received offers from their respective fields, Todoroki and Bakugo received offers from combat-specific heroes similarly Toru Hagakure received offers from stealth heroes. Eraserhead stopped explaining, looked at Kurokai then continued. But with Kurokai's quirk, he was invited by all types of heroes, disaster heroes, production heroes, combat heroes. The students were stunned by teacher Eraserhead's explanation. What? That's so unfair. Some students at the back murmured for a moment before falling silent, although they were a little jealous, since it was Kurokai it was understandable. In fact, except for the few mischiefs, Kurokai pulls up from time to time, his relationship with everyone in the class is quite fantastic. Much better than Todoroki and Bakugo. Mina Ashido touched her cheek and curiously looked back at Kurokai, seeing him wave his hand at her made her blush and suddenly turn her head back. Momo pursed her lips and said to Kurokai who sat in front of her. You're amazing Kurokai-kun. Hearing her voice, Kurokai turned around, seeing her deliberately avoiding his eyes, Kurokai smiled and said. I think your quirk is also very amazing, Some pro heroes must definitely be looking forward to your growth. Kurokai gave her a thumbs up and turned back around. Kurokai-kun, Momom, her hand on her chest feeling warm. The hero names you have been using until now were still temporary, if you don't think about them soon. Slam. Dash, you'll have to pay for them later. Hero Midnight completed Eraserhead's words as she walked into the class with her sexy steps. Oh. It's Sensei Midnight. The boys were excited. Even Kurokai was excited for a moment, then he became confused by Midnight's sudden murderous eyes staring at him. What? What did I do? The students also noticed the sudden change, even Eraserhead couldn't help but look between Midnight and Kurokai, wondering if some misunderstanding has occurred. Student Kurokai, Hero Midnight's voice suppressed with anger reached everyone's ears. What do you mean I have a secret love affair with All Might? Students, what? X16. Eraserhead, 00. Only Kurokai remained calm under Teacher Midnight's murderous gaze. Shrugging his shoulders he scoffed and said. I was simply trying to help you, it seems there is a reason why you are still single. Damn. Kurokai, are you crazy? All students simultaneously shouted in their minds. Eraserhead. You, Hero Midnight gritted her teeth so hard it made a clinking sound. Kid needs discipline. Midnight shouted as she waved her whip at Kurokai. But before it could hit, the whip was stopped in its track, surrounded by a green light. Midnight's anger only increased after seeing her attack fail, so she raised her hand to expose her asking and use her quirk. She was going to teach this kid the meaning of humiliation today. Wait, Midnight, stop, Eraserhead shouted as he used his quirk on Midnight and hurriedly grabbed her shoulder to calm her down. Finally, after some persuasion, Midnight stopped, looked at Kurokai, snorted loudly, and started the lesson. Names are similar to a personality, they define you and separate you from the others. Hero Midnight started teaching in a serious voice. Anyone has any questions? Midnight asked after she finished explaining. Surprisingly, someone did raise a hand. But as soon as Hero Midnight looked at the student, her expression contorted, barely maintaining her composure she asked. Yes, student Kurokai, what do you want to ask? Sensei, actually. Kurokai smiled and continued while pointing at Hero Midnight's dress. Do you not feel embarrassed wearing such revealing clothes in front of a bunch of kids? Or do you like it? Silence enveloped the class. Even the corners of Eraserhead's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Seeing Hero Midnight trembling in anger, Eraserhead quickly shouted to appease her. Midnight. They are just kids. Stop. I'm going to kill that brat. And that's how the hero naming session came to an end. Oh, of course, as for his hero name, Kurokai chose Tornado of Terror. Yes, since he was copywriting from the start he might as well go through with it. Kurokai Shounen, what is this? All Might asked as he received the sheet of paper handed by Kurokai. All Might, it's a clue regarding the villains which attack us last time, Kurokai replied in a cheerful voice. Kurokai's smile widened after seeing All Might's face turn serious hearing the word clue. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give Power Stone. Your gift is the motivation for my creation. Give me more motivation. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Kurokai walked out of All Might's office with unhurried steps. Although he appeared calm on the surface, on the inside he was bubbling with excitement. Just a moment ago he saw All Might's face change visibly under the vague clues he indirectly provided. Who was the blue-haired villain? Why did he wear a dead man's hand for a mask? Were they his family? The more he said. Was his family killed, but by whom? The more All Might's expression crumbled, until finally. Shimura. Why does it feel like the surname of a hero? He hit the nail in the coffin. Kurokai almost couldn't hold back his smile, so he hurriedly left the room, leaving behind the devastated All Might. I really like it, this feeling of knowing everyone's secrets. It seems he was gradually awakening a terrible hobby. Classes were already over and all the students had mostly left the school, only Kurokai stayed behind since he wanted to surprise All Might. Walking down the silent hallway, Kurokai enjoyed the peace, it reminded him of his school days from his previous life. Remembering the faces of his previous classmates, and the mischiefs they used to perform together, the memory of the good old days seems to pass through his mind. Unfortunately, it seems during the process of growing up the little bind that they thought was unbreakable failed to pass to withstand the passage of time. Shaking his head, Kurokai got rid of the past memories and took a look at the stack of paper in his hand. It was a list comprised of various heroes who were offering him an internship. Since 9,000 offers were too much and time-consuming to look at, Teacher Eraserhead screened the offers, without his permission, and gave him a list of the ones he thought were most suitable for him. It's not like it matters, since my choice was set to begin with, Kurokai thought as he circled Endeavor's offer. The next plot will happen there, and working with the number 2 hero will bring him great media exposure. However, he had to say he was a little disappointed, for not receiving an offer from Miriko, the number 5 hero. Just a little disappointed. Just a tiny, small, minuscule amount of disappointment. Miriko was after all a solo hero. And he didn't want to work at Mount Lady's house as a cleaner, he could already imagine her using his quirk for all kinds of redundant things in the name of teaching. So Endeavor was chosen. Yes, he was definitely his first choice. After submitting his choice to Eraserhead, who didn't seem to be surprised by his decision, Kurokai left the school's grounds. Starting next week he will be working under Endeavor. Standing in front of the huge skyscraper, Kurokai wondered how many ATMs he would have to rob to make one of these. Walking past the security after showing his internship letter, Kurokai arrived in front of the help desk. and a lady with professional clothes greeted him. Surprisingly, she seemed to know him. Having watched Yue's sports event, he could see literal stars coming out of her eyes. Then under her lead, he arrived at his destination. Endeavor's office. He even met a familiar face leaning outside the door. I didn't think you would choose Endeavor. Don't tell me, did my dad really bribe you? Todoroki asked while looking at Kurokai with sharp eyes. Listening to his words, Kurokai grabbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said. No, but I do think I deserve a reward for hooping your ass. The sudden vulgar words stunned the receptionist lady who was escorting Kurokai. Finally, after the reception lady left in a hurry, Todoroki and Kurokai entered the office together. I have been waiting for you, Shoto, Endeavor said with a cocky smile on his face. Staring at his son, he continued. It seems you are finally ready to take the path of the mighty. Then his gaze shifted to the smiling Kurokai. Even you. Endeavor gave Kurokai a deep look as if trying to test him, but Kurokai didn't seem to budge at all. I have no intention of going down the path you made. Endeavor focused back on Todoroki. I will take my own path. Endeavor snorted and said. Oh well, get ready, we're going out. Where? I'll show you. Endeavor stopped and looked at Kurokai. I'll show you both what a hero is. With that, Kurokai and Todoroki left under Hero Endeavor's lead. P.S. Give reviews, people. Creators' thoughts. Theory per. Power Stones. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 18. Villain's Hideout. Who have you brought this time, Jiren? Shigaraki asked, looking interestingly at the newcomer standing next to Jiren. Haha, Shigaraki-san, it seems you were very satisfied by my previous goods. Jiren looked at Mekamaru standing behind Shigaraki with smiles in his eyes. Shigaraki neither accepted nor denied his words. Then if the commission could be raised a little. In some time you will have more money than you can count, Shigaraki said with his usual dull tone. Hehe, that's what I like to hear. Then let me introduce him. The villain who has recently gained fame. Hero Killer. Stain. What? Kurogiri exclaimed. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. Mekamaru just stood there. Seeing their reactions, Hero Killer Stain took a step forward and said. You said you would bring me to a group of like-minded people. It seems I was wrong to hold any expectations, Hero Killer Stain said while staring at Shigaraki. Hey, Shigaraki let out a confused voice. Let me ask you, what is your goal? Hero Killer Stain asked with a serious tone. Well, for now I just want to destroy everything, Shigaraki replied while scratching his neck. Such ficklish and meaningless motive, Hero Killer Stain said in a disappointed tone. Simply wishing for destruction without creation, you are the type of person I hate the most. Hey. You want me to get along with your childish tantrum? Hero Killer Stain grabbed the hilt of his blades. What is the meaning of killing without conviction? Hero Killer Stain, Kurogiri shouted in a hurried voice. In the next moment, a small blade was inserted in his arm, making blood flow out. When did he? Kurogiri looked down at the blade in disbelief. Then a red shadow appeared in his vision. What? Kurogiri tried to use his power. But it was too late. Slurp. Hero Killer Stain digested Kurogiri's blood and immobilized him. You're next, Hero Killer Stain declared as he jumped at Shigaraki. You? Shigaraki opened his palm and readied himself to use decay. Just when Hero Killer Stain and Shigaraki were about to collide, a metallic luster passed through Shigaraki's eyes, making him stop in place. The knife which was about to stab his shoulder was held in place tightly by my mechanical arm. It seems negotiations have fallen. Yes, Mekamaru said in his emotionless voice while staring at Hero Killer Stain with his green orb-like unblinking eyes. You? Hero Killer Stain's eyes widened, and he quickly jumped back to try and widen the distance between them. But before he could react, a mechanical fist punched straight down at his face, sending him flying back, crashing into the wall. Throughout the entire process, Shigaraki kept staring at Mekamaru's back. What is this feeling? He wondered. Is this how it feels to have comrades? Wonderful. Hero Killer Stain coughed loudly before standing up from the ground and staring intently at Mekamaru. Hey, he's getting on my nerves, Shigaraki muttered, seeing Hero Killer Stain's expression. Hero Killer Stain took out his spare blade ready to continue the battle. Seeing the scene, Mekamaru opened his mouth and said. Although negotiations have failed, I believe we still have the same goal. Hero Killer Stain stopped in his tracks. Mekamaru, Shigaraki muttered from the back. To destroy the current present, Mekamaru said in his cold voice. Hero Killer Stain's eyes widened. To destroy the current present, it seems we can agree on something. Hero Killer Stain sheathed his blade. It seems negotiations were successful. Now send me back to Hosu, I have some unfinished business there. Hosu City looks nicer than I expected, Shigaraki muttered as he walked out of the warp. So what are you gonna do? I'm going to reform this city, Hero Killer Stain answered while looking down at Hosu. In order to do that, I need more victims. With nimble movement, Hero Killer Stain jumped down under the watchful eyes of Kurogiri, Shigaraki, and Mekamaru. Mekamaru. Hearing Shigaraki's voice, Mekamaru turned his head. Your hand. Mekamaru looked at his palm. He didn't notice, but the metal was a little cracked after blocking Hero Killer Stain's blade. He did after all make the suit from spare parts. The durability is not guaranteed, and he doesn't even have the cool features the Mekamaru and JJK had, like transforming his hand into a drill. It takes time and money to build these things. You even need to have a secret source for procuring materials to not get caught. Seeing that Shigaraki kept staring at his hand, Mekamaru waved it around. It's nothing, just a minor cut. After saying that, Mekamaru turned back to look at Hoso again. Behind him, Shigaraki kept staring at Mekamaru's hand. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, Kurogiri, release the gnome. P.S. Give review in Power Stone, guys. Creators' thoughts. Theory per. Power Stones. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. P.S. I admit the story must be feeling rushed. I can take my time and develop more interactions. It's not hard to do, but it will make the story way longer. I really just want to apply this idea I had in mind before I eventually get bored and stop writing. Just for fun, I'll write this one a little differently and add more interactions. Tell me how you feel. Sitting in the back seat of the sedan, Kurokai fully enjoyed the comfortable feeling. He hated to admit it, but it was his first time sitting in one. Is it faster to earn money by robbing a bank or by being a hero? Kurokai wondered in his mind as he glanced at Todoroki, who was sitting beside him with a solemn look on his face. Todoroki hadn't spoken a word since they got in the car, which wasn't surprising considering that his hated father Endeavor was sitting in the front passenger seat, sneakily glancing at him using the front mirror from time to time. An urge to say something mischievous was brewing inside Kurokai's mind. And so he did. Endeavor-san, why don't we switch seats so that you can sit with Todoroki instead of sneaking glances at him like a creep? Hawk, who was driving the car, almost hit the brakes. Does this kid not know how to read the mood? Complaining in his mind, Hawk hurriedly turned to look at Endeavor. And sure enough, the number 2 hero's face had turned beet red in embarrassment. Then he glanced back at Todoroki, who was looking out the window with a dark expression on his face. He was even trying to use his hand to cover his face as if trying to hide from the eyes of a predator. Here, take this. Kurokai suddenly took out a handkerchief and handed it to Todoroki. His sudden action confused everyone, including Todoroki, who looked back at him with a questioning gaze. It will be easier to hide your face with this. Kurokai gave a demonstration as he wrapped the handkerchief around half his face, making him look like a suicide bomber. For a moment, silence descended upon the vehicle. Then, puff. Hawk was the first to lose his cool and started laughing. Next, it was Todoroki's turn. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a little after seeing Kurokai staring at him with half of his face covered and his eyes blinking innocently at him. But it was quickly covered by him when he remembered who was sitting in the front seat. Endeavor simply snorted seeing the scene. He pretended to look into his mobile as if searching for some important information. Alas, his eyes were true to themselves, making him still steal secret glances from time to time. Witnessing the entire scene, Hero Hawk suddenly asked while glancing at the rearview mirror. What was your name again, kid? Kurokai Sento. I will remember it. My hero name is Tornado of Terror. Haha, I'll remember that as well, Tornado of Terror. Hawk smiled and focused back on the road. Suddenly the original gloomy atmosphere in the car was lifted, making everyone feel a little relieved. Finally, after some time, Hero Hawk stopped the car at a parking spot before dropping them off and leaving. I will be watching you from now on, Tornado of Terror. Work hard. With those words, Hero Hawk left the scene. You have a sharp tongue, boy, Endeavor suddenly said and looked at Kurokai. Kurokai simply waved his hand, showing he didn't care about Endeavor's threat or anything. Tisk, looks like I also need to teach manners, Endeavor scoffed and started walking down the road. Follow me. I will show you how a real hero works. The old man was suddenly all fired up. The two started following the number 2 hero. Hey, Todoroki. Kurokai suddenly called out, making Shoto look at him. You must live around here, right? Yes, Todoroki nodded. Then do you know any good restaurants? What? I mean, this is your hometown, right? You must know some good eating places, no? Well, Todoroki fell silent. Although he did know about such places, but was it really correct to talk about these things right now? Weren't they in training? Why did it seem like they came out to play? Seeing Todoroki's conflicted expression, Kurokai smiled and wrapped his arm around Todoroki's shoulder. Why worry about things you cannot change? Kurokai said with a smile. Life is too short to spend it on pursuing needless anger. Todoroki looked at Kurokai's eyes for a moment before turning his head and saying, You don't understand. Kurokai's smile widened. He placed his fist in front of Todoroki's eyes and raised a finger. Family trauma. He raised his second finger. Childhood abuse. Third finger. Identity suppression. Kurokai touched his chin and concluded. I think that's about right. Todoroki lowered his head and fell silent. Passage of time makes every problem insignificant. Slap. Kurokai looked calmly at Todoroki, who just slapped his hand away from his shoulder. Seeing that Kurokai wasn't going to continue, Todoroki started walking forward. But then his voice made him stop in his tracks. Todoroki, if you were really someone who hated his father, then I wouldn't waste my time telling you all this. I hate him, Todoroki retorted almost instinctively. If you really hated Endeavor. Kurokai smiled and continued. Then you would enjoy it, you wouldn't care about how he felt, you wouldn't try to prove anything to him, why? Because you'll be too busy trying to rob him of everything. Todoroki turned back to look at Kurokai. You wouldn't be struggling, blaming yourself every single day trying to solve a problem which never existed in the first place. You. Todoroki's eyes moistened a little, making him clench his fist. But before he could continue. Boom. Followed by a loud explosion, a familiar voice entered their ears. Looking at each other, both of them said almost simultaneously. Midoriya, X2. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Power Stone. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. Kurokai watched Todoroki's figure disappear in the distance, rushing towards Midoriya's shared location. Instead of following him, Kurokai looked toward the Nomo who was being confronted by heroes. By barely using their coordination, the heroes were able to mitigate the damage caused by the crazy monstrosities. Just then, a blonde-haired woman in a green and white hero costume with a red scarf around her neck appeared in front of him. Using her body to cover him, she hurriedly shouted. "Hey! You're in the way. Get back! Scarlet! Watch out!" A drop of sweat dripped down Hero Scarlet's cheek as she stared at the approaching Nomo who was more than thrice her size. The distance between the two quickly diminished under the Nomo's crazy speed. But just when Hero Scarlet was preparing herself for the upcoming impact, the Nomo froze in place. The scene stunned all the heroes present. Listening to the footsteps behind her, Hero Scarlet looked beside her and saw Kurokai with his arm pointing at the Nomo. The scene stunned her for a moment before a light bulb lit up in her mind. "You're that kid from UA." Before she finished speaking, Kurokai clenched his hand, making several debris scattered around the place fly up and stuck to the frozen Nomo's body. After successfully capturing the Nomo, Kurokai put down his hand and said in a calm voice. "Tornado of Terror, that's my name." Then under Hero Scarlet's stunned gaze, he walked towards the next Nomo. Looking at his confident back, Hero Scarlet couldn't help but wonder. Is this kid role-playing? He does look kind of cool though. That sudden demonstration of power, his calm voice, and those steady steps, it almost made her heart flutter for a moment. "Stop dazing around and help us." Then she was hurriedly pulled back from her fantasy by her fellow heroes. "Coming. It's him. It's that bastard Kurogiri," Shigaraki muttered in a crazy voice while roughly scratching his neck using both of his hands. "Wait, Shigaraki, you're still not healed," Kurogiri hurriedly stopped him. But... Shigaraki's eyes stared fixedly at Kurokai, as if wanting to want him alive. Just then, a mechanical noise made Shigaraki turn his head. Seeing Mekamaru standing at the edge of the roof, Shigaraki muttered. "Mekamaru, you. Wait for me, Shigaraki." Then without giving Shigaraki and Kurogiri any time to react, Mekamaru suddenly jumped down from the roof. "Amazing," Normal Hero muttered as he stared dumbly at the scene. Both Nomas who were wreaking havoc before were suddenly captured in the blink of an eye. And all this was accomplished by a mere high school boy. Normal Hero hurriedly put out the spreading flames before making his way toward Kurokai. Just when he was about to open his mouth and say something encouraging, a black shadow flashed past his eyes, rushing towards Kurokai. "Look out," Normal Hero shouted in a hurry, attracting the attention of the nearby heroes. Then the next moment, boom! A resounding sound rang out through the street as a mechanical figure who descended from above, attacked Kurokai. But he was stopped by an almost transparent spherical green-colored barrier that surrounded Kurokai. Seeing that his sneak attack failed, the metallic figure did a backflip and landed opposite Kurokai. It was only now that the heroes managed to get a good look at the newcomer. A robotic mutant with both metal and wood. But that was not all. Scarlet Hero's body started shaking as she stared at the uninvited guest in fear. She could vaguely see a pitch black, which seemed to be the manifestation of humanity's darkness itself slowly spreading out from the mechanical life form. Stump! Her legs suddenly became weak, making her lose her balance and fall down on her knees. She was not the only one, all the heroes present were unable to move, or more like they didn't dare to move. "This is not an opponent I can hope to beat." Her body kept giving out warning signs, making her breathing become rapid. The suffocating feeling almost made her breathless. Just when she thought she was about to lose her mind, a calm voice reached her ears. "Sneak attack? Only a villain would resort to such cheap tricks." All of the heroes' gaze focused on Kurokai. And as soon as they did, they were stunned. Why? Because Kurokai seems completely unaffected by the pure aura of evil emitting from the robot. A pair of green and black eyes stared at each other. Suddenly the robot opened his mouth and said in an emotionless voice. "My name is Mekamaru." Kurokai raised his finger, making several sharp debris fly up and point right towards Mekamaru. "I am Tornado of Terror and goodbye." Kurokai flicked his finger at Mekamaru, making all the debris shoot towards him at an incredible speed. But seeing the scene, the heroes present were not happy at all. Because they know the enemy, this robotic monstrosity was in a league of its own. And just as they expected, a deep red flame burned all around Mekamaru, directly turning all the approaching debris to ash. As if not expecting the sudden turn of events, Kurokai almost instinctively took a step back. "You are faltering, hero." Kurokai's face hardened hearing the obvious ridicule from the opponent's tone, making him clench his fist in anger. Seeing the scene, Hero Scarlet hurriedly shouted in a worried voice, "Don't fall for it. He's provoking you." Hearing her voice, Kurokai's eyes shook. But before he could react, Mekamaru, who was standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Fast! All the heroes present shouted in their minds. Behind. Too late. Mekamaru's figure appeared behind Kurokai with his fist aiming for his head. Kurokai only had enough time to barely turn back, but before he could do anything, Mekamaru opened his fist, making a hot flame rush out and envelop Kurokai's figure. "Kid!" They all grasped. Normal Hero clenched his teeth and tried to move the water, alas his willpower seemed to be shattered, making him unable to use his quirk. Just when everyone thought Kurokai was gone. Mekamaru let out a confused noise. And in the next second, a hand came out from the flame and touched Mekamaru's chest. "How?" Mekamaru let out a confused voice before his body was suddenly pushed back with a powerful force, making him crash right into the wall behind him. The flames surrounding Kurokai's figure started dying down. Seeing the scene, everyone's eyes shone. But in the next moment, they became worried again. Because Kurokai's current state was bad, his white dress was almost burned to a crisp, she could also see some burned marks around his arm. Kurokai was breathing heavily, but his gaze never wavered, it never left the villain Mekamaru. How did you dodge the attack? Mekamaru asked in a surprised tone as he walked out of the broken wall with shaking steps. His metallic skin was damaged, showing signs of cracking everywhere. I barely survived by using my power, Kurokai replied. I see you coded yourself in telekinesis at the end, but since you got burned, it seems your power is weaker than mine. Kurokai's gaze hardened. Suddenly Mekamaru raised his hand towards Kurokai. Kurokai instantly dodged to the side after seeing his movement. But then Mekamaru's words made him stop in his tracks. Are you sure about dodging? Hero Scarlet's eyes widened when she saw Mekamaru point his hand towards her. Am I going to die? Hero Scarlet wondered looking at Mekamaru's emotionless green orb-like eyes. A devil-like flame burst out of Mekamaru's hand. Move legs. Move. The flames approached at a fast speed. It seemed hopeless. Hero Scarlet looked at the upcoming flames in horror. But in the next moment, instead of a skin-burning sensation, her body was enveloped in a warm hug. Hero Scarlet looked up at the boy's smiling face. In the next moment, a massive flame surrounded both of them. Looking at the high-temperature flame burning all around her, Hero Scarlet was dazed. But the warmth coming from the boy's body made her regain her senses. Hearing the sizzling sound coming from his clothes made her hurriedly try to push him away and shout in a hysteric voice. Kurokai. Leave me. Save yourself. I can't. Why? Why? I don't even know you. Hero Scarlet kept trying to push Kurokai away with tears continuously dripping down her eyes but to no avail. She was unable to push away Kurokai's strong hug. Because I am a hero. You're just a student. Kurokai was stunned for a moment. Why does this woman keep retorting? Can't she just happily play along? So he simply gave a makeshift statement. I am a hero at heart. But hearing his reply. For some reason. Kurokai, in Hero Scarlet eyes started shining. Scarlet, normal hero shouted as he barely raised his hand and sent a spray of water towards Mekamaru. How pointless, Mekamaru waved his other hand and simply evaporated the upcoming water stream. No way, normal hero said in a defeated tone as he fell back down on his butt. Heroes have so much to protect, Mekamaru looked around at the surrounding immobilized heroes. And that is their weakness. Mekamaru used both his hands instantly tripling the flame power, under the immense heat the sphere-like shape crumbled directly. The heroes watching the scene cursed at themselves for being useless. Now then, Mekamaru suddenly withdrew his flame as if to demonstrate the result of his power. As soon as the flame dissipated, a blackened figure covering the shivering hero Scarlet appeared in everyone's vision. Kurokai, the hero's eyes dimmed seeing the scene. Mekamaru slowly made his way towards the unmoving Kurokai. Seeing him approach, Hero Scarlet hugged Kurokai tightly as if afraid of letting him go. Stopping in front of the two, Mekamaru stared down at Hero Scarlet with his green orb-like eyes. I won, he declared in his emotionless voice. Then he raised his hand again to deliver the finishing blow. No, Hero Scarlet shouted as she tightly hugged Kurokai to cover his body. Just when everyone rethought that it was over. Hellfire Fist. Mekamaru suddenly stopped and dodged the upcoming flame. What happened here? A powerful voice entered everyone's ear followed by the appearance of a figure with his iconic burning flames. Endeavor. The heroes shouted in excitement and relief. Endeavor looked around the area, then his eyes suddenly focused on Hero Scarlet who was tightly holding onto a half-burned person. No wait. Suddenly Endeavor's eyes changed when he saw the familiar face of the boy. A fierce flame burst out from his body. Kurokai? The kid who interned under him? Who dares? Endeavor's burning eyes fixed on Mekamaru's mechanical figure. Die. Endeavor sent a flame attack at Mekamaru. Mekamaru also attacked with his flame at the same time. A standoff between the two different flames took place before they eventually extinguished each other. Endeavor's face turned serious upon seeing the scene. It seems the opponent was not easy to deal with. But just when he was about to launch another attack. Kurogiri. A black shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Mekamaru's figure teleporting him away. And as soon as he vanished the place was covered by a massive flame. Ran away, Endeavor said in anger. Support. Call support. Hero Scarlet's voice brought the heroes back from their reverie. Hurry. The kid needs emergency medical assistance. I'll carry him. Let's go. Hero Scarlet also left with the rescue team carrying Kurokai. Endeavor clenched his fist looking at the medic carrying away Kurokai's unconscious body. Growling. Shut up. Endeavor roared in anger as he completely burned the Nomo who appeared to ash. Carefully opening his eyes, Kurokai stole a glance at everyone around. Seeing everyone moving in a hurry he concluded in his mind. Let's just play dead for now. Then he closed his eyes and simply fell asleep. Villain's Den. Shigaraki kept tapping the bar table while looking at Mekamaru who was cracked up in several places. Why did you attack? Mekamaru. Mekamaru didn't reply, remaining silent. Shigaraki kept tapping the table. We lost 3 Nomu and Hero Killer Stain also survived. Mekamaru remained motionless. Tell me Mekamaru, what are you thinking? Shigaraki wasn't mad, he was just genuinely curious. If anything he was happy after seeing that Kurokai brat all burned up. But that doesn't change the fact that Mekamaru acted without any warning. If Hero Endeavor had arrived earlier then it could have ended badly. Shigaraki didn't want to lose the newcomer he was just starting to like so soon. If Mekamaru had died, he would be annoyed. So Shigaraki stared at Mekamaru for an answer. But after not receiving any, he shrugged his shoulder and waved at him. Whatever next time tell me in advance before pulling up a big stunt. Even Kurogiri on the side noted. Seeing the scene, Mekamaru suddenly moved. He took out a decayed stone-cold hand from his back. Seeing the hand, Shigeriki's eyes widened. I saw a tornado of terror carrying it along. Shigeriki's body trembled seeing his father's lost arm. I remembered your fight at UA. Mekamaru placed the hand on Shigeriki's face. I thought you liked it so I brought it back. Shigeriki's figure froze. I told you didn't I? Friend. Mekamaru made a thumbs up with his hand. I'd win. Shigeriki's figure started trembling like crazy. Finally, he opened his mouth and shouted in a loud voice. Mekamaru. You're my best friend. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Power Stone. Comment. 22 Comment. Vote. Chapter 21. Villain's Hideout. Mekamaru sat on the workbench while his hands moved systematically. The fake fight seemed to not have been well received. Turning his head he looked at the channel which only covered Hero Killer Stain. What went wrong? Were the heroes not scared enough? Perhaps Kurokai should have used even more of his telekinesis to keep them down. Mekamaru's mind kept thinking as he picked up a tool. The emitting evil pressure was artificially created by releasing large amounts of cursed energy and telekinesis to create a feeling of dread. With a sizzling sound, sparks started flying out everywhere. Or should we have used more power? Maybe burned a few heroes for the show? Break the area using telekinesis. Mekamaru kept thinking. He needs to understand why the media wasn't showing his battle against himself when he clearly made the effort to pose well at several street cameras. So that he can improve for the next one. Mekamaru's hands stopped moving, he grabbed the small gaming console he was repairing and handed it to the excited Shigaraki who was waiting patiently at the side. Thank you Mekamaru. You're the best. Mekamaru's gaze lingered on Shigeriki's back for a moment before turning back towards the TV channel displaying the Hero Killer Stain. He's not even a tenth of as strong as I am. Mekamaru complained in his mind. So what does he have that I don't? Conviction? That's what he said in the anime. But how to copy conviction, how to fake it, to make everyone remember. Mekamaru's orb-like unblinking eyes kept staring at the distance. Haha, you seem to be struggling with something Mekamaru. A familiar creepy voice entered Mekamaru's ears making him turn back to look at the empty television screen. Since you helped Shigaraki, how about I guide you? A small piece of advice from an elder, ha ha ha. All for one, this was the first time he was speaking directly with him. Tell me Mekamaru, what is it you are really after? Does he know something? Mekamaru wondered in his mind. Then he quickly threw the thought out of his mind. There was no way for All for One to know anything. Now tell me Mekamaru, your desire. All for One's creepy voice rang out throughout the place. Looking quietly at the TV screen, Mekamaru opened his mouth before speaking. I want to be feared. The TV screen flickered. I want to be remembered. Mekamaru continued in his indifferent tone as he spread out his hands. By everyone. A silence descended upon the room. It stayed for some time before All for One's voice finally came back from the TV. Fear and remembrance are tools, not goals. An invisible power seems to spread from the TV. If you truly wish to leave a mark, focus on power and control. Mekamaru listened calmly. History remembers those who shape it, not those who merely crave its attention. Until All for One's voice disappeared. Mekamaru got up from his seat and started walking towards the exit. In the end, the feeling of despair wasn't strong enough, it wasn't powerful enough to make them forget about everything and only focus on me. Mekamaru walked out of the place with new plans brewing in his mind. After he was gone, the TV screen flickered once more. There is still no clue about your background, Mekamaru. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Power Stone. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 22. P.S. I edited Chapter 20, it's not so edgy anymore, you can reread if you want. With an empty look in his eyes, Kurokai kept staring blankly out of the window. Just a moment ago his innocence was stolen from him. An old hag kissed him 26 times. 26 f***ing times. That was his first kiss. And she took it from him. With that stretchable mouth of hers. I'll remember this recovery girl. Kurokai made a mental note to himself to never act like a shounen protagonist who gets beaten then gains everyone's favor ever again. Never. No chance. His body can never forget this trauma. Just then the room slid open revealing a familiar figure in a green and white dress. The police have gone away, how are you feeling? Hero Scarlet asked as she closed the door and entered the room holding a poly bag in hand. I feel all right now. Kurokai replied while staring at the polu bag in her hand. I brought what you asked. She took out packets of snacks from the bag and handed them to Kurokai. Thanks for the trouble, Kurokai received them gladly, opened one up and started enjoying its taste. Seeing the scene, Hero Scarlet couldn't help but complain in her mind in a low voice. He's completely different from before, he is a kid after all. She thought in her mind. But still. It was quite nice, seeing this side of him. You know the doctor said to avoid any junk food. Kurokai replied with a smile. Then we are a partner in crime. Humph. Who's your partner in crime? Of course it's you. You. Hero Scarlet raised her hand and lightly hit Kurokai's head. I convinced the police not to tell your mother, but are you sure about this? Why give her any unnecessary worry? That's true, wait. Don't try to make it sound like what you did was not a big thing. Haha, that's even more for a reason not to inform her. Hero Scarlet fell silent, using her hand she lightly rubbed Kurokai's hair. Although he normally acted like a child, when it came down to it he was highly perceptive. She didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing. Withdrawing her hand, Hero Scarlet turned around and said, I need to go back to work now. She stopped at the ward's door before continuing. I have left my number in your phone, if you need anything help then make sure to give me a call. I will. Kurokai said as he waved her goodbye. But Hero Scarlet didn't leave. Instead, she stood still at the door and kept looking at him for a moment before releasing her breath and saying in a small voice. And thank you, once again. Kurokai simply smiled in return and kept waving his hand. Giving him one last look, Hero Scarlet left the room. After seeing that she was gone, Kurokai's smile instantly left his face as he yawned in boredom. Finally gone, it was getting a little hard to continue acting. Kurokai munched down on his snack. But just when he thought he would be able to get some real rest time. Bam! With a loud sound, the ward's door was slammed open. Kurokai-kun. Who else could it be? But his fellow classmates Midoriya, Todoroki, Ida, even Eraserhead? The corners of Kurokai's mouth twitched as he watched them unceremoniously enter his room. Midoriya asked, Kurokai-kun, are you okay? Kurokai replied, yes. Ida asked, Kurokai, I think the villain who beat you up might be an accomplice of Hero Killer Stain. Kurokai, I don't know. Todoroki said, my dad said you should simply focus on rest, he will send you the internship completion letter later. Kurokai simply returned a smile. Then the four of them started chatting with each other, they were after all the patient's information the same hospital. Of course, it was mostly Kurokai simply nodding every now and then and the other three going on and on by themselves. Perhaps feeling a little annoyed, Teacher Eraserhead suddenly interjected. Okay, stop, let me talk. The three instantly fell silent. Eraserhead looked at Kurokai. I told you to take care of yourself. Yes, sensei. But you failed to do so. Yes, sensei. Will you do it again? Yes, no I won't sensei. Eraserhead picked his nose and clicked his tongue in annoyance. So how do you plan to pass the written exam? Since you have hardly attended any classes. Hey. Creator's thoughts. Theory per. Give Power Stone. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Kurokai looked at the sample questions with doubt in his eyes. Isn't this too easy? He couldn't help but turn to look at Eraserhead, who had one-sidedly decided to give him extra classes to help prepare for the written exam. What? Is it too hard? Perhaps we should start from the basics. Kurokai raised an eyebrow, looked down at the sample paper in his hands, then looked back at Eraserhead's confused face. Tell me what you can't understand, then we'll start from there. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. You really think I, someone who can create a city-sized Gundam, am unable to solve these basic calculus questions? Good. Very good. Eraserhead, allow me, a Jujutsu mechanical master, to open your eyes to the difference between people. 20 minutes later. What happened, sensei? Are you unable to answer my question? Kurokai grinned and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Teacher Eraserhead's eyes twitched continuously. How about we reverse roles? You be the student, and I be the teacher. It seems more appropriate after all. The pen in Eraserhead's hand snapped. This kid. He has such a vicious mouth. After cursing a few times in his mind, Eraserhead calmed down and turned to look at Kurokai's smug expression. This kid. He's excellent in both theory and practicals. Forget excellent, he's simply a monster. Eraserhead shook his head, stood up, and turned to leave. It seemed his help was unneeded. What happened, sensei? Are you taking a bathroom break? You won't secretly try to search for the answers online, will you? Bam. With a loud noise, Eraserhead shut the door and left. In no time, the hero internship week came to an end. Kurokai-kun, I heard you got into an accident. It's a rumor, Froggo. Rumor. Azui felt confused. Turning her head, she looked at Midoriya. Meeting her gaze, Midoriya hurriedly shook his head in denial. But Midoriya-kun said. Kurokai interjected, Midoriya is delusional. Delusional. Azui once again looked back at Midoriya. He seemed heartbroken. Azui hurriedly avoided Midoriya's pitiful gaze. Well, as long as you're okay. Yes. Thank you for your care, Froggo. Actually, Kurokai-kun, my name is not Froggo. Azui muttered in a small voice. Okay, Froggo. You didn't listen at all. Azui puffed her cheeks in annoyance. She wanted to retort, but seeing Kurokai's shining smile, she suddenly blushed and went back to her seat. Seeing Azui leave, Momo hesitated for a moment before calling out to Kurokai. Kurokai-kun, you're amazing. You got first place in today's quiz. It's all luck, Kurokai replied, waving his hand. Luck. Kurokai-kun, it wasn't an MCQ-based test. I just remembered something. Kurokai suddenly clapped his hands together, shocking Momo. Under her bewildered gaze, Kurokai turned his seat around and sat facing her, resting his arm on her desk. Momo involuntarily blushed because of the sudden close proximity. What is it, Kurokai-kun? Instead of replying, Kurokai started tapping her desk with his finger while staring straight into her eyes. What? What? Momo grew more and more confused. She hurriedly avoided his intense gaze, wondering if she had done something wrong. Then, suddenly, Kurokai's voice broke the silence. Momo, do you know what you did wrong? What? Did I do something? Yes. A sad expression appeared on Kurokai's face, making Momo feel bad. Wait, Kurokai-kun. If I did something wrong, then tell me, please. I'll apologize. You. For a moment, Momo felt her heart skip a beat. But then. You didn't invite me to your house. What? Momo almost shouted, startling the class. After giving everyone a namaste. Apologetic look, Momo hurriedly placed her mouth beside Kurokai's ear and whispered, that's it. That's it. Hey? So it was a small thing to you, Kurokai replied. I feel hurt, Momo. Kurokai pointed at other students. You clearly invited them but didn't even ask me. That's because you're the top scorer. Why would you need extra classes? Momo screamed in her mind. I thought we were friends. It seems I was mistaken. Kurokai's expression turned extremely sad, as if he had been betrayed by a close friend. And no. Don't be sad, Kurokai-kun. You are, of course, welcome to come to my house. So I can also come. Yes, of course. You won't pretend not to know me when I arrive, right? I won't. Absolutely not. Kurokai suddenly smiled. Thank you, Momo. You're indeed my friend. Momo sighed in relief, feeling as though she had dodged a major bullet. Kurokai also smiled and made a mental note to himself as he made a new discovery. It is fun to see beautiful girls panic. But he felt it wasn't right to keep this knowledge to himself. After all, knowledge should be shared for the development of society. So, Kurokai did what he should. Momo, you look cute when panicked. Kurokai said it casually. What? 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 Momo's brain short-circuited. P.S. It's over guys, AI will take over every sector, this chapter is an example. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 24. Kurokai, Jiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima stood in front of Momo's luxury traditional Japanese noble-like house. I didn't know Momo was a rich girl. Kaminari shouted, his eyes wide in excitement as he looked around, taking in the size of the sprawling property. Well, it was big, there was no end in sight. Shoosh, must be nice living in such a big place. Kirishima said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiro couldn't help but glance at Kurokai, who was staring at the enormous door, lost in thought. Although it might be a bit inappropriate to ask, she said cautiously, but... Kurokai-kun, why are you here? Since you think it's inappropriate to ask, then don't, Kaminari responded, his tone calm, almost dismissive. What? Hey, I wasn't talking to you. Jiro snapped, her face turning red. She quickly connected her earphones to Kaminari's body, zapping him with a mild shock. Wait, Jiro. Kaya. Kaminari yelped, wincing as his body jolted from the shock. Kurokai, still staring ahead, was completely unfazed by the chaos around him. Jiro couldn't help but notice how composed he was, in stark contrast to the excited murmurs of her other friends. It was as if he was in a different world, unaffected by the extravagant property and the beautiful surroundings. Hey, Kurokai, is something wrong? Kirishima asked, noticing his stillness. Before Kurokai could respond, the electronic buzz from the front door signaled an incoming guest. A familiar voice echoed out. Everyone. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. The front door swung open, and there stood Momo, dressed in a stunning traditional dress that immediately caught the attention of everyone. Oh. It's Momo. Kaminari and Kirishima exclaimed in unison, their eyes practically glowing as they admired her appearance. Jiro shot them both a look, narrowing her eyes at their obvious admiration. Perverts. She muttered under her breath. Kaminari and Kirishima, totally oblivious to Jiro's glare, followed Momo inside the house, their eyes glued to her attire. Kurokai-kun seems the most normal here, Jiro thought to herself, noting how Kurokai was simply observing everything around him, not distracted by the luxury. He wasn't fazed by the giant property, nor did he seem to care about the expensive decor. Even Jiro, who considered herself fairly composed, couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the surroundings from time to time. Only Kurokai remained focused, his attention always forward, as if nothing else mattered. Then everyone, shall we start? Momo asked, her hands folded together as she addressed the group. After receiving nods of agreement, she continued. How about we start with a little doubt session? This will help me gauge everyone's level. Just as Momo was about to continue, Kurokai raised his hand. Momo blinked, clearly surprised. That? Kurokai-kun, we're not in class, so there's no need to raise your hand like that, and I don't think I can help solve your doubt. Sorry. Kaminari, ever the joker, quickly interjected, Momo, only you can answer his question. What? Really? Momo replied, her curiosity piqued. That? Kurokai began, his voice serious. Do you have a brother or sister? Momo blinked, clearly confused. I don't understand. Do you have a sibling? Kurokai clarified, his tone unwavering. Siblings? No, I'm an only child, Momo replied, still unsure of where this was going. But, how is that related to the study session? I've heard enough, Kurokai suddenly declared, standing up abruptly. The rest of the group looked at him in surprise. Hey, Kurokai, what's going on? Kirishima asked, his voice full of concern. Ignoring Kirishima, Kurokai marched over to Momo, grabbing her hand with an unexpectedly serious expression. Momo, let's get married. What? Momo gasped, almost falling from her seat. Kurokai held her hand firmly, making sure she didn't fall. Momo, wide-eyed, looked around frantically, searching for help. Kurokai. What are you doing? Jiro jumped up, her face flushed with embarrassment. Aren't you and Azui already a thing? Is Kurokai that fickle? Jiro thought, her mind racing. Has money really blinded his eyes? I was wrong to trust him. All men are trash. Meanwhile, Kurokai was continuing his pitch. We're the same age, I'm 5 feet 11 inches, I don't have any bad habits. Except for a few, he thought privately. My telekinesis ability is strong, and I believe I could be the number 2 or 3 hero in the future. I think we'd be perfect together. Momo's head spun from the sheer audacity of it all. Kurokai, please stop. She stammered, her face bright red. Before Kurokai could say more, Kirishima patted him on the shoulder, forcing him to stop. All right, Kurokai, stop teasing her. Momo's getting uncomfortable. Kurokai paused, then looked at Momo with a serious expression. It wasn't a joke. You can consider it. Momo's face flushed even more. I don't see you that way, Kurokai-kun. Ah, well, that's a shame, Kurokai said, his voice tinged with mock regret. He released her hand and returned to his seat as though nothing had happened. Kirishima couldn't help but shake his head. Well, that was unexpected. Despite the chaos, the study session carried on, and surprisingly, things went smoothly. Kurokai began explaining a complex concept, and even Kirishima and Kaminari couldn't help but admire his knowledge. Wow, he's actually good, they both thought. Kurokai's detailed explanations left everyone in awe. Even Momo, one of the top students in their class, was impressed by the depth of Kurokai's understanding. She couldn't explain things with the same level of clarity. As everyone settled in, Kurokai casually added, so, Momo, considering my theoretical knowledge, how about? Please, Kurokai-kun, no more random bombs, the group shouted in unison. Kurokai only shrugged, unfazed by their reactions. I was just going to ask for some funding to build a Gundam. I didn't think it would cause this much of a reaction. The group groaned in exasperation. Meanwhile, in a villain hideout, Mekamaru was plotting. Let's rob a bank, Mekamaru suggested nonchalantly. Shigaraki and Kurogiri looked at him in surprise. Why a bank? Because we're poor, Mekamaru replied with a shrug, pointing to their rundown base. And I want to build something. Shigaraki's eyes lit up. Oh? What are you going to build? Just then, the TV flickered on, and All for One's amused voice echoed through the room. Rob a bank? Sounds like a great learning experience. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Not just anyone can become a villain. Fire. There's a fire. To become one, you need a goal, a motive to keep you going. Save me. Kaie. Save me. A goal powerful enough to justify yourself to none other than yourself. Amazing. You're amazing, Mekamaru. Shigaraki shouted in excitement, seeing Mekamaru standing in the middle of the bank's reception, surrounded by burning people everywhere. He didn't even move a finger, in the blink of an eye, every person surrounding Mekamaru simply ignited in flames. He, let me help you. Shigaraki's eyes turned crescent as he raised his hand toward the stunned bank employee. Under her horrified gaze, Shigaraki's hand approached her face. But just before Shigaraki could turn her to dust, a flame ignited on the employee's body, making her scream in fear and roll around in an attempt to extinguish it. It seems you got her first, Mekamaru. Let's focus on breaking the vault first. Okay. Shigaraki replied cheerfully before making his way toward the sealed doors. Mekamaru gave the burning people a look. By now, all of them had fallen, motionless, with flames continuously burning on their bodies. If he wanted, he could have turned them to ash in an instant, but that wasn't his goal. He stopped burning a very minute layer of their skin before halting the flames. The sudden burning sensation was enough to shock them into unconsciousness while sparing them from severe harm. Perhaps it was the last shred of conscience he retained, or maybe it was his greed for harvesting faith points from them. Either way, he didn't plan to kill anyone. You, monster. Mekamaru turned his head after hearing the loud voice. A man in a chicken outfit appeared at the front gate of the bank. It was a hero. Mekamaru looked at the unknown hero with his green, orb-like eyes. You. I'll bring you just arg. Before the chicken hero could do anything, his body was covered in flames, burning his skin and making him scream in pain. His miserable, struggling figure was reflected clearly in Mekamaru's green eyes. Before executing the heist, Mekamaru had carefully chosen the bank's location. It was far from the reach of most major heroes. By now, the chicken hero had stopped screaming, and silence once again filled the room. After some time. It's done, Mekamaru. We've collected all the money. Shigaraki waved at Mekamaru while exiting the bank's vault. Mekamaru nodded at him, then looked at the surveillance camera that had been recording everything until now. With a single glance, the camera burst into flames and disintegrated. Let's go, Kurogiri said as his shadow flickered and covered both Mekamaru and Shigaraki before they disappeared. While they vanished with all the money, the police outside continued to vigilantly watch the bank's entrance. It was inevitable. Kurogiri's ability was just too convenient. Back at the villain's hideout, Mekamaru was sorting through the cash, gold, and other valuables they had stolen. I've informed the dealer, Kurogiri said. Mekamaru nodded and got up. But just as he was about to leave, a hand rested on his shoulder, followed by an excited voice. Hey, Mekamaru, how long will it take to create that super robot you told me about? Shigaraki's eyes shone as he asked the question. Mekamaru looked at him. Shigaraki had agreed to rob the bank because Mekamaru told him about the super robot. Without that incentive, he wouldn't have been able to convince Shigaraki, who only wanted to destroy everything. And if Shigaraki hadn't agreed, neither would Kurogiri nor the dealer who would help them procure the parts. A month? If we can get all the parts. Kurogiri, tell the dealer to hurry up. Shigaraki commanded excitedly. Yes, Shigaraki. UA Class 1A Exam Hall. With his head resting on his hand, Kurokai closed his eyes and silently enjoyed the morning sunshine streaming through the window. Meanwhile, everyone else in the class concentrated heavily on the exam in front of them. The questions are the same as Kurokai said. Jiro's eyes sparkled as she stared at the paper with questions identical to those Kurokai had taught them. Her hands trembled with excitement. For the first time in her life, she felt she could get good grades. Jiro wasn't the only one feeling this way. Kaminari and Kirishima were equally thrilled, mentally thanking Kurokai for his help. Even Momo couldn't help but steal glances at Kurokai from time to time. Seeing his carefree attitude as if the exam didn't matter at all left her with an inexplicable sense of defeat. Strength, looks, intelligence, character. Kurokai-kun is perfect in every area, she thought. Kurokai's strange behavior suddenly flashed through her mind. Well, maybe his character is a little crooked. Momo shook her head to erase the thought, focusing back on her test. After everyone had completed their papers, they submitted their answer sheets to Teacher Eraser one by one. When it was Kurokai's turn, he handed his sheet to Teacher Eraser with a smirk and whispered, "Try harder next time." Eraserhead's face darkened instantly. He nearly crumpled the answer sheet in frustration but held back. He still had to grade it. Kurokai's test was different from the others. Eraserhead had stayed up all night crafting a custom paper specifically for him, determined to see the kid struggle. But Kurokai had finished it in just 5 minutes, his relaxed demeanor infuriating the teacher. "You might as well frame it," Kurokai quipped before returning to his seat. Crack. The sudden sound of something breaking caught everyone's attention. Eraserhead's office. Eraserhead sat silently, staring at Kurokai's answer sheet. It was impeccable. Every answer was correct. The kid was a genius. But instead of anger, Eraserhead felt something different. This kid, he's something else, he muttered with a rare smile. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 26. Outside the villain's hideout. A strange group stood together, looking entirely out of place. A pale-looking girl in a school uniform, a man with half his face burned, a magician cosplayer, a lizardman, a guy dressed in black with white stripes, and finally, a woman who looked more like a man. Himiko Toga, Dabi, Mr. Compass, Spinner, Twice, and Magni. Jiren looked at the villains he had carefully selected, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Despite the short notice, the quality of recruits was guaranteed. After giving them one last look, Jiren raised his hand to open the door to the villain's hideout. But, he couldn't open it. What is this? Jiren's eyes narrowed, his gaze locked on the seemingly ordinary wooden door. Raising his hand, he felt the surface. Wait. This isn't wood. It's metal. His eyes quickly moved to the door handle, where he noticed a fingerprint scanner. Curiosity sparked in Jiren's mind, but just as he was about to speak, the door clicked open. Come in, Jiren. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiren relaxed, forcing his usual fake smile as he pushed the door open. Shigaraki-san, you must know the league values you greatly. That's why I assembled this team so quickly. Jiren's voice trailed off and froze. The reason? The complete transformation of the villain's hideout. The bar had become a futuristic sanctuary of menace, with sleek black walls glowing with pulsating neon blue circuitry. A transparent counter glowed faintly, shifting with holographic patterns as luminous bottles floated above in defiance of gravity. Soft ambient lighting bathed the room, accompanied by the faint hum of hidden machinery. Digital screens on the walls displayed cryptic symbols and mission data, giving the space an air of constant vigilance. Kurogiri stood behind the counter, his warp mist swirling ominously, exuding an oppressive aura. Mekamaru sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, his green eyes focused on the blueprint in his hand. In the middle of it all sat Shigaraki, perched on a floating chair with his hands resting on his lap. His old, tattered outfit seemed chaotic against the sleek, futuristic surroundings. For a moment, Jiren forgot to breathe. The next moment, he masked his shock and smiled, relying on his professional instincts. He, Shigaraki-san, it seems a lot has changed since my last visit. Hearing his words, Shigaraki's lips curled into a wild, unconcealed grin. Sitting on the auto-adjusting chair, watching the surprise on his guests' faces, filled him with a strange exhilaration. Wow! Is this really the League of Villains? Shigaraki turned his head to the pale girl in the school uniform Himiko Toga. She looked around excitedly, her eyes sparkling like stars. It's YAAI better than the abandoned house I used to live in. Humph. So what? It only shows they've got a lot of money. I'm here because of Hero Killer Stain. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed at the mention of the detestable name. The speaker was Spinner, a human-lizard hybrid. For a moment, Shigaraki wanted to reduce him to dust but remembered his friend's advice. He focused instead on the group. His eyes landed on Dabi. There's a familiar face, Shigaraki muttered. Dabi smiled silently, offering no reply. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Mr. Compass, descendant of the Bandit King. Mr. Compass removed his hat and bowed theatrically. I'm Magni, the last member said plainly. Hehe, Shigaraki-san, I can vouch for their abilities. If you have no issues, I'll take my leave now, Jiren said, seeing Shigaraki nod in approval. Despite his irritation with the stain incident, Shigaraki couldn't deny Jiren's competence. Hey, Shigaraki-kun. Are we part of your team now? Can I touch that? That. Himiko Toga pointed at the floating holographic display, bouncing with excitement. Shigaraki ignored her. Yay. Thank you. Toga took his silence as permission and dashed toward the hologram, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The others soon joined, exploring their new surroundings. But then Shigaraki's voice cut through the room. Just remembered two things. The group turned toward him. I am the leader, he stated firmly. And my friend. He gestured toward Mekamaru. Is the second in command. All eyes fell on Mekamaru, who remained seated, studying the blueprint. Toga was the first to react. Hello, Shigaraki's friend. I'm Toga. She extended her hand toward Mekamaru. Mekamaru lowered the blueprint and looked at her with his glowing green eyes. Grasping her delicate hand with his cold, metallic one, he stood up. My name is Mekamaru. After giving the group a brief glance, he began to sit back down when Toga suddenly leaned into his vision. Hey, Mekamaru. She asked, narrowing her eyes. Why can't I sense any blood from you? A tense silence filled the room. Stop bothering him, or I'll kill you, Shigaraki's cold voice cut through, making everyone freeze. I was just playing, Shigaraki-kun. I didn't mean to bother Mekamaru. It's all right, Mekamaru said, waving his hand dismissively. Really? Yay. Mekamaru, can I be your friend? Of course, he replied simply. Hehe. To everyone's surprise, Mekamaru patted Toga's head. Feeling confused, she glanced up at him, only to find him addressing the group. I am your friend, Mekamaru. P.S. If you like the story then give Power Stone and review. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 27. A few days ago. All Might, that kid is suspicious. We need to take action, said a man in formal attire, wearing glasses, in a grave tone as he sat opposite the symbol of peace. All Might didn't refute his words, but he didn't agree either. Seeing this, All Might's sidekick, Nightai, adjusted his glasses before speaking. As your chosen successor mentioned, Kurokai approached him and revealed information he shouldn't have known unless he had been following you. He paused before continuing in a calm voice. He handed you this DNA report and even deliberately used words to provoke a reaction from you. His actions mirror those of a spy, though his motives remain unclear. You should also note, All Might, that the location and timing of the disaster dome were confidential, known only to a select few. Nightai's voice grew sharper. Given that the teachers have been our trusted colleagues for years, it's more plausible that the spy is one of the students. All Might sighed and raised the DNA report in his hand, reviewing it for what felt like the 100th time. But Kurokai-kun helped the students and even saved me. That's precisely why I said his motives are difficult to determine. Nightai frowned, deep in thought. No matter how much he analyzed the situation, he couldn't find a convincing reason for Kurokai's actions. Is it truly just a coincidence? Nightai shook his head. He didn't believe in such superficial explanations. Though he wanted to interrogate Kurokai directly, the conflicted expression on All Might's face stopped him. For now, his suspicion hadn't reached the point of taking drastic measures, but if it came to that, he wouldn't hesitate. Present day. Let me ask again, Teacher Midnight. Are you really not doing this because of a personal grudge? Of course not, Student Kurokai. This is purely to educate the students. Humph. So I'm supposed to believe it wasn't your idea to make me face a teacher alone while forbidding me from using my quirk. Hero Midnight simply responded with a bright smile and waved her whip threateningly. Kurokai nimbly dodged the attack and created some distance. But instead of slowing down, her attacks only increased in frequency, making it seem less like a test and more like she was hunting a villain. Unfortunately for her, even without his telekinesis, Kurokai's physical fitness, bolstered by cursed energy, far surpassed Hero Midnight's. While dodging, Kurokai spoke casually. Teacher Midnight, I can see through that fake smile of yours. Deep down inside, I know you're sad. Silence, brat. Just die. In the observation room, the corners of Eraserhead's mouth twitched as he watched Midnight's villainous smile on the screen. A student asked hesitantly, Teacher Eraser, is Midnight-sensei okay? Eraserhead chose to ignore the question entirely. MUDA. 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 Teacher, is that a JoJo reference? Shut up. Back in the arena, Midnight grinned as she released a pink pheromone-filled mist, blocking Kurokai's escape routes. Let's see where you'll run now, brat. Kurokai remained calm, locking his gaze on the approaching whip. This is what you get for what? Midnight's words halted mid-sentence as she realized the end of her whip was now in Kurokai's grip. You. Mine. With a quick tug, Kurokai disarmed Midnight, leaving her whip in his hand. Instead of panicking, Midnight smirked confidently. You've lost, kid. She declared this with certainty, knowing her pheromones had completely surrounded him. But just as she thought victory was hers, an unsettling voice interrupted. I'm sorry, but, what's lost? What? Midnight's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't comprehend how Kurokai remained unaffected by her quirk. Before she could question him, Kurokai grinned. It's my turn now, teacher. Raising the whip, Kurokai lashed it down, landing a precise hit on Midnight's rear. But instead of an angry outburst, a sensual moan escaped her lips. HMHM. Kurokai froze in horror, almost dropping the whip. In the observation room, the students watching were utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Eraserhead was already sprinting toward the arena to stop the madness. After the exam. Barely passing, Midoriya sat quietly on a mall bench, replaying the key moments in his mind. For some reason, a familiar girl's face appeared, causing him to blush. Oh. Is that a UA student? Wow, I've met a celebrity. Midoriya looked up, embarrassed, only for a slim arm to wrap around his shoulder. Turning, his heart sank. It was a face he knew too well. The villain with the power of decay. Shigaraki grinned. With a single thought, I could turn you to dust. Fear consumed Midoriya, but before he could scream, another arm wrapped around Shigaraki's neck. Wow, isn't this the leader of the villains? I caught a big one. Shigaraki froze as Kurokai restrained him effortlessly. Kurokai-kun. Midoriya cried out, overwhelmed with gratitude. But before anyone could react further, a cold metallic voice cut through the air. And what do you think you're doing to my best friend? The temperature seemed to drop as Mekamaru stepped into view, wrapping his cold metal arm around Kurokai's shoulder. The roles reversed yet again. Mekamaru, Shigaraki shouted with joy in his mind. Kei Kurokai-kun, Midoriya muttered in a fearful voice. On the other hand, both Kurokai and Mekamaru grinned in their minds. Congratulations on collecting 1000 faith points, receiving Gojo Satoru's ability 6 eyes. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. Chapter 28. A four-way connection was formed between Midoriya, Shigaraki, Kurokai, and Mekamaru. With one arm on each other's shoulder, it wasn't long before some passerby noticed them. But thinking it to be a friendly children's activity, they simply laughed and went on their way. Unfortunately, the situation was far from being a friendly activity. Release my friend, or burn to ash, Mekamaru said in a cold mechanical voice, staring straight at Kurokai, his hand glowing in red light. Tell the hand face to let go first. Kurokai wasn't one to back down either, the air trembled with his voice, bringing forth an indescribable pressure. With both of their gazes colliding in midair, an invisible spark flew out. Midoriya clenched his fist and silently said in his mind. I need to help Kurokai-kun. Shigaraki's finger twitched, while he crazily shouted in his mind. Do it, Mekamaru. Burn them. Kurokai barely suppressed the laughter that was threatening to rush out of his mouth. He could almost smell the crazily increasing faith points. Especially after the crazy reward he just received. Letting out a stream of air from his mouth, Mekamaru asked. It seems you have chosen death. Kei Kurokai-kun. Yes, Mekamaru. I can crush his skull faster than you can use your power. Shigaraki's head moved towards them under Kurokai's quirk, giving him a better look at the situation. Hearing his words, Mekamaru's head lowered. It seemed he was hesitating. Seeing the scene, Shigaraki's eyes shone crazily and his struggle increased, but it was useless. Kurokai's telekinesis was too strong. The tension increased. Finally, after some time, Mekamaru slowly lowered his hand and said. How about we all take a step back? Kurokai hesitated for a moment before slowly moving his arm from Shigaraki's neck, though he didn't release the telekinesis. Mekamaru stared silently at Kurokai. Tisk. Audibly clicking his tongue, Kurokai suddenly moved his finger, sending Shigaraki straight towards Mekamaru. Mekamaru didn't hesitate. With nimble movement, he grabbed the stunned Shigaraki and quickly ran away under the surprised eyes of the crowd. Midoriya quickly called the authorities. Yes. Midoriya pulled out his phone and hurriedly dialed the helpline number. Only Kurokai kept staring at Mekamaru's diminishing figure until he disappeared. After the authorities came, Midoriya explained the whole incident to them. In no time the mall was closed and became a no-entry zone. Meanwhile, Kurokai silently escaped when the attention wasn't on him, leaving the area. After returning home, Kurokai hurriedly went to his room and looked at himself in the mirror. At first, everything seemed the same. But then under his control, his eyes suddenly turned blue. The power of 6 eyes activated. But that wasn't all. He also received all of Gojo's experience. Reverse curse technique. Red, blue, hollow purple. And limitless. His cursed energy level instantly shot through the roof. Reaching unidentified special grade. Under the power and control of 6 eyes, his telekinesis ability improved by leaps and bounds. He instantly gained the ability to go against AFO and OFA. Maybe even beat them. Of course, that is when he isn't taking the domain into consideration. If the domain was also used, instant kill. Perhaps with their versatile power, AFO can still somehow survive Yago's domain, but unlimited void, he doubted it to be possible. An uncontrolled smile formed on Kurokai's face, and then under his control his eyes returned to normal. At the same time, in the villain's hideout, Mechimera's green orb-like eyes turned blue. It seems only one body can use 6 eyes at a time. They both thought in their mind. Although 6 eyes can only be used one at a time, the same was not true for Limitless, Red, Blue, and Hollow Purple. Both of them can use their powers by utilizing cursed energy, it's just very expensive to maintain Limitless without 6 eyes. Mechimera's eyes turned back green again. Then he looked at the silent Shigaraki for a moment before going back to his workshop. His robot construction was almost half done. Shigaraki glanced at Mechimera's retreating figure before saying under his breath, "Thank you, Mechimaru." For some reason, seeing that familiar metallic figure made a feeling of small warmth appear in his heart. This time Shigaraki truly felt. It wasn't bad to have reliable friends. "Nene Tamura-kun. Can you get me this dress? Pretty please? Look, it's all red and super cute." Shigaraki ignored her, it seemed the reliable statement only worked with Mechimaru for now. "Come on now. Don't ignore me." Toga acted cute, but seeing that she was getting no reaction from Shigaraki, she pouted and left. "Humph, cheap steak. I'll just ask my friend Mechimaru." Looking down at the blood-colored metallic gloves in her hands, Toga couldn't help but smile. "This is for you." "Oh ho. Mecha-chan. Is this a gift? For me? Are you proposing? It has an inbuilt syringe that will burst out and suck your opponent's blood." "What? Really? That's so cool. But can you make it red?" "Okay. You're the best, Mecha-chan." After that incident, she clearly understood who was responsible for the futuristic design of their hideout. Especially the various gaming consoles at the back, along with the massage chairs, and most of all a giant jacuzzi. Toga covered her face in excitement and made her way towards Mechimera's workshop with large strides. It was definitely the best decision to join the villains group. Much better and more comfortable than living on the streets. Toga smiled and thought in her mind. It's almost like a family. Suddenly Toga stopped. The word family reminded her of some bad memories. "Isn't this blood pretty, Mom? Dad, it feels so warm." Toga's pace slowed down. "I told you she just doesn't listen. She keeps doing it again and again." Her cheerful expression turned gloomy. "You monster. Look, she's smiling. As if it is completely normal." Entering the workshop, Mechimera's familiar back appeared in her vision. Sensing the movement behind him, Mechimaru turned around to see the silent Toga. "Mecha-chan." A fake smile appeared on Toga's face. "What do you think of blood?" Mechimaru repeated, "Blood? I don't know, it's not something I have." Hearing his words, a confused look appeared on Toga's face, then without a moment's delay she suddenly pulled out her knife, cut through her palm, and showed the rushing blood to Mechimaru. "Then what do you think of my blood?" she asked in an expectant voice. Instead of replying, Mechimaru simply looked at the bleeding palm, then he suddenly stood up from his seat, went to a nearby cabinet, and took out a box from within. Ignoring the confused Toga, Mechimaru took out medicine and dressing from the box and silently patched up the cut. Toga looked absent-mindedly at the scene, not saying anything. Finally, after Mechimaru was done with the dressing, he looked back at Toga, raising his hand he patted her head and said, "I think your blood is precious, so don't waste it." Rubbing her head lightly, Mechimaru took back his hand and pulled out a familiar-looking red dress from one of the drawers. "Here, your birthday gift." Toga silently took the red dress which she just asked Shigaraki for. Moving her head, she looked at Mechimaru, who has turned back and started focusing on his work. "How did you know?" Mechimaru stopped, put down the hammer in his hand, turned his head slightly and said, "Because I am your friend Mechimaru." Then he once again picked up the hammer and started making the part from his memory. Toga stared at the scene with slightly blurry eyes, unknowingly tears has formed without her knowledge. "Mecha-chan." A sincere smile appeared on her face with tears falling from the corners of her eyes. It was indeed a good decision to join villains, know my new family. Comment. 16 Comment. Vote. Chapter 29. Hikari Sento was in a good mood today. Her son's vacation was starting tomorrow, and having saved some money on the side, she planned to surprise him by taking him to the nearby amusement park. It had been a long time since she had taken him out somewhere, mainly due to financial constraints. But tomorrow was a day to celebrate. Especially after Kurokai started earning money from his internship, which had greatly lessened the financial burden on the household. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, why did the hero internship only pay in cash? Although it seemed a little odd, Hikari didn't mind at all. It was already a miracle for a high schooler to land a paying job in his first semester, especially one that offered such a generous salary. He must be working with a famous hero, but Kuro always avoided answering when she asked about it. He must feel shy. She thought. All in all, Hikari Sento was feeling happy for the first time in a long while. Seeing that her shift was almost over, she happily stared at the clock, waiting to check out. Suddenly, the door of the store opened, and a figure staggered inside, holding a bottle in his hand. Looking at the hooded person, a sense of unease filled her mind. Quietly, she moved her hand toward the hidden button under the counter. Her bad premonition soon came true. "Heek. You, where's the alcohol?" "Heek. Sir, we don't sell alcohol here," Hikari replied calmly. "What? Heek. What did you say?" "We don't have any alcohol here," she repeated firmly. "You." The hood slipped off, revealing a monkey-like face flushed red from excessive drinking. "That, sir. Just like everyone else, you're making fun of me," the man yelled hysterically before hurling the empty bottle at Hikari. The bottle flew toward her face. Shocked by the sudden action, Hikari instinctively raised her arms. Crack! The glass bottle shattered, sending small shards flying in all directions. That. I didn't mean to. The man stammered, suddenly realizing what he had done. Panicking, he turned and bolted out of the store. Hikari lowered her aching arm, relieved that she hadn't sustained any serious injury. After a moment's thought, she decided not to call the police. She cleaned up the broken glass, finished her shift, and left the store in a hurry. That was a little scary, she thought. When she opened the door to her house, the sight of her son sitting on the sofa playing on his phone filled her heart with warmth. Kuro. I'm back. Welcome back, mother, Kurokai replied, putting down his phone. But as soon as he turned to look at her, his brows furrowed. What happened to your cheek? Kurokai asked. Cheek. Hikari touched her face in confusion. Feeling a slight bump, she walked to the mirror to take a look. A small cut on her left cheek caught her attention. It seemed a shard of glass had grazed her skin without her noticing. I didn't even feel it. Will it leave a scar? She wondered worriedly. A hand tapped her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Kurokai staring at her silently. It's just a small cut, no need to worry, Hikari said with a smile. She gently patted his head, feeling happy about his concern. If you say so. Kurokai's expression relaxed. He helped her apply medicine to the wound, served her dinner, and then retired to his room. Meanwhile, in a dark alley. Wait. Who are you? The monkey-faced man stammered, trembling as he stared at the metallic figure before him. The figure didn't reply. Instead, it delivered a sharp kick to the man's abdomen, leaving him clutching his stomach in pain. Why? Why? The man muttered as blood dripped from his mouth. A metallic hand grabbed his hair, forcing him to look into the figure's glowing green eyes. Wait. Stop, the man pleaded. Punch. A steel fist connected with his face, disfiguring his features. The metallic figure wasn't satisfied. It raised its fist again. Punch. And again. And again. It didn't stop until the monkey-faced man's body went limp, leaving him bloody and broken with teeth scattered on the ground and his nose flattened. But just when he was about to leave, an excited voice rang out. Here you are, Mekamaru. Shigaraki walked out of the corner with a big smile on his face. Casually stepping over the unconscious monkey man as if he didn't exist, Shigaraki stood before Mekamaru and said in an excited voice. Let's go back quickly, I just got a new piece of news from our informant. It's time to make a new appearance. Mekamaru silently looked at the distortion in space, turning his head he looked down at the unconscious monkey man, after shaking his head for unknown reason he out through the distortion and disappeared. Only Shigaraki was left standing in place, he didn't appear to be in a hurry to enter the spatial distortion. My friend Mekamaru. Shigaraki grabbed the unconscious monkey man's head. You seem to restrained by morals. His eyes narrowed into a smile. But don't worry. He activated his decay. Allow me, your best friend, to help you finish your job. The monkey man turned to dust in a matter of seconds. Then the distorted shadow moved and covered Shigaraki, taking him away, leaving behind the silent dark alley. Comment. 19 Comment. Vote. Chapter 30. In the middle of a road. Inside UA's bus. Kurokai-kun, would you like to try some? Ashui pushed her open lunchbox towards Kurokai, who was looking out of the window, absent-mindedly staring at the vast forest passing by. Kurokai turned his face and faced Ashui. Seeing her hopeful and slightly expectant look, he lowered his gaze and saw home-cooked sweets. Their shapes were uneven, they seemed to have been made by an amateur who just learned cooking. Picking one up, he brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Ashui stared unblinkingly at Kurokai's face, trying to discern whether he liked it or not. After Kurokai finished eating, he said. It's too sweet. Ashui's shoulders instantly deflated. But, it was a good first try. Kurokai patted her head, consoling the deflated girl. Meanwhile, Jiro secretly stared at Kurokai and Ashui from the front. I'm so jealous, Jiro muttered, watching them have their moment. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to look at Momo, who was sitting beside her. In Momo's hand there was also a lunchbox. She kept peeking at Kurokai from time to time as if hesitating about something. All men should burn in hell. Jiro screamed in her mind. In no time the bus stopped before an empty spot on the road. Everyone get off. Following teacher Eraserhead and Ida's lead, the students exited the bus in an orderly manner. After all of them were out, an excited voice reached their ears. Welcome everyone. The students' gaze lands on the woman with blue eyes, and long blonde hair that's combed back save for her bangs. Her costume had a unique charm to it. Ryoko Tsuchikawa, aka Hero Pixie Bob. It's her. She's a famous hero who has saved many people from harm, Midoriya kept talking with stars in his eyes. Hero Pixie Bob nodded in satisfaction listening to his praise. I heard she's 31 dash. Midoriya's face was suddenly blocked by a giant white cat palm. I'm 16 at heart, okay, Hero Pixie Bob declared in a menacing tone. Midoriya hurriedly nodded to show his support. After that, Pixie Bob and Teacher Aizawa started giving some explanations. Our dwelling is right there. Teacher Aizawa pointed at a cottage far far away, in the middle of the deep jungle. Suddenly a bad premonition hit everyone's heart. Sensei, why aren't we taking the bus? Hero Pixie Bob simply smiled in response. That's because, this is your first test. With a loud shout, she placed her hands on the ground, using her quirk Earth Flow to suddenly send the students flying in the air. What? The last one to reach the cottage will be punished. This is unfair. With unresigned shouts, the students of UA landed in the forest under Teacher Aizawa's and Hero Pixie Bob's gaze. It will be a good learning experience for them. Aizawa replied instinctively to the sudden voice. Yes, it will. But then he stopped. Because the voice sounded familiar. Turning his head, Aizawa saw Kurokai standing next to him, looking down at the students. Why am I not surprised? Teacher Aizawa shook his head and said in a tired voice. Student Kurokai, why are you here? Because I want to, Kurokai gave a perfunctory reply. Aizawa let out an audible sigh. On the other hand, Hero Pixie Bob wasn't so calm. What? I was sure I got all the students. With a confused voice, she used her power and moved the earth under Kurokai's feet. Well, at least she tried to. Because no matter how many times she used her quirk, the earth underneath Kurokai refused to move. How? Hero Pixie Bob shouted in confusion. He's using his quirk telekinesis, Teacher Eraserhead said in a plain voice. It can even stop my earth flow. Hero Pixie Bob's eyes shone for a moment, then she used her maximum power to move the earth under Kurokai, and as expected she failed again. Kurokai, this is a school exercise which we have carefully planned for your growth. Hero Eraserhead's eyes glowed red. So please go down on your own or I will erase your quirk and send you down. Kurokai narrowed his eyes at Eraserhead. Under the red eyes, he could clearly feel his telekinesis quirk weakening. But everything else was completely fine. 6 eyes, Logo's power, curse techniques. It seems only telekinesis was affected. Seeing Teacher Aizawa's eyes glowing more and more red, Kurokai raised his hands in defeat. Alright, I will go, sensei. The red glow diminished. But the red glow increased. As long as you answer my question, I'll go. The red glow disappeared. Aizawa looked up and down at Kurokai then asked. What is it? Kurokai turned his gaze to Hero Pixie Bob and pointed at her back. Is the tail real? For a moment Hero Pixie Bob was stunned. Then a large smile suddenly appeared on her face. Of course, it's real, Naya. A true warrior of the wild needs her tail to keep balance, charm, and catitude. You jealous, hey? Don't worry, kid, this tail is 100% pixie certified. She raised her tail and paw and made a cat-like gesture trying to act cute. Aizawa silently turned his gaze away from Pixie Bob, unwilling to look at her. Kurokai suddenly interjected. Then can I touch it? Hero Pixie Bob burst out laughing. Nya ha ha ha, touch it. Only if you can catch it. Naya. But be warned, I'm faster than I look. Besides, this tail is a symbol of my feline fabulousness, so handle it with care, got it? As soon as she finished speaking, Kurokai's figure vanished from her vision. Naya. Hero Pixie Bob let out a confused sound. Even Eraserhead was stunned. But then, Pixie Bob suddenly felt something grab her tail. Nah. Aizawa quickly turned his head hearing her sudden scream. But as soon as he did, he froze in place. He saw Kurokai holding onto Pixie Bob's tail, clearly getting a feel for it. It feels warm, and real. Kurokai commented. Warm? Real. Of course it's real. What did you expect, Naya? She quickly yanks her tail away, holding it protectively while giving Kurokai a flustered glare. You don't just grab a lady's tail like that, you little rascal. Do you know how sensitive it is? Humph, I should make you run laps on rocky terrain. Pixie Bob raised her hand and used her quirk. But then, nothing happened. Eraser. You were supposed to use your quirk, Pixie Bob shouted in exaggeration. Oh. Hero Eraserhead was too stunned to speak. Pixie Bob pouted dramatically and waved her tail left and right before saying to Kurokai. Student, there's a price to everything. Since you touched my tail, now you need to listen to me, . Hearing her words, Kurokai touched his chin and asked. So if I keep listening to you I can keep touching your tail? Instead of getting angry, Pixie Bob grinned and said in a mischievous tone. Sure, Naya. As long as you listen to me, I can let you touch it all you want. Done. Kurokai gave her a thumbs up. Aizawa looked left and right at Pixie Bob and Kurokai. After thinking for a moment he simply turned back and got on the bus. He wasn't paid enough to handle all this. Villain's hideout. Our plan is to capture this kid. Shigaraki took out an image of Bakugo. Everyone silently memorized his face. A black portal appeared beside them. Go. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 31. Mekamaru silently stared at the members of Hero Group Pussycats. What are your orders? Second in command. I'm sad I mistakenly deleted the damn chapter while updating it. It was 1,500 words, winky face, comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 32. P.S. I somehow managed to write it again. The previous version was saved on the mobile web novel app. It takes time for mobile novels to get updates, meaning the original chapter was still there for some time before it eventually gets changed. I quickly made a video of it then tried using video to text conversion which failed, so I had to manually paste screenshots in Gemini to get its text version, a lot of unnecessary and boring effort. Why am I telling you this? Cause you guys aren't giving reviews. And Power Stones. It's sad and disheartening, this fanfic doesn't even have a rating yet. After 8 hours of traversing the dense forest, the UA students finally reached their destination, a cozy, secluded cottage. You guys are here, a cheerful voice greeted them. Everyone turned their gazes toward the four heroes of Team Wild Wild Pussycat, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, Tiger, and their leader, Mandalay. But there was also a kid. As the heroes began formally introducing themselves, Izuku Midoriya noticed the quiet child standing a little apart from the group. With his usual friendly demeanor, he approached the boy. Hello, are you related to Hero Mandalay? Before he could finish his sentence. Punch. A small fist landed squarely on his nether regions. Midoriya didn't even get the chance to scream before collapsing, his soul seemingly leaving his body. Midoriya. Why would you do that? Tenya Ida hurried over, half supporting the crumpled boy while turning to admonish the young assailant. I'm sorry. This is my nephew, Kota, Mandalay interjected, stepping forward to calm the situation. Her tone was apologetic, though her eyes betrayed an understanding of her nephew's fiery temperament. Before anyone could say more, Kota abruptly turned and sprinted away. Kota. Mandalay called after him, but her voice was ignored as the boy vanished into the woods. Sighing, she shook her head and addressed the group. Everyone, get your luggage off the bus and follow me. Just as the students began moving, Azui raised a hesitant hand. Mandalay-san, one of the students hasn't arrived yet. Mandalay paused and turned, curious. Kurokai? No need to worry. He's already here. I have to say, that kid's really daring. Her lips curled into a small, knowing grin, confusing the rest of Class 1A. Anyway, follow me. She led them inside the cottage, leaving their questions unanswered. Meanwhile, in the playroom, Kurokai and Hero Eraserhead were locked in a tense table tennis match. Both played with sharp precision, though their minds were clearly elsewhere. Kurokai's focus was split, much of his attention occupied with controlling Mechamaru. On the other hand, Aizawa's thoughts lingered on something troubling, the words Sir Nitai had spoken before their departure. Kurokai is suspicious. There was no concrete evidence, but coming from All Might's former sidekick, the accusation carried weight. I hope he's wrong about you, Kurokai, Aizawa thought silently, his expression unchanging. Swish. The ball zipped past Aizawa's blind spot and hit the ground. I won, sensei, Kurokai said, setting his paddle down. You have good physical control, Aizawa admitted in his usual flat tone. Want to go again? Sure. Dinner time rolled around, and the students of UA were in high spirits, enjoying the delicious feast prepared by the Wild Wild Pussycats. Everyone seemed to be having a great time except for Kurokai. Oh. Is that a hot pot? Thanks, Kurokai. Kirishima exclaimed as a steaming hot pot floated toward his end of the table, landing gently in front of him. Kurokai sighed inwardly. How long do I have to keep doing this, he wondered, moving more plates of food from the kitchen to the students with his quirk. Though he wasn't cooking, he was effectively managing the entire dining process. That's the spirit, young man. Pixie Bob said with a wide grin, ruffling his hair with her paw-like hand. Do you not feel ashamed of using child labor, he deadpanned. Not at all, she replied without missing a beat. Kurokai gave her a long, unamused stare. Kurokai, bring more rice, someone called. Another plate floated from the kitchen and landed neatly in front of Zero. I must say, your quirk is very useful, Pixie Bob continued, withdrawing her hand. Her smile grew mischievous. And you're strong, too. In 2 or 3 years, you'll be amazing. I'm calling dibs on you, young man. Don't forget you touched my tail first. Kurokai's expression turned skeptical. Are you really that desperate, he muttered under his breath, choosing not to voice his thoughts aloud. He had no desire to end up washing even more dishes as punishment. But he soon regretted staying silent. Wow. I'd love to have a husband like you. Pixie Bob exclaimed, watching Kurokai wash dishes at lightning speed with his quirk. Meanwhile, Kurokai stared blankly into the void, questioning his life choices. For a fleeting moment, the thought of joining the cooking industry crossed his mind. Now, don't be mad, Pixie Bob teased. Here, I'll let you touch my tail again. It's fake anyway, Kurokai replied flatly. Meow. It's not fake, she protested. I asked Hero Tiger. He told me it's part of the costume. Tisk. Pixie Bob clicked her tongue in frustration. After a moment, a mischievous glint returned to her eyes. Meow, but do you know where the tail attaches to? She leaned slightly forward, lifting her hips with an exaggerated motion. Kurokai turned to her with a serious expression. Are you really that desperate? For a brief moment, silence hung in the air. To Kurokai's surprise, instead of lashing out, Pixie Bob dropped to her knees and began drawing circles on the floor, muttering dramatically. To Kurokai's surprise, instead of lashing out, Pixie Bob dropped to her knees and began drawing circles on the ground, muttering dramatically. I was just trying to lighten the mood, maybe test the waters. But no, of course, I get rejected. Again. This is why I'm still single. Who even needs a soulmate anyway? Not Pixie Bob, that's for sure. Nope. Just me and my unappreciated efforts. Forever. Her voice cracked slightly as she furiously traced another circle into the floor, her expression swinging wildly between exaggerated self-pity and melodramatic despair. Desperate? You think I'm desperate? I'll have you know I'm a catch. Look at me. I'm strong, I'm stylish, and I've got charm. But no, nobody sees it. Maybe I should just go live with the animals in the wild, at least they'd appreciate me. Kurokai felt a small pang of guilt flicker in his chest. Her over-the-top theatrics reminded him of his own struggles during his lonely past. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Just as he opened his mouth, Pixie Bob suddenly sprang to her feet, brushing imaginary dirt off her knees with a dramatic flourish. All right, pity party's over. Back to work. The dishes won't clean themselves, you know, she declared with her signature confident grin, as if the entire breakdown had never happened. Kurokai blinked at her abrupt mood shift. I don't understand this woman, he thought. Adults are so much trickier to deal with than kids. Shaking his head, he returned to washing the remaining dishes. When he was finally done, Kurokai made his way toward the bathhouse, hoping for a moment of peace. Inside the bathhouse, Eraserhead sat naked in the steaming hot spring, his head resting on the edge. He glanced up as Kurokai entered. Oh, you didn't bathe yet? Come in, Aizawa said flatly, gesturing toward the water. Kurokai stared blankly at him for a moment. After blinking twice, he pulled out his phone and held it to his ear. Hello, police? There's a child molester here. Aizawa sighed, his expression completely unamused. If you don't want to come in, then leave. All right, it was a joke, sensei, Kurokai said, setting his phone aside. He quickly rinsed himself off before stepping into the hot spring and settling down across from Aizawa. The two sat in silence for a moment, the only sounds coming from the gentle bubbling of the water. How long are you going to stare? Sensei. Aizawa turned his head away from Kurokai, unwilling to look at him. Feeling bored, Kurokai's attention drifted toward the wooden fence separating the men's and women's baths. From the other side, he could hear the faint voices of Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Mandalay. Noticing his gaze, Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Kurokai, what are you doing? I think the heroes are on the other side, Kurokai replied, still staring at the fence. You're not thinking of doing something disrespectful, are you? Kurokai shrugged, turning back to face his teacher. Why would I? After all, I'm not a 30-year-old single man who's never held hands with a woman before. Aizawa's body stiffened, his hands twitching as he fought the urge to strangle the boy. Taking a deep breath, he replied in a low, controlled voice, I'm single by choice. Is that what you tell yourself? Self-hypnosis? Kurokai asked with a smirk, rubbing his ear in mock amusement. Aizawa's red-rimmed eyes glared at him for a moment before he turned his gaze back to the water. Your bad habits are getting out of hand, he said, his voice serious. I'm your teacher. Aren't you afraid I'll punish you for overstepping your bounds? Kurokai leaned back lazily. Nope. Not at all. Aizawa's eyebrow twitched. It seems you're underestimating me. I'll have you know I once expelled an entire class of students before. You're arrogant, Kurokai, Aizawa continued, his tone sharp. Whether it was during the Nomu incident, the stain attack, or your careless attitude toward others, you need to learn discipline. Kurokai met his gaze calmly. How about I help you hook up with Pixie Bob? Her tail's fake, though. What? Aizawa blinked, caught off guard. You're both similar in age and single. Honestly, she's desperate enough that it might work out, Kurokai added as if he were stating a simple fact. Without another word, Aizawa stood up, grabbed his towel, and left the bathhouse. Kurokai watched him go before turning his attention back to the fence. Even Eraserhead doesn't want you, Kurokai muttered under his breath. On the other side of the fence, Pixie Bob froze. God damn it, brat. No. Don't stop me. Let me go. Let me go, I'll teach him a lesson. As shouts erupted in the background, Kurokai leaned back against the edge of the hot spring, gazing up at the night sky. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he let the chaos wash over him like soothing music. Comment. 15 Comment. Vote. Chapter 33. The next day. Students of UA were put through a variety of tough exercises to help improve their quirks. Bakugo kept releasing his explosive sweat towards the sky while shouting die. Todoroki kept freezing and burning his surroundings to be able to use both his quirks at the same time. The tape guy whose name he forgot kept throwing out large amounts of tape from his arms. In short, everyone was working very hard to improve themselves. Yes, everyone. Except him. Why am I stuck here? Kurokai wondered, sitting on the ground surrounded by trees and vegetation. Unlike his despondent self, Hero Ragdoll, sitting in front of him, was as cheerful as always. All right, student, let's start your counseling class, she said, holding a notebook and pen in her hands. Kurokai took in a deep breath to calm himself. He could tell with his eyes closed that it must be Eraserhead's revenge against him. Okay, let's get started. How are you feeling today? Is the weather good? What do you think about the wind? How was breakfast? Oh, did you sleep well last night? Kurokai gave her a long face. Ragdoll continued as if he didn't exist. Looks like we're a bit shy today. That's okay. You don't have to spill everything all at once. Let's play a quick game first. I'll ask you 3 silly questions, and you can answer however you want. Deal. Kurokai grabbed his face and sighed. Okay, let's start for real this time, she said with her signature smile. Her big eyes are unsettling to look at. First question. Anything fun on your mind lately? She asked casually. Resisting the urge to facepalm, he replied. Just the usual. Training, studying, surviving the chaos of Class 1A. She asked, chaos, hey? I've seen the reports. You guys are wild. So tell me, Kurokai, if you had to rank your class in terms of craziness, who's at the top? And where do you think you fall on that list? Top? Probably Bakugo. The guy's a walking explosion. Me? I'm more grounded. Someone has to keep their head on straight while the others are losing theirs, especially a single 30-year-old man suffering from depression. Ooh, the voice of reason in the storm, hey? That's a pretty big responsibility. So, when things get messy like, say, you're up against some baddies, what's your go-to move? Charge in, hang back, or something else? She tilts her head adorably while carefully observing his expression. Depends. If it's a fight I can win, I'll take the lead. If not, I'll try to think of some way to reason with them. Oh ho ho. A think or, hey? I like that. So, let's say you've got someone dangerous cornered. They're giving you trouble, causing harm, and they're not listening to reason. What's your next move? It was only now. Kurokai felt something was wrong. His gaze fixed on Hero Ragdoll's large eyes. It was really unsettling. This doesn't feel like a normal counseling session. He decided to test the waters. I'd neutralize them. Quickly. Whatever stops them from hurting anyone else. She suddenly interrupted. Efficient. I get that. But what if, let's say they're not completely bad. Maybe they've got a reason for what they're doing, something that pushed them into it. Does that change anything for you? Is she trying to gauge something? Maybe. If they've got a good reason, I'd still stop them, but I might give them a chance to explain themselves. Depends on what they've done. Interesting, interesting. You're like a puzzle, Kurokai. Lots of layers. Okay, last hypothetical, I promise. Again she didn't let him finish and pressed forth in a slightly loud voice. Let's say you had the chance to do anything with your quirk. No rules, no limits. What's your ultimate goal? I see, I think I understand now. Kurokai smiled in his mind. Of course, I will protect everyone, I'm a hero after all, he replied as a matter of fact. Then what if you weren't a hero? Even if I was a civilian I would. What if you were a villain? She silently activated her quirk to watch his every action. Villain? Why would you say something like that, teacher? Kurokai was feeling a vague sense of excitement. Oh haha. Don't worry. Don't worry. Kiddo. It's just a hypothetical question. Using his cursed energy, he was able to identify a small electronic device hidden under Hero Ragdoll's fake paws. With this silent play of words, hiding hidden intentions, Kurokai felt ecstatic. If it was someone else then they would have tried to play dumb, acting ignorant to play safe. But, what is the point? Even if he tells her he wants to destroy the world, what can she do? Even if he praises villains, what can she do? Is it wrong to express your opinion? It is the fundamental right given to every person. Regardless of how terrible his thought might be. As long as he has not done it, or rather there is nothing to prove that he has done it. Innocent until proven guilty. What? They will say I leaked their information to the League to villains? That I am the spy? Then let them. These 6 eyes are not for show, the only thing it will end up doing would be to bring his original plan forward and nothing else. If you want to hear, then listen well to my thoughts. If I was a villain. A smile appeared on Kurokai's face. I would of course act as one. The pen in Hero Ragdoll's hand froze. Still maintaining the smile on her face she asked. What does that mean? Student Kurokai. There was hesitation in her voice. If I choose to be a villain, then that will be it. I will become a villain. He continued in a steady voice. I believe people should take a decision and go through with it. He clenched his palms. Regardless of the consequences, regardless of everything else. Once I make a decision, I will see it until the end. Hero Ragdoll tilted her head in confusion and asked. Then you will hurt innocent people? If you were a villain. I will do everything a villain is supposed to do. He replied as a matter of fact. She was stunned. For a moment she couldn't understand why a kid in school, someone as young as him, would have such extreme thoughts. This is not good. Her eyes shook for a moment. It seems you have a lot of work ahead of you, Eraser. At first she took this little job simply for fun, to tease the little ones while also fulfilling Eraserhead's request. Oh, ho ho. My, Kurokai, you've got quite the flair for the dramatic. You sound like a villain in a movie trailer. I will do everything a villain is supposed to do. So intense. She let out a light-hearted laugh, though her eyes subtly studied his every move. But let's get real for a second. If you were a villain, wouldn't that mean throwing away all the hard work you've put into becoming a hero? Seems like a waste to me, don't you think? Finally she asked the real question. So tell me, Kurokai, are you a hero or a villain? Of course. Kurokai and Mekamaru replied at the same time. I am a hero. I am a villain. I am neither. But only he heard his inner voice. Eraserhead was sitting quietly on the sofa with a pair of headphones in his ears, listening to Kurokai's little counseling. What will I do with this brat? Letting out a light sigh he took off his headphones and let his back relax on the sofa. In no time the day ended and night arrived. Okay, let's play a game. The ones who failed the test were taking extra classes while those who passed decided to play a scary game. Then let's draw lots. 4 teams of 2 students each was quickly formed, only Midoriya was left because of the uneven number of students. Sorry Midoriya, but you will have to deal with it. Why me? Kurokai looked at the slip he drew, then saw the same one in Momo's hands. Kurokai-kun, it seems we are a team, Momo said with a slight relief in her voice, while peeking at Bakugo and Todoroki. Just then Ashui suddenly appeared before her. Momo-chan, can we exchange draws? Her big eyes stared at Momo with expectations. Ashui-san. Momo hesitated and held the lot tightly in her hand. But after some time passed, she gave in and let Ashui take her place. She couldn't help but sigh seeing Kurokai leave with Ashui. I feel so out of place. Okako thought helplessly in her mind, she was Ashui's original partner. Villain's hideout. Shigaraki, is it alright to let them go on their own? Kurogiri asked in a hesitant voice. Don't worry Kurogiri, those guys aren't so weak. Shigaraki waved his hand, telling Kurogiri to take it easy. You trust them so much? Shigaraki laughed. Of course I trust them, they are strong, but most of all. A creepy smile appeared on his face. I believe my friend will never let me down. Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 34. Dabi looked back at Mekamaru and asked with a smile on his face. Then how should we go about this? Mr. Second in command. His voice filled with ridicule, not taking Mekamaru's position seriously at all. Mekamaru replied plainly, we will move as planned. Tisk, why do I have to listen to a mechanical bastard like you? A suppressed voice filled with killing intent came out from a cloaked figure standing at the back. But before Mekamaru could reply. Swing. A knife was placed on Muscular's neck. Don't say anything bad about Mecha-chan, Himiko Toga said in a cold voice while staring at Muscular with dead eyes. Now. Don't fight among yourselves, Twice tried his best to soothe the situation. But Muscular simply stared back at him with a vicious gaze stopping him in track, then he turned back to look down at Toga, and said in a crazy tone. B***tch you dare to raise your knife against me. Muscles started covering his entire body, making Toga retreat. Oi isn't this getting out of hand, Dabi smiled, preparing to look at a good show. Toga silently put back her small knife, and then suddenly 3 pairs of sharp black blades extended from the knuckles of the glove. The sharp light from the blades actually made Muscular feel a bit threatened, clicking his tongue in annoyance he raised his arm to punch Toga. But before he could. I'll only tell you this once. A cold emotionless voice rang out throughout the place making them stop. Stop it. Like hell, I would. Taking his warning as a joke, Muscular shouted and suddenly changed his target from Toga to Mekamaru. As the fist was approaching Mekamaru's back. I gave you a chance. An indifferent voice reached Muscular's ears. And in the next moment. He was ignited in flames. An inhuman feeling of pain reached Muscular's spool, making him open his mouth and scream in pain. Arg. A mechanical arm grabbed Muscular's mouth stopping him from screaming. Don't blow our cover. Mekamaru's green odd-like eyes filled Muscular's vision. The scene left everyone stunned. Wow. Wow. He's strong. He's powerful, Twice commented in a scared but excited voice. Mecha-chan kill him, Toga simply showed her support. Dabi remained silent, quietly watching the red flames without blinking. The others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine seeing that Muscular who was supposed to be strong as hell was subdued so quickly. I don't think it's a good idea to kill our companions, yes, Mr. Compass commented, adjusting his hat. At the same time, the flame burning on Muscular vanished, revealing Muscular's actual body with all of his muscles burned. Mekamaru stopped at the end moment, refraining from killing him, he still had use after all. Letting go of his mouth, Mekamaru let Muscular fall back on the ground. Please remember everyone. His voice attracted their attention. I am your friend. Mekamaru turned away from Muscular. So let's stay as friends, okay? The green orb for eyes seemed to stare straight at their souls. Yes Mecha-chan, you're my best friend, Toga suddenly shouted. Oh ho. Then can we friends as well, Twice suddenly raised his hand and asked. Mekamaru simply nodded in turn, expressing his agreement. A lot of unnecessary time has been wasted. Mekamaru's gaze landed on the camp in the middle of the forest. Begin. Surrounded by trees, Kurokia and Ashui were walking side by side. Kurokai-kun, do you feel scared? Ashui suddenly asked, turning her head towards him. If so, you can hold my hand. She replied without waiting for him and extended her hand with a blush on her face. Looking at her outstretched hand, Kurokai smiled and grabbed it. Sure Froggo. It was soft and warm. He suddenly felt Ashui's grip tighten, looking back he could see her face turning beet red. Is this youth? Kurokai let out an inner sigh, lamenting how a 30-year-old virgin teacher could never experience it in his life. That Kurokai-kun, it's not Froggo, it's Furopai. It's about time. Kurokai thought in his mind while Ashui's voice came to a sudden halt. What is this smoke? Is it a special effect? Ashui asked in a curious voice, wondering if the other team was responsible for it. It's poisonous, hold your breath. Kurokia's sudden voice startled her, but seeing his serious expression, she quickly held her breath not daring to breathe in. Kurokai-kun, what happened? I don't know but I have a bad feeling about this, Kurokai replied shaking his head. Let's get out of here first. Tightly holding her hand, Kurokai started running in the opposite direction. Even though she was in an unpredictable situation, Ashui felt inexplicably safe and relieved, since Kurokai was with her. While Kurokai and Ashui were running away, the other students were in a terrible situation. Let him go, Midoriya shouted in a loud voice, staring at Muscular who was holding the boy hostage. But instead of getting excited like in the original series, Muscular remained vigilant and used the boy as a hostage to control Midoriya. The unforgettable burning sensation scared the shit out of him. Damn it, dot. On another site, Spinner and Magni were holding Hero Pixie Bob hostage. Should I smash her skull? Magni asked, putting the heavy metal pillar on top of Pixie Bob's head. Hero Tiger and Mandalay stared at them with clenched fists, wanting to rush up and save their companion but couldn't. Damn, what is this guy? Just die, Bakugo shouted and broke the teeth Nomu's attack. Bakugo, we need to leave, this gas is poisonous, dot, Todoroki shouted, covering his mouth. Shut up, you half-and-half bastard, dot. Everything went to chaos. Simply because Midoriya was unable to beat Muscular like the original and provide support to others. Mechamaru silently looked at everything. The micro-insect bots he created gave him a clear view of everything. There was even a Nomo with razor blades all over his body standing beside him. Shigaraki gave it to him, telling him to use it as he saw fit. In the original, this Nomo was supposed to injure Momo, but this time he kept it by his side, allowing Momo to quickly create gas masks and distribute it to others. They were even making their way toward the middle of the smoke where the one responsible for it was present. Finally, there was Aizawa, who was stuck in place by Twice's clone of Dabi. Sensing the movement behind him, Mechamaru turned to look back at Mr. Compass. You managed to sense my arrival even though I was trying my best to stay silent. Mr. Compass took off his hat and gave him a respectful bow. Did you capture her? Of course. Just like you told me. Mr. Compass took out a small blue ball and threw it at him. Grabbing it easily, Mechamaru focused his gaze on it, seeing Hero Ragdoll's figure inside it. Just a villain playing his role. He muttered in a voice only he could hear. Go and capture Bakugo. Okay. Mr. Compass shrugged his shoulders and went away. Mechamaru's gaze focused on Aizawa, who has managed to subdue Dabi's clone and was making his way towards Hero Tiger and Mandalay. Now what will you do, sensei? Comment. 13 Comment. Vote. Chapter 35. After smashing Dabi's clone to mud, Aizawa hurriedly ran towards Hero Tiger and Mandalay's location. What are they after? His mind kept working in high speed, trying to go through all possibilities. How many of them are there? And most importantly, how did they find this place? A feeling of unease surrounded his mind. Suddenly a flame burst out from the side, rushing towards him. But as if he has a third eye, Hero Eraser turned high body, dodging it and attacking Dabi's clone at the same time. Tisk, is this the strength of a pro hero? Before he could finish, a kick landed squarely on his face, deforming it into mud and disappearing. After dealing with the clone, Eraser turned back around and continued on his track. Hey Dabi! This is not what we promised Mechamaru. What if he finds out? Twice hurriedly asked in a nervous voice. Mechamaru did indeed find out using his mechanical bugs. We simply tried our best, it's not our fault Eraser is so strong, Dabi replied, shrugging his shoulders, looking unconcerned. But with a closer look, anyone will be able to see a strange light passing through Dabi's eyes. The scene of Mechamaru using such strong flames seems to be imprinted in his memory. At the same time, Momo and her group were quickly making their way toward the center of the fog. What they failed to notice was Toga staring at them silently from the bushes, looking for a chance to strike. I'll end up dying if I fought against so many of them. Her gaze focused on Okako. Let's look for the moment to strike, I can't let Mecha-chan down. Her eyes glowed with dangerous light. Hero Eraser finally managed to find Tiger and Mandalay. But their situation was anything but ideal. Tiger was injured all over and breathing heavily, protecting the injured Mandalay behind his back. Pixie Bob was unconscious and tightly held hostage. Narrowing his eyes, Eraser silently came behind Spinner and Magni. Hey, how long are you going to struggle? Before Magna could finish her sentence, a kick landed on the back of her head, knocking her out. What, yo? Before Spinner could address the sudden intruder, a giant cat fist landed on his abdomen, making him lose breath. This is for Pixie Bob. With a loud shout, Hero Tiger landed an uppercut on Spinner. Aizawa followed through and quickly binded the two of them together. Pixie Bob. Wake up. Tiger carefully shaked Pixie Bob, but she showed no reaction. Damn it. These bastards, he stared at Spinner and Magna with hateful eyes. Tiger, we need to help the students, Mandalay said in a low voice, her face paled due to excessive blood loss on the leg injury she received from Spinner. Eraserhead's mind kept moving. He looked at the injured hero team Pussycats and then at the villains. He wanted to leave them to the hero team and go support the students, but with their current condition, if he were to leave, the villains could wake up and overwhelm them. What are they after? What is their goal? Eraserhead thought deeply in his mind. Think. How have they been moving until now? Are they stalling for time? His eyes contracted, and he again stared at Team Pussycat's condition and the captured villains. The villains were winning but didn't go for the kill. His thoughts became even more confused. If their goal is not to kill, then are they here to capture someone? The more he thought, the more things seemed to clear up. But who? And why? Still, he couldn't find the end answer. It was impossible for him to deduct that the villains were here for Bakugo. This is bad, everything seems to be going according to the opponent's plans. Finally making a decision, Eraserhead said to Hero Mandalay. Mandalay sent a message to all the students. They are allowed to use force under my name, dot. Mandalay nodded weakly, but just before she was about to use her quirk, he grabbed her shoulder. Staring straight into her eyes, he said in a hesitant but firm voice. Also tell Kurokai to flip the board. Hearing his vague words, Mandalay paused for a moment but still used her quirk to inform everyone. Now only you can change this situation, Kurokai. Hero Eraser sighed. I hope I'm not wrong about you. And in the next moment, under Eraserhead's incredulous gaze, the ground below his feet started shaking. What is happening? Is it Pixie Bob? Hero Mandalay fell silent. And it wasn't only her. The heroes, villains, and students. They all stared in wonder at the sheer display of inhuman might. A giant piece of forest. It was floating in the air. That crazy bastard. The corners of Hero Eraser's mouth twitched unconditionally. Originally I didn't plan to make an appearance this time. Kurokai though in his mind, staring down at everyone from above. But teacher, you told me to flip the table. The corners of his mouth raised up to form an arc. How come I didn't think of such a wonderful idea? Behind him, Azui tightly wrapped herself around a tree, looking down with a stupefied look on her face. At the same time, congratulations on collecting 1000 faith points, receiving Shoko Iiri's ability reverse curse technique. A healer. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 36. Just what? Villain Muscular couldn't believe his eyes, witnessing the incredible marvel taking place before his eyes. Since he was standing on a hill, the view he got was much clearer than everyone else. What if that were to fall down on me? A chill went through his body merely thinking of such a possibility. At the same time, only for a moment he unknowingly let down his guard. But that was enough for Midoriya to make his move. Smash! Oh my! Oh my! Dabby! Dabby! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Twice screamed at the top of his lungs, watching the giant piece of land slowly shift above them, covering the sky. I don't know. Dabby smiled helplessly in response, even he himself was doubting his vision. Momo and her group were also stunned. A moment ago they barely managed to locate the villain responsible for the fog, and just when they were about to attack him, the fog was suddenly washed away by tremendous wind pressure. But what appeared in their vision, instead of clear sky, was a giant piece of land. Hidden in the bushes, Toga glanced at the sky before retracting her gaze and focusing on her target. She felt the opportunity to strike will soon come. While everyone was staring at the sky like fools, Mekamaru was carefully controlling his mechanical flies to capture different angles of the scene. He will later upload it online. After he was satisfied with the shot, he made the robots go on standby to capture clearly what was about to happen. Finally, he turned towards the Nomu and said, "Capture Bakugo." The Nomu nodded and walked into the forest. With a single thought, sharp blades extended from Mekamaru's arms. The new upgrades are quite nice. Flame started gathering under his legs. Then with a large blast, his figure launched into the air. Concentrating a high amount of flames in his hand, Mekamaru stared at the giant mass and waved his arms, sending waves of beam-like energy flying through. Hell Spider! The beams effortlessly cut through the floating island, breaking it down into pieces of even length. Was that Endeavor's move? Hero Mandalay muttered in a confused voice. Tiger, hold them down. I'll go and help Kurokai. Hero Eraserhead suddenly shouted and rushed towards the mechanical figure floating in the air. Even with such a big distance between them, he gave Eraser an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Hold on kid, I'm coming. Mekamaru stared at the several pieces of rubble, floating in the sky instead of falling down. Amidst the debris was the figure of Kurokai floating upside down. As if having found his target, a giant flame erupted from Mekamaru's body, forming a sphere of flame that lightened up the surroundings, giving everyone a clear picture of what was going on. Turned to ash. Mekamaru raised his hand towards Kurokai, making everyone's heart stop beating. Shit, Eraserhead gritted his teeth while using his quirk to its full strength. Unfortunately, it seems he was still too far away. Just as Mekamaru was about to launch his attack, a calm voice entered everyone's ears. Throughout the heavens and the earth. With one hand over his head and the other below, he made a strikingly familiar pose. At the same time a small red dot, made up of unknown energy, appeared between his fingers. I alone am the honored one. Mekamaru and Kurokai released their attacks at the same time. Curse technique reversal red. Maxim meteor. Two ultimate moves collided. A red mass that repelled everything versus a huge flame wants to burn everything to ash. For a moment they seemed to be at par. But then, the red mass pushed back the flame. Mecha-chan. Toga hurriedly stood up, blowing away her cover, and shouted in worry. Tornado of terror. Mekamaru's unresigned voice rang out as his figure was enveloped by the red energy and pushed away in the distance. The massive flame which seemed to burn the world was gone. And the only one left standing was Kurokai. Loud cheers erupted from the students below. But instead of getting excited, Kurokai looked at Mr. Compass, who was being chased by Todoroki after capturing Bakugo. The Nomo was busy dealing with Shoji and Midoriya. Seeing that Mr. Compass was about to be turned into ice, he withdrew his power, making the blocks suddenly fly down and fall between Todoroki and Mr. Compass, successfully separating them. Now then. Time to faint. Closing his eyes, his figure suddenly started falling down. Those watching thought at the same time. If he was to fall from such a height, it would result in instant death. Aizawa watched helplessly as Kurokai somehow fell in a direction completely opposite to his. How come he's always too far? What was the use of all that running? Midoriya ignored the Nomu and hurriedly launched himself into the air, damaging his leg. I must make it. Screaming in his mind, Midoriya tried to intercept Kurokai's fall. But somehow a piece of rock suddenly appeared before him, stopping him on track. K Kurokai-kun. Along with Midoriya's unresigned voice, Kurokai continued falling. Is it my imagination or is he falling slower? A student wondered in his mind. Then in the dense forest, Kurokai's figure disappeared from everyone's vision. At the same time, Momo trembled in fear seeing Mechamaru's injured figure suddenly appear before them. Although he was broken all over, his green orb-like eyes seemed to send shivers down their spine. Mecha-chan. Toga, who was being held down by Kendo, shouted in joy. Mechamaru's gaze focused on Kendo. Let go. Controlling her crazily beating heart, she bit down on her lip and slowly released Toga. As soon as she was released, Toga grabbed Kendo's arm using her metal glove, making the syringe pierce her skin and draw blood. Barely controlling the urge to push her away, Toga stood in place, not daring to make a move. After she was done, Toga didn't stop and went up to Eureka. Let me borrow some blood, okay? With a creepy smile on her face, Toga pushed the needle inside Eureka's thigh and easily drew her blood. Next. Her gaze landed on Momo. But before she was about to move. It's time to leave. Mechamaru's voice reached her ears. Mecha-chan. Just one more. Just one more. Toga stared at him with a pleading look. All right. Yay. You're the best, Mecha-chan. Toga turned towards Momo, making her fall on her back. Oh, are you scared? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Toga got on top of Momo, pressing her against the ground. I'm just going to suck a little blood. Enduring the pain in her arm, Momo moved her mind to think of some solution. But no matter how much she thought, she couldn't think of a way to beat Mechamaru. But still, a bold idea suddenly came in Momo's mind. Suck suck. While Toga was distracted, she silently attached a small transmitter to her metal glove. Mechamaru saw her little trick but didn't say anything. Just when Momo was feeling weak because of the loss of blood. Mecha-chan, I'm done. You can burn them now. Toga ran back to Mechamaru and said in a cute voice. But her words only made everyone else feel despair. Let's go. Mechamaru simply turned around and started walking away. Ah. Mecha-chan. Wait for me. Are not going to kill us. Everyone thought at the same time. Or they can't. Some of their eyes shone, but in the end, they suppressed themselves from making a move. Because it wasn't worth the risk, especially since they were leaving. Thanks, Frogo, Kurokai muttered in a weak voice, lying in Ashui's bosom. I didn't do anything, you slowed down your fall at the last moment. Ashui blushed and muttered in a weak voice, clearly feeling Kurokai's hot breath against her chest. She couldn't understand how Kurokai somehow fell exactly where she was. Was it deliberate? Did he feel safe with me? Even in such a dangerous situation her mind couldn't help but wander, making her face blush even harder. After hearing her voice, Kurokai suddenly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing the scene, Ashui hesitantly raised her arm before carefully patting his head. Everything was going well. But then, Eraserhead suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Kurokai. Ashui. S-sensei. Ashui hurriedly let go of Kurokai, letting him fall face first on the ground. Kuro-chan. Understanding what she just did, Ashui was about to grab Kurokai again, but Eraser beat her to it. Carefully turning him around, he checked his breath, seeing that it was stable. Hero Eraserhead sighed in relief. Carrying Kurokai on his back, Aizawa told Ashui to follow him as he made his way back to the cottage. While being carried, without anyone noticing, Kurokai suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Eraserhead with murderous intent. Sensing the sudden attack, Eraser hurriedly turned his head, but all that greeted him was Kurokai's peacefully sleeping face. Comment. 15 Comment. Vote. Chapter 37. Mechamaru. Who? Which bastard did this to you? Shigaraki shouted at the top of his lungs, staring fixedly at Mechamaru's injured figure. There were several cracks all over his body, and a part of his abdomen seemed to be missing as well. Kill. I must kill him. It is all right, I can recover quickly. Mechamaru started explaining that the injury wasn't that serious. Finally, after some convincing, Shigaraki calmed down and turned to look at the other League of Villain members with cold eyes. You trash-like bastards who let my friend get hurt. His red eyes behind the hand mask sent shivers down their spine. What's the point of having all of you? Shigaraki. Mechamaru suddenly interrupted, stopping him from continuing. It wasn't their fault, Kurokai was simply too strong. Releasing a long sigh, he stared into the void as if remembering his intense battle. Him again. Shigaraki tightly clenched his teeth, making a creaking sound. Nonetheless, we still managed to complete the mission. Mechamaru took 2 small green balls, containing Hero Ragdoll and Bakugo. Seeing the scene, Shigaraki fell silent, then he smiled widely and said. I knew you wouldn't let me down, my best friend. Suddenly the television behind them flickered. Good work, Mechamaru, bring Ragdoll to me. After leaving a short message, his voice disappeared. Scratching his chin, Shigaraki turned to Mechamaru and said. It seems teacher has decided to meet you. Although Mechamaru appeared calm on the surface, only he knew his mind was racing wildly inside, trying to think why AFO would suddenly want to see him. Kurogiri sent Mechamaru to teacher. Yes, Shigaraki. Kurogiri's shadow moved and enveloped Mechamaru's body, sending him away. After Mechamaru was gone, Shigaraki turned his gaze towards the new members. Now then. He stopped scratching his neck and stared at them with emotionless eyes. Let me hear your excuse for letting my friend get hurt. Mechamaru was teleported inside a dark room. The only source of light were the various Nomua preservation chambers, which kept emitting weird green light. Fortunately, with his installed night vision, Mechamaru was able to see everything clearly. Moving his legs, he walked up to a large mechanical chamber at the end. Through the small mirror at the top he could see the face of the biggest villain in MHA, All for One. I agree it is not the most pleasant sight to look at. AFO's unsettling voice was transmitted by the speakers installed outside the metal chamber. Take a good look, Mekamaru. A weird light passed through Mekamaru's green eyes. AFO continued without stopping. I once stood at the pinnacle of all, looking down on everyone and everything equally. He seems to be reminiscing. I was the so-called enemy of the world. But now I am forced to live, survive relying on these machines. Mekamaru sensed a hint of deep-seated anger in his voice. He asked, why are you telling me this? A big smile formed on AFO's half-destroyed face as if he was waiting for him to ask this question. Because I believe you two will end up just like me. Mekamaru interjected, we are not the same. Are we truly that different? Now that you are here before me, I can conclude. AFO's voice rang out with indescribable charm. You truly wish to oppose the world, ha 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 ha. His suppressed laughter enveloped the place. Similar but at the same time different from Shigaraki, who wants to destroy everything because he enjoys it. You want to oppose everything because you too enjoy it. Isn't that right? Mekamaru. Nope, I just want faith points. Mekamaru replied, so what if you are correct? Ah, how similar it is to that Demon King story I read. All for one stopped speaking, making the room fall silent. Take out Ragdoll. Mekamaru threw the ball on the ground, making Hero Ragdoll appear before them. As soon as Ragdoll appeared, she was overwhelmed by the severe warning signs her quirk flooded her with. Behind her was Mekamaru and in front of her was All for One. Her escape route was completely cut off. The feeling of complete dread spreading from AFO's made her feel a deep sense of fear and despair. She has a useful quirk. The sudden voice chilled her heart, making her fall on her back. Then under her horrified eyes, some red and black colored lines extended from the chamber and suddenly attached to her entire body. An intense feeling of pain suddenly assaulted her mind, reaching her soul. Just as she unconsciously opened her mouth to scream, a mechanical hand blocked it up. With tears rolling down her eyes, Hero Ragdoll barely managed to look in Mekamaru's direction. Her eyes looked desperately at him as if asking for help. Stay silent. But she was meant to be disappointed. Ha ha ha, how heartless Mekamaru. AFO smiled. He was clearly able to instantly steal Ragdoll's quirk but deliberately chose the harsh way. It was a test for Mekamaru. The clothes covering Hero Ragdoll were suddenly shredded to pieces, making her full and mature body appear in their full view. Finally, after she stopped struggling, AFO stole her quirk and left her staring dumbly into the air. Drop her in the green liquid. Mekamaru picked her up using his arms and dropped her inside the pod containing a green liquid. That is all, you may leave. With AFO's voice, a familiar black shadow extended from the void enveloping Mekamaru and taking him away. After he was gone, AFO spoke in a small voice only he could hear. If only we had met sooner, but maybe this is also destiny. Location, UA. Inside All Might's office. With his hands supporting his head, Kurokai thought deeply in his mind. I might just have FCKED everything up. In front of him stood All Might, the symbol of the peace, shirtless. Only this time, there was no wound on his stomach. P.S. How's the new cover? Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 38. Not long after the villains left, the medical staff was quickly called. Standing still with Azui by his side, Kurokai let the medical person examine him. After seeing that he was fine except for a few minor injuries here and there, the medical person hurried to the next student. Kurokai-kun, are you all right? Azui asked hesitantly, seeing him staring absent-mindedly at All Might, who arrived some time ago. Just thinking about something, Kurokai narrowed his eyes. The memories of JJK's healer passed through his mind. Kurokai, help us move the injured. Yes. He was just about to move when All Might suddenly appeared before him and carefully grabbed the unconscious people. You should rest, Kurokai Shounen, leave this to me, it's the least I can do. Kurokai looked at All Might crouching down to pick up Hero Mandalay and Tiger carefully. Watching his back, Kurokai couldn't help but rub his chin. A wonderful idea suddenly spurted in his mind. Hey All Might. What is it, Kurokai Shounen? All Might asked, confused, holding Tiger and Mandalay in one arm each. Kurokai pointed at his stomach area, saying with a smile. I think I can heal your injuries. Silence enveloped the place. For a long time, All Might stood there stunned. Hey! A stupid voice escaped All Might's mouth. After transporting Tiger and Mandalay, All Might quickly grabbed Kurokai and ran with his inhuman speed. Leaving behind the dumbstruck Azui and Midoriya, who were just talking to Kurokai. Being held by All Might like luggage, Kurokai looked left and right at the rapidly moving surroundings. What speed? His eyes lit up in amazement. Looking down, he clearly saw All Might's face. His usual smile was gone. In no time, they arrived back at UA. Putting Kurokai down on the sofa, All Might walked up and sat opposite to him, his eyes looking seriously at him. This, Kurokai Shounen, can you repeat what you said earlier? He asked in a hesitant but also slightly expectant voice. I can heal your stomach wound. Kurokai Shounen, how did you know? Finally asked the real question, Kurokai smiled. Using his cursed energy, he could clearly feel Teacher Cementos hiding behind the back door with his hands on the ground ready to move at a moment's notice. It's because of my power. But isn't telekinesis? I also thought so at first, but it seems I was wrong all along. Kurokai sighed, and a lost look appeared on his face. Kurokai Shounen, what do you mean? It's not telekinesis, my power is similar to energy manipulation. Kurokai bullshitted his way through. All Might widened his eyes. Energy manipulation. Kurokai raised his hand and concentrated a large amount of cursed energy on it. Although All Might was unable to see cursed energy, with his senses he could feel something foreign moving above Kurokai's palm. It is my quirk, I call it cursed energy. Cursed energy, All Might hesitated, feeling the darkness from Kurokai's palm. I understood it while fighting Mechamaru. A small red light appeared above Kurokai's palm, stunning All Might. Now that I have a clearer understanding of my power, I can feel the terrible injury at your stomach. Kurokai stopped and suddenly turned towards the back door. I can also feel Teacher Cementos standing behind the door. All Might's pupils contracted and Cementos shook for a moment. What do you mean, Kurokai Shounen? I should be the one asking that. I only wanted to heal the teacher, but it seems I am not at all trusted. Kurokai shrugged his shoulders and sat down leisurely on the sofa. This Kurokai Shounen I can explain. While All Might was hurriedly trying to think of a solution, Cementos suddenly opened the door and walked in, then bowed to Kurokai as an apology. It was my idea, student, but... Cementos looked up at Kurokai with hopeful eyes. Can you really heal All Might? I can try. Kurokai said casually, not promising anything. That. I trust Kurokai Shounen. All Might suddenly stood up, and with a cloud of smoke, his figure suddenly deflated into a weak-looking skeleton. Cementos wanted to instinctively use his quirk to block Kurokai's sight, but seeing him unaffected by All Might's sudden made him stop. So you knew Kurokai Shounen? All Might asked in a weak voice. There was also a small feeling of relief in it. The chances of Kurokai being the spy decreased significantly in his mind. If he truly was the spy, then the League of Villains would have directly launched an assault on them by now, knowing that the symbol of the piece was nothing but a paper tiger, a mirage of his previous mighty self. Should we start? Kurokai stood up and walked up to All Might, stopping before him. All Might looked up at Kurokai. In his weak state he was a head shorter than him. Grabbing the ends of his now oversized costume, he took it off, revealing a grievous purple injury on his stomach. More than half of his stomach was gone, due to which he was unable to drink alcohol or anything too strong. This is All Might, the symbol of peace who selflessly protected everyone but himself. Then let's start. Raising his hand, Kurokai placed it on All Might's stomach, using the reverse curse technique for healing. Suddenly All Might felt a sharp pain in his stomach, followed by all over his body. Seeing Cementos's dumbfounded face, All Might want to look down, but he stopped himself, so as to not be disappointed. But it was then that All Might noticed an anomaly. Is Kurokai Shounen growing shorter? He was confused. But then he looked at Cementos, who was also growing shorter. No. Could it be? A light passed through All Might's eyes. It's done. Followed by the sudden voice, the pain in his body disappeared. Seeing Kurokai backing off, All Might stood in place with a daze. Instinctively raising his hand, he saw a big muscular palm filled with flesh and strength, completely opposite of the bony one he was familiar with. Looking down, he saw the injury which has plagued him for years, gone, replaced by well-packed and hardened ABS. All Might's eyes started trembling. Oh. All Might. Cementos, who always appeared indifferent, suddenly dropped down on his knees and started crying like a child. Meanwhile, Kurokai suddenly got a mirror from somewhere and placed it in front of All Might's face. What appeared in the mirror was a dignified-looking man with strong and attractive facial features. Raising his hand, All Might touched his face. The feeling was completely different from the skeleton he was familiar with. Shounen. Kurokai raised his head, hearing the trembling voice, touched his chin, then gave All Might a thumbs up. Welcome back, symbol of peace. Welcome back. Yes, welcome back. Tears unconsciously started falling out of All Might's eyes. He remembered the last time he cried was when his master died. Wiping away his tears with his hand, he looked at Kurokai, who was giving him a thumbs up. Symbol of peace. A familiar smile appeared on All Might's face. Kurokai Shounen. All Might suddenly opened his hands and hugged Kurokai. All Might, I'm not into men, Kurokai hurriedly said, feeling All Might's battle-hardened flash enveloping him. But his voice seemed to have the opposite effect, as All Might only hugged him harder. No, wait, let go. I said let go. I do not like this. Kurokai started pushing his head away from him, making All Might finally let go. How heartless, Kurokai Shounen. All Might looked hurt. If you want to hug, then hug Teacher Cementos. Kurokai pointed at the back. Cementos hurriedly whipped away his tears and started shaking his head like crazy. After walking out of All Might's office, Kurokai reflected on what happened. He noticed something incredible while he was healing All Might. The embers of Opha left inside All Might's body, increased as it came into contact with cursed energy. A thoughtful look appeared on Kurokai's face. I raised it by 50% just to prevent any accident from happening in the upcoming fight. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 39. P.S. What you guys talking about? All Might never gained cursed energy, he was simply healed. There's no proof, previous chap edited. You guys are just delulu. We will need Kurokai's help, Shota in a calm voice. Agree. Ida, Midoriya, Kirishima and Momo hurriedly nodded, showing their approval. Suddenly one of them asked the important question. So, where is he? All five of them fell silent. Unlike all the other students of us, Kurokai was taken away by All Might. Everyone turned to look at Midoriya. Huh? Hey? I don't know where he went. Midoriya hurriedly surrendered. Then everyone suddenly turned to Ida. But unlike Midoriya, Ida, being a responsible class representative, clearly knew something. Of course. I remember his address. Fixing his glasses, Ida waited to be praised, but all he got in return was gazes that looked at him as if he was a creep. He didn't memorize all of our addresses, did he? They all shivered at the same time. Back at home, Kurokai was munching on snacks, watching television which showed UA's teachers including Aizawa apologizing for their lack of mismanagement. Suddenly a hand went for his snacks and grabbed a handful of them before retreating. With a blank look on his face, Kurokai looked at Hikari Sento who sat beside him and started eating his food while looking at the TV. Son, is the school really safe? You can tell Crunch me if you have any difficulty. She asked him with a worried voice while eating his snacks. Kurokai didn't know what to say, it was just some snacks, but he clearly asked her if she wanted any when he went out to buy them and she refused. Ding! The sudden doorbell attracted their attention. Who could it be at this time? While Hikari was thinking, Kurokai had already opened the door, revealing the figure of his classmates who were supposed to be at the hospital. Mom, my friends are here, I'll go out for a while. Wait. Your friends? Invite them in. No, wait, don't leave yet. Bam. Ignoring the loud voice behind him, Kurokai turned to face them and asked in a cold voice. So who are we killing? Kurokai-kun, we're not killing anyone, Momo hurriedly shouted. Oh. Why do you seem disappointed? They all shouted in their minds. So why are you all here? Kurokai asked, feigning ignorance, even though he knew their motive. We're going to rescue Bakugo-kun, Midoriya clenched his fist and explained. With just the 5 of you, Kurokai rolled his eyes. That we also have you. I haven't agreed yet. And no way, Kurokai-kun. Midoriya was deflated and the others stopped thinking for a moment. Only Kirishima remained silent, looked at the scene then turned around to leave. Then we can only save Bakugo on our own. Seeing Kirishima walking away with an attitude of I will go alone if I have to, Kurokai used his quirk and stopped him in place. Go ahead, try to leave now. Kirishima was embarrassed. Shaking his head, Kurokai discarded his plan to tease them any further and asked in a serious voice. So what's the plan? Not long after Kurokai left with them, Teacher Midnight appeared outside his house. Wearing her hero costume, she rings the doorbell. While the door was opening up, she said in a dignified voice. Kurokai, ready up, we need your hello, good evening ma'am. Her attitude did a 180 seeing it was Hikari Sento who opened the door. Who are you? What do you want from my son? She stared at Midnight with vigilant eyes, not opening the door completely. I am a teacher at UA, Hero Midnight tried to explain. But she was stopped by Hikari's sudden question. Teacher? Then why are you wearing such revealing clothes? Ah ha ha ha. Midnight had no good answer so she tried to laugh it off. That can you please call Kurokai? We need him for something important. My son just left the house. Hey. Villain's hideout. Bakugo was stuck to a chair with his body tied up, unable to move. He looked at the members of League of Villains with his vigilant eyes. I'll ask you one more time, aspiring hero Katsuki Bakugo. Shigaraki continued. Will you join us? With the sweat rolling down his cheek, Bakugo mustered up a smile and said. If you are going to talk in your sleep, you should go to sleep and die. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. Why do you refuse? Didn't you see how the heroes were being criticized by the people on the TV even though they did nothing wrong? They tried their best, yet no one praises them. They take compensation for saving a life which is supposed to be priceless, right? What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly just? And you know. Shigaraki's red eyes started glowing. We are planning on winning. You two like winning, don't you? Looking at Bakugo's restraints, Shigaraki said. Release him. He will attack us, Dabi replied instantly. It's okay, I believe he is not stupid enough to not understand the situation. Shigaraki shrugged his shoulders. Meanwhile, Mekamaru was looking out of the one-sided window he recently installed. He could vaguely see silhouettes of police and pro-heroes silently cornering their place. Trouble. Mekamaru's sudden voice attracted their attention. Mekamaru. Shigaraki stopped speaking, a terrible possibility suddenly came into his mind. Heroes. Seeing Mekamaru nod his head, Shigaraki started scratching his neck. Kurogiryu's gate. Yes, Shigaraki. They're here. Along with Mekamaru's voice. The reinforced steel wall beside him was smashed, revealing the figure of the symbol of peace. Do we really have to do this? Kurokai asked. Currently, 5 of them were squeezing their way between the walls of the villains and their neighbor's household. Ida asked, you have a better idea? Forget that I ask. They stopped after arriving in front of a window. Let's look inside. Kurokai, get on my shoulder, Kirishima said. Kurogiri gave him a weird look. Why don't I just levitate us? That makes sense, do it Kurokai, Kirishima gave him a thumbs up. Looking away from the idiot, he used his power to levitate all of them just enough to be able to see through the window. But as soon as they did. Are those Nomus? Momo asked in a trembling voice. Looks like the heroes are here. Kurokai's sudden voice stunned them. What did you say, Kurokai-kun? Midoriya hurriedly asked. Instead of replying, Kurokai turned his head to look at Hero Mount Lady's raised leg. And in the next moment. Boom. With a loud sound, the building along with the sleeping Nomus were destroyed in an instant. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 40. As soon as All Might blasted through the wall, Hero Kamui Woods rushed in, spreading his branches toward the stunned League of Villains. Everyone including Mekamaru was entangled in an instant. Dabi tried to burn the restraint but a flash of light suddenly rushed up at amazing speed. Gran Torino kicked Dabi on the back of his head, knocking him out. Not stopping for a second, Gran Torino appeared before Mechamaru and kicked his head as well, knocking them out. Of course, Mechamaru was just acting. Shigaraki. Before Kurogiri could continue, a thin razor-sharp string rushed into his body and immobilized him. Hero Edge shot. Shigaraki was stunned, the sudden turn of events was completely out of his expectations. The last boss suddenly invaded your home? How is this fair? His eyes stared at All Might with visible hatred. But All Might's next words left him stunned. Shigaraki Tomura, my master's grandson. His words stunned everyone. All Might looked at the bound Shigaraki with a complicated gaze, filled with remorse and self-hatred. Forgive me for not being there for you, but I am here now. All Might extended his hand towards Shigaraki. So let's start over again, it's not too late. He tried to put up his best smile, in order to convince his master's only blood relative to turn back to the correct path. But all he got in return. Don't FCK with me. Was deep-seated, bone-chilling hatred. The heroes present in the scene couldn't understand how such a deep and boundless evil could be emitted from a kid. You weren't there when I needed you. And now you dare say that to me. All Might. All Might's eyes trembled, listening to Shigaraki's blood-curdling howls. Toshinori, don't be swayed by him. Why yes, Gran Torino. Listening to his teacher's voice, All Might suppressed his emotions, looking at Shigaraki with firm and unfaltering eyes. But his change only seems to make Shigaraki even crazier. I know you are awake. His voice attracted everyone's attention. I refuse to believe these pieces of trash can stun you. A bad premonition hit the hero's heart. Are you even listening to me? Shigaraki shouted at the top of his lungs. For a moment everyone's heart skipped a beat. And then, Mechamaru's lowered head raised up. He was pretending. Gran Torino was the first to notice. Staring at Mechamaru in disbelief, remembering how he clearly knocked him unconscious before. This was not the time to think of useless things. For a fraction of a second, Mechamaru's green and Shigaraki's red eyes collided. Do it now. Let them feel pain. Mechamaru. As you wish, my friend. Followed by his voice. A giant metal palm broke through the earth and enveloped the place. The police forces and heroes sitting outside on standby stared in disbelief at the sky-covering metal monstrosity that appeared before them. It was a towering machine with 3 pairs of red eyes, impossibly massive, its silver body looming over everything, its dark silhouette gleaming under the fractured light of the cursed energy it radiates. Suddenly a flame erupted from beside them and attacked the robot. It was Endeavor. There was no intelligence about such a giant piece of junk, Endeavor shouted in a dissatisfied voice and attacked again. Unfortunately, his flames did no damage to the metal construct. What? Endeavor was taken aback. Yago's curse technique was out of his syllabus after all. Suddenly the metal giant opened his mouth and declared its existence. Ultimate Mechamaru. At the same time, on a nearby roof, All Might appeared, carrying Bakugo and the other heroes. That was a little close. He said and carefully placed everyone on the ground. They had such a trump card, Gran Torino muttered in a small voice, then turned to All Might. Fortunately you were healed, but he has yet to show himself, Toshinori, so you should stay put for now and wait for him. Gran Torino's voice was interrupted by the massive explosion in the distance. The giant blast was almost twice as big as Ultimate Mechamaru. I can feel it, he's there. All Might gritted his teeth in anger. All for one. It's bad. That's where Mount Lady and the other are, Kamui Wood said in a worried voice. Go Toshinori. We will take care of it here. Yes. With a giant leap, All Might rushed towards the blast location. Inside Ultimate Mechamaru. Dabi, Kurogiri, Toga, Magna Spinner and Mr. Compass were dumbstruck, staring at the screen displaying the outside world in wonder. Only Shigaraki's eyes displayed a sense of newfound excitement. Kill them, Mechamaru. Crush those bastards. Hearing his voice, Mechamaru didn't say anything but silently released Limitless since All Might was gone. Now that the two bosses were fighting, he could also start going crazy. Ultimate Mechamaru's 3 pairs of eyes glowed and started raining down red beams of lasers below. Behind the wall, Midoriya, Shoto, Kirishima and Momo stood still, tremblingly, not daring to utter a sound. The intense feeling of dread was enough to make them feel suffocated. But it was natural. Since the one behind them was the biggest villain in Mha. All for one. Ha ha ha, I was originally going to teleport them back, but what a surprise you gave me, Mechamaru. All for one looked at the distant metallic figure with a smile on his face. What a cute toy you have created. He seems to be talking casually, as if the devastated surroundings and severely injured heroes had nothing to do with him. The more he talked, the more scared they became. Suddenly Momo crossed her arms across her chest to find a feeling of comfort, but it was then that she noticed. Kurokai-kun is fine. Her gaze landed on Kurokai, who just stood in place, showing no sign of panic. Seeing his calm figure suddenly gave her a sense of relief. It should be fine with right. Since Kurokai is here. Her body unconsciously leaned on his side. It was an instinctive reaction of the weak to seek the protection of the strong. Feeling the soft touch, Kurokai was momentarily distracted, looking at Momo, who was hesitantly leaning on him. He thought for a moment before wrapping his hand around her shoulder and pulling her closer to his chest. But surprisingly, unlike what he expected, Momo didn't resist him at all, obediently letting him bring her close. Listening to Kurokai's rhythmic heartbeat made Momo calm down. This was the first for her. Suddenly the fear of greatest evil in her heart lessened significantly. It doesn't feel so bad, Momo thought in her mind, lightly wrapping her arm around Kurokai's waist. She didn't even notice her chest was pressing against him. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Midoriya were looking at them as if they have gone nuts. Excuse me. But this really isn't the appropriate time, okay? They screamed loudly in their minds. Only Shota was excluded since his position wasn't beside Midoriya and was unable to see what just happened. It seems you are here. The sudden voice sent chill down their spine. Did he discover us? They all, except Kurokai, thought in horror. Momo unconsciously tightened her grip around Kurokai, pressing her chest against his. Feeling the soft sensation, Kurokai couldn't help but give All for One a big thumbs up in his mind. I will have you return everything. All for One. Are you going to kill me again? All Might. Momo suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly withdrew from Kurokai's embrace. Oh, their party popper is here. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 41. Feeling the heat burning up in his body, Endeavor gritted his teeth and stopped himself from attacking Ultimate Mechamaru again. Currency the monstrosity was being faced by Kamui Wood and Gran Torino who kept distracting its attention. Well, it was mostly just Mechamaru pretending to be distracted, but they didn't know that. Just what is this thing made up of? Endeavor calmed himself and tried analyzing the situation. His heat attacks weren't even leaving a single mark on the piece of metal, which was completely unscientific. Will even prominence burn be useless? Endeavor couldn't help but feel pressure. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit of Ultimate Mechamaru. Yes. Kill them. Kill them all, Mechamaru. Shigaraki shouted in a loud and crazy voice. Mechamaru couldn't help but turn back for a moment, giving Shigaraki a silent look before resuming his attack on the heroes and police people. It was all too exciting for Shigaraki. But he wasn't the only one. So it is unaffected by fire, Dabi said in an interested voice, looking at Endeavor's flame attacks, which were completely useless in front of Ultimate Mechamore. Of course, it was mainly because Mechamaru was using Yago's technique to control Endeavor's flame. But Dabi didn't know that. So he ended up thinking the armor itself was something special, able to withstand high-temperature flames. If it is so, Dabi's eyes shone for a moment, staring intently at Mechamaru's metal body. The black wire-like hair on Ultimate Mechamaru's head lights up, shooting missiles out of them targeting pro-heroes. Wow! Mecha-chan, you're so cool. Hey, let me try too, okay? Without any warning, Toga suddenly came beside Mechamaru and grabbed the controller he was holding, pressing random buttons. Ultimate Mechamaru's body suddenly tilted to the side, stunning the heroes as giant laser came out of his mouth, shooting toward the sky. Inside the cockpit, everyone was lying on the floor. Toga, you crazy bitch! They suddenly rushed up to grab the psychopath, holding her down. No. Mecha-chan, save me. Twice hold her down, don't let her move. Okay, Shigaraki. Boo. Twice I thought you were my friend. Wiping away the invisible sweat from his forehead, Mechamaru stabilized the robot. While they were suffering from their fair share of troubles, it was nothing compared to the shock All for One was going through. This is for America. Smash. 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 All Might continuously rained down 100% punches on All for One's injured face. This scene left AFO feeling dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Is this really All Might? It reminded him of the fight they had more than a decade ago, when both of them were at their peaks, but this doesn't make any sense. With an unresigned voice, All for One used his shockwave quirk to barely create some distance between him and All Might. Are you healed? How is this possible? But All Might had no intention of talking to Ofa at all. Before he could react, All Might appeared behind him and sent a Carolina punch. What? With the bone-breaking pain in his back, AFO was sent smashing into the ground, forming a giant crater. All for One understood. The situation was out of hand. This detestable enemy of his had somehow managed to recover from his injuries. Wiping the blood away from his mouth, AFO used his hand as a support to barely stand back up from the ground. Seeing the confident and unbending figure of his enemy looking down at him made him feel an unimaginable amount of humiliation and anger. Barely controlling himself from attacking, he decided to use one of his trump cards. Hey, tell me, All Might, do you know who Shigaraki is? All Might remained silent, making All for One smile. He is none other than your beloved master's son. I know. All for One froze. I know who Shigaraki is. All Might tightly clenched his fist, making blood flow out. You corrupted my master's only blood relative. An almost blinding light spread out of All Might's eyes. You bastard who plays with everyone's feelings. Normally AFO would be happy to see All Might lose his cool during their fight. But that was only when they were fighting on equal footing. Now that his enemy has completely recovered. Well, the answer was presented in the form of a fist that connected to his face. He wasn't even allowed to feint as All Might grabbed his collar and continued punching the shit out of him. We should also help, Kirishima suddenly said in a righteous tone. The scene fell silent. Even All Might stopped for a moment to look at them. Kurokai gave him a weird look and pointed at All Might beating the living daylight out of AFO. Who do you want to help? Seeing everyone was giving him a weird look, Kirishima's face blushed. He hurriedly hid behind Midoriya to hide his embarrassment. Barely controlling the corners of his mouth from twitching, All Might once again raised his hand to throw a punch. But then he suddenly sensed something. With quick movement he grabbed the five of them and hurriedly jumped away from the place. And as soon as he did, a giant metallic figure landed, making large amount of dust spread out. Boom. Teacher. Shigaraki shouted in a hurried voice and started violently shaking Mechamaru. Hurry, Mechamaru, bring him in now. Okay, wait. Barely managing to control himself, Mechamaru grabbed the unmoving AFO and opened his mouth to let him in. But before he could. I won't let you. Followed by All Might's loud voice, a punch landed on Ultimate Mechamaru's chest making him fly high in the air and dropping AFO on the ground. Fortunately, Ultimate Mechamaru was quite durable, and since All Might didn't use his full strength, it only suffered from some surface-level cracks. Inside the cockpit, red sirens started going off making everyone feel nervous. Retreat. Mechamaru said in a plain voice. But the teacher, Shigaraki, was unresident. If we don't leave now, we won't get another chance. With his green eyes staring straight at Shigaraki, Mechamaru lied in a calm voice. Shigaraki fell silent, raised his hand to look at AFO's unconscious figure, and then gave All Might a hateful look before saying in a small voice. Kurogiri. Yes, Shigaraki. A portal opened behind them. Everyone retreated one by one before only Shigaraki and Mechamaru were left. Let's go, Mechamaru. Shigaraki turned towards the gate and said in a sad voice. But Mechamaru's next words made him stop in his track. You go ahead first. What? I plan to fight All Might. You will die, Shigaraki replied instantly. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. Shigaraki felt confused, he couldn't understand why his friend would do such a stupid thing. So he asked. Why? Mechamaru. I can't let him get away. Mechamaru turned his back to Shigaraki. After he hurt my friend. Shigaraki's pupils constricted and he unconsciously clenched his palam. Kurogiri, you will stay back and make sure to return with my friend. Kurogiri's shadow moved showing that he understood. Turning back, Shigaraki stepped into the warp, but just before he was about to go in, he stopped and asked in a low voice. Will you lose? Mechamaru replied almost instantly. Nah, I'd win. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 42. Looking at the figure of Ultimate Mechamaru from below, All Might stood fearlessly in place, his hand holding the unconscious All for One. Toshinori, how is the situation? Gran Torino suddenly appeared beside him. But then his pupils constricted seeing the unconscious All for One, for a moment he forgot to breathe, then his eyes soaked with excitement. You did it, Toshinori. All Might nodded, his gaze never leaving Ultimate Mechamaru. The robot gave him an indescribable feeling. Suddenly a massive flame attack rushed towards Ultimate Mechamaru, but it was stopped just before it could hit him. Failed again. Endeavor appeared with a depressed look on his face. All Might. We're here. Suddenly all the heroes assembled, surrounding the crater formed because of All Might's punches. Mount Lady. Kamui Wood shouted in a worried voice and hurriedly ran towards the unconscious heroes who were sneaked and attacked by One for All. Oh no. Best Jeanist. He's badly injured. Hero Kamui Wood shouted in a hurry, seeing the gaping hole in Best Jeanist's stomach. Let me help. Suddenly Kurokai appeared before him and grabbed Best Jeanist. Student? What are you doing here? Before Kamui Wood could continue, the hole in Best Jeanist's stomach suddenly disappeared, allowing him to wake up and look around in confusion. The heroes and police personnel present looked at the scene in disbelief. Even Midoriya, Momo, Shoto, and Kirishima were dumbfounded. All Might gave him a thumbs up in his mind. I remember you, kid, please help Ragdoll. Hero Tiger suddenly rushed up to Kurokai holding the unmoving naked Ragdoll in a sheet. Kurokai shook his head, placing his hand on Ragdoll's head. I can't heal mental trauma, she's fine physically. That, how could they, so cruel, Tiger muttered with gritted teeth just thinking about what the villains did to Ragdoll to make her reach such a state made his blood boil. Mount Lady needs healing, Kamui Wood mentioned in a small voice trying not to get on Hero Tiger's nerve. Mount Lady, Kuroki's eyes shone with a blinding light. Why yes she, Kamui Wood pointed to the unconscious giant at the back lying face up. Before Kamui Wood could react, Kurokai vanished from his vision and appeared in front of Mount Lady. What? Dot. While everyone was surprised, Kurokai spread out his arms and jumped straight on pro-hero Mount Lady's left breast. Silence enveloped the field. His body pressed against her chest, making him experience the softness and warmth he could only ever dream of. I need as much skin contact as possible for healing. His excuse muffled under Mount Lady's mountains reached everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned, wondering if it was really true, since some abilities, especially healing ones, have some very out-of-box requirements. But seeing Kurokia moving his arms and legs around as if he was playing in the snow made everyone heavily doubt his claim. The corners of Kamui Wood's mouth twitched unconditionally, he actually felt Mount Lady wouldn't at all mind Kurokia's little stunt, hell knowing her character she might even try and seduce him to live off of him in the future. Midoriya slapped himself to see if he was dreaming. Kirishima simply blinked, he actually believed Kurokai's words. Shoto, didn't care. But Momo, was blushing like crazy and staring at the shameless Kurokai with a wronged look on her face. All Might simply grabbed his forehead and turned away, unwilling to look at him. All Might, just what are you teaching your students? Endeavor was more blunt. All Might rubbed his head in embarrassment. It seems you all are not taking me seriously. Suddenly Ultimate Mechamaru's voice reached their ears making them aliart. Staring straight at the metal giant, All Might opened his mouth and said. Shigaraki, if you are in there. Then listen to me. It is still not too late. Surrender and let me guide you to the correct path. Yes, this was the real reason All Might has yet to smash the robot into pieces. He still wanted to turn Shigaraki into a new leaf and bring his master's son to the correct path. The other heroes gave All Might a look but didn't stop him. If the enemy was willing to surrender obediently, then it would be for the best. A media helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky and started zooming in on Ultimate Mechamaru's floating figure. All of their figures were clearly reflected in the camera, in front of the entire Japan, especially All Might with his signature smile. It's All Might. Woohoo! All Might beat them. The public was excited, even the League of Villains were staring intently at the scene with unblinking eyes. Then as if on cue, Ultimate Mechamaru's mouth opened, releasing a steam of condensed air. Do you think you have won? His hands came together, palms joining with each other to form an indescribable gesture. Then let me show you the true meaning of power. A terrible pressure descended from the sky, making the heroes feel a chill run down their spine. Ultimate technique, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Followed by his voice, the first domain the world has ever seen descended upon the place. Comment. 16 Comment. Vote. Chapter 43. It happened in an instant. A moment ago they were standing on top of rubble, and in the next moment they appeared on top of a volcano. The heat was the first thing to hit them, a suffocating wave of searing air that clawed at their lungs and made their skin prickle with discomfort. All Might stumbled as the ground beneath his feet shifted, molten rock bubbling up in jagged bursts. Around him, the landscape had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Rivers of lava snaked through blackened earth, and towering pillars of flame erupted from the ground with deafening roars. This wasn't just fire, it was a realm of destruction, an oppressive cage of molten fury. The pro-heroes were shaken, taking in the horrifying scene. The sheer malevolence of the space was overwhelming, pressing down on them like a tangible force. Just what is this? One of them questioned in a shaking voice. It was then Ultimate Mechamaru's voice reached their eyes. Welcome to my Coffin of the Iron Mountain. He was like a demon, looking down at them from above. Ultimate Mechamaru said, his voice akin to erupting magma. Do your best to survive. Heroes. Along with his voice, all of the heroes who were present within the domain, all except All Might, ignited at the same time, bursting up in flame. Arh! Gran Torino. Seeing his teacher burst up in flame, a blood-curdling howl escaped All Might's mouth. Their painful and horrifying screams were caught clearly by the cameramen who were in the helicopter stuck inside the domain. The citizens watching the scene were stunned. But there was an anomaly. The camera quickly zoomed in on Kurokai, his friends, Hero Kamui Wood, Best Jeanist, Togger, and Mount Lady. All of them were completely fine. But they all understood. It wasn't some kind of coincidence. A blast of magma tried to envelop the stunned Momo, but before it could reach her it was blocked by a barely visible green film. Controlling her roaring heart, she turned towards Kurokai and shouted in a hurried voice. Kurokai-kun. Help them. Kurokai nodded his head and raised his palm. With a single move all the heroes except All Might were quickly pulled inside his barrier, the flame burning on their bodies also extinguished. Seeing the scene, All Might felt a little relieved, then his gaze turned towards Ultimate Mechamaru. This is the second time. All Might's body shook in anger. Someone has made me this mad. With a loud boom, All Might's figure was launched into the air, heading straight toward Ultimate Mechamaru. Carolina Punch. Ultimate Mechamaru suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed out lava breath, making All Might halt his attack and hurriedly change the direction. Shit. All Might cursed, feeling the top layer of his skin burn up. The next moment the lava on his right moved, rushing straight toward him. Sensing the danger, he barely managed to dodge using his inhuman speed. You guys have any plan? Kurokai asked as he healed Endeavor, who was burned by Mechamaru's flame. The heroes fell silent. They clearly remembered that horrifying burning pain. Kurokai didn't wait for their answer and continued helping the next person. All Might could only helplessly move from one place to another, dodging Mechamaru's continuous attacks. However, what he didn't know was that Mechamaru wasn't using the domain's sure hit mechanism when attacking him, allowing him to dodge. Kurokai silently used his ability to control the camera, making sure it did its job. Hey kid, can you bring Toshinori in? Gran Torino suddenly appeared beside him and asked. I'm afraid if All Might were to come in, I won't be able to keep holding the barrier. Kurokai shook his head, pointing out that Mechamaru wasn't actively attacking them now, because of which he could hold on, but if All Might was to also come in, then he would not be able to hold on. Gran Torino's face turned solemn. Suddenly All Might's foot slipped and his figure was enveloped by flame. Toshinori. All Might. Gran Torino and Midoriya shouted at the same time. As the lava subsided, All Might's darkened figure came into their view. It was bad. He was lying face down, his hair was burned, most of his dress was gone, but above all, his giant figure suddenly deflated by several sizes. From a muscular Hulk to a normal bodybuilder. And no way. Will All Might lose? The citizens became restless. Ultimate Mechamaru floated down and stood before the unmoving All Might. With a gust of air, the mechanical body moved, opening up and revealing the figure of Mechamaru to the world. With unheard footsteps, Mechamaru started making his way towards All Might. Kurokai, hurry up and bring All Might in. Hero Best Jeanist shouted in a loud voice. Kurokai nodded. He also thought it was time to end the performance. But just when he was about to move, Gran Torino silently grabbed his leg. Wait for it. Kurokai narrowed his eyes, hearing his muffled voice. Don't tell me the symbol of peace is playing dead. Nonetheless, Mechamaru didn't stop and kept walking towards All Might. And just when he was close enough, All Might's figure sprang up at incredible speed, throwing a punch straight towards Mechamaru's face. Who in turn raised his hand to intercept it. Seeing what his enemy wanted to do, All Might's eyes glowed and he used his full power on the attack. Plus Ultra. But just before the punch could connect, Mechamaru's eyes turned blue. The unassuming mechanical palm blocked the strongest punch. The result stunned everyone. Hey! A stupefied voice escaped All Might's mouth. He couldn't believe it. His full-powered punch, using every last bit of Opha's embers, was blocked. Is this a dream? All Might's body started trembling. Suddenly an emotion started growing inside All Might's mind. An emotion, of fear. Mechamaru's unblinking blue eyes made him feel fear. You lost, hero. 1000 faith points collected, congratulations on received Mahito's ability Idol Transfiguration. Mechamaru let go of his hand, letting him powerlessly drop to the ground. Placing a leg on top of All Might's face, Mechamaru declared to the world in an unquestionable tone. I won. Comment. 21 comment. Vote. Chapter 44. Seeing the symbol of peace being humiliated like that made some of the more emotional heroes run out of Kurokai's barrier to save him. Unfortunately, it was all but a useless effort. Arrgh. But it was all wasted effort. As soon as they left the barrier they were ignited in flame. Kurokai waved his hand and silently pulled them back in. Throughout the entire process, Mechamaru kept his feet resting on top of All Might's face, he simply stood there blatantly challenging the order of society. No way, All Might really lost. A man in office clothes said in an unbelievable voice. His gaze inadvertently went toward the knightly golden statue of symbol of peace. That unbreakable back, that unfaltering smile, he grew up seeing them from a kid to an adult, but now. His gaze went back to the large screen showing All Might's defeated figure. Is it going to change? The bubble in his mind suddenly burst. No way, no way. A feeling of panic spread throughout the crowd. Will All Might really lose? Is it possible? How? Why? All Might? Are you really going to be defeated like that? No. All Might, stand up. The office worker's voice was like a spark that ignited the fire. Yes, please stand up. Stand up, All Might. You can do it. Please win. Beat the villain. The crowd started shouting at the top of their lungs. And as if their voice was reaching him, All Might's body started shaking. He grabbed Mechamaru's leg and slowly started lifting it up. Yes. That's it, All Might. Beat him. But in the next moment, Mechamaru put pressure on his leg, easily countering All Might's little resistance and slamming his feet on his face, sending him unconscious. The crowd fell silent. The office worker who was shouting at the top of his lungs fell on his back, staring at the screen in disbelief. Visible sparks from One for All kept erupting from Midoriya's body. If Kirishima wasn't holding him back then he would have run up to save All Might long ago. Midoriya, it's useless. You will end up in flames too. No, I might not. What? Midoriya clenched his fist. Unlike other heroes, only All Might was not burned up instantly, meaning in some way he was different from others. It must be One for All. He concluded in his mind, that it was the only thing that made sense. But Midoriya's figure faltered. He always felt like Mechamaru's blue eyes were staring at him as if warning him to not do something stupid. Is there nothing we can do? Best Jeanist shouted and spread out several of his threads, but they all burned up as soon as they left the barrier. Suddenly they saw Mechamaru raise his hand above his head. Then under their horrified gaze, a miniature sun appeared above his palm. Turned to ash. Mechamaru manipulated the mini-sun to attack Kurokai's barrier. Before anyone could react, the attack collided with the barrier surrounding it in flames. Crack. Multiple cracks spread on the barrier, making the heroes hold their breath. Can you hold one? Gran Torino asked in a loud voice. Kurokai nodded and raised his hand, stopping the barrier from breaking. Even the cracks that appeared started to mend themselves, making the heroes sigh in relief. Then what about the next one? Under everyone's hopeless gaze, Mechamaru created another miniature sun. It was over. They all thought. That monster could continuously send that attack. And they had no way to retaliate. Sighing heavily, Gran Torino turned his head towards Kurokai and said in a sad voice. You, take the kids and leave. His words stunned Midoriya, Momo, Kirishima, and Shoto. At least you kids will survive. None of the heroes objected to his words. In fact, some of them even stood up, ready to use their lives and allow the students a chance to escape. Endeavor was the first. With his arms crossed in front of his chest he covered for Shoto and his friends. Todoroki's eyes trembled. He bit down on his lip seeing his father who he hated so much standing in front to protect him without a second thought. If you really hated your father then you wouldn't care at all. Kuroki's words rang out loudly in his mind. It seems you were right after all. In the moment of certain death, people drop their fake facade and become true to themselves. Even after all you did, I could never bring myself to truly hate you, Dad. Todoroki wiped away the tear that was sliding down his eyes. Then suddenly, a voice reached everyone's ears. It's coming. Gran Torino was taken aback and asked Kurokai in a hesitant voice. What's coming? Kurokai smiled and pointed his finger at the sky. A little help from above. And as soon as he finished speaking. Crack. Mechamaru's domain broke down. Showing the figure of a giant meteoroid rushing towards him. What? In a moment of carelessness, Mechamaru revealed a flaw. With quick movement, Kurokai used his power to instantly pull All Might towards him. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. It's useless. But Mechamaru's cold voice brought them out of their reverie. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meteoroid was lit ablaze. Seeing the scene, Kurokai raised his hand and clenched his fist. Under his control, the meteoroid split up into several small pieces, rushing towards Mechamaru. It happened so fast, that Mechamaru could only cross his hands in front of him for defense. Boom. The first rock hit Mechamaru sending him flying, followed by a second then a third. You again. Tornado of terror. Mechamaru shouted in a loud voice and a flame erupted all around him, burning the upcoming projectiles to ash. Die. The miniature sun rushed towards Kurokai. But it was too late. We're retreating. Following Kurokai's voice, a great force was exerted on everyone, lifting them at the same time and rushing towards the opening in the sky created by the meteoroid. Mekamaru silently watched the scene, he even retracted the miniature sun that was rushing towards them. And all of this was captured by the television crew flying in the sky using their helicopter. No way. Heroes lost. This was a first in a long time. That someone has managed to disrupt the order of society. Then what now? One of them asked in a hesitant voice. Suddenly the whole crowd stood still, they saw a dark shadow flickering behind Mekamaru, it extended to form a passage. Then under everyone's horrified gaze, they saw a leg extend out of the passage. My friend Mekamaru. Shigaraki stepped out of the portal in large strides, coming beside Mekamaru, he raised his arm and wrapped it around his neck like old buddies. What a crazy gift you have given me. His eyes crazily emit red light. Looking at the camera pointing towards them, he suddenly smiled, raised his hand, and waved it at them in a friendly gesture. There are more of them. A feeling of dread enveloped the crowd. No fair, Shigaraki. You rushed up so fast, leaving us behind. Followed by the cute voice, Toga walked out of the portal, her eyes looking everywhere in interest. Tisk, what a mess you have created. Dabi complained, his shoes chiseled stepping on the molten ground. Even All Might was not a real hero. Spinner said in a sad voice, his eyes looking at Mekamaru in confusion. Oh, what a wonderful play it was. Mr. Compass bowed towards the camera. Damn, it's all burned up. Magni retorted loudly. Hey Mekamaru, you just defeated the symbol of peace. Lastly twice jumped out and shouted in a loud voice, giving Mekamaru a large thumbs up. All of them stood beside each other, centered around Mekamaru. And then they opened their mouths and said in a synchronized voice. We are the League of Villains. Challenging the very foundation of society. Behind them, All for One, who just regained consciousness, looked at the scene in a daze. Just what did I miss? Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 45. The news soon spread throughout Japan. The heroes fell, and villains rose. The long-standing symbol of peace was beaten and defeated along with his allies against a single foe. They call him by many different names. The Iron Tyrant. A Steel Sovereign. He was Mekamaru, the Machine Overlord. The entire Japan was in a state of red alert, the defense forces watched vigilantly for any new attack by the League of Villains. But even after a week passed, there was no new attack by the League of Villains. At first, they thought it was a plot, a way of making them lower their guard, but as more and more peaceful days passed, a feeling of doubt emerged in their minds. While they all were going through a variety of emotions, the culprits behind the trouble were relaxing inside a rundown go-down, playing video games like a neat. Shit. Mekamaru, I lost again. What's up with this stupid game? Shigaraki threw away the console in his hand, annoyed by the unkillable boss he had tried to beat multiple times. Mekamaru raised his hand and easily grabbed the flying console, ran some cheats, and threw it back at Shigaraki. Wow. It's so easy now. Thanks, Mekamaru. Mekamaru turned his gaze back to Ultimate Mekamaru and started repairing it. But then he felt someone pat his back. Mecha-chan. Mecha-chan. Do something about the TV, please. It stopped working at the best part. The best part, Toga said in a pitiful voice, wearing the blood-red pajamas he created under her request. Hurry. Hurry. Let's go. Putting down the wrench in his hand, Mekamaru let Toga pull him towards her room. After fiddling around with the electronic, it turned back on, but the scene that appeared surprised Mekamaru. It was a girl and a robot hugging each other. Alright. Mecha-chan, it's working, you can leave now. Toga hurriedly pushed Mekamaru back out and closed the door. Standing outside the door, Mekamaru scratched his head before going back to finish the work. While he was walking back, Dabi's figure appeared in his vision, leaning against the wall as if waiting for him. Yo Mekamaru. With the usual lazy smile on his face, Dabi waved at him. Mekamaru walked up to him. Dabi smiled and said. You said we were your friends, right? Mekamaru replied, of course. Dabi's smile widened. Then as a friend, you wouldn't keep your secrets to yourself, no? Mekamaru tilted his head in confusion, not understanding his meaning. Secret? Yes. A big secret. Dabi spread out his hands making an exaggerated gesture, then he suddenly pointed at high-burned face. The secret to how you are able to use flames without burning yourself. Feeling Dabi's hit gaze, Mekamaru understood that he had misunderstood something. The reason flames didn't burn him was because he was a cursed energy user with Yago's powers. It was not something that could be shared or taught. But it's not like there was no other way, especially with the new curse technique he received. Opening his mouth, Mekamaru said. Tell me your goal. Dabi tilted his head slightly, a humorless smirk tugging at his lips. My goal, he echoed, his tone dripping with mockery. What makes you think I have some grand, noble purpose? You said it yourself, didn't you, that friends shouldn't keep secrets? Dabi laughed and said in a crazy voice. You want to know my goal? Fine. It's simple. I want to destroy everything my father built. His reputation, his legacy, his lies. I want him to suffer the way I did. His voice grew colder, darker, with each word. I want the world to see the truth about him, that he's just a monster, a fake. Mekamaru was silent for a moment, before asking. And after that? What happens once you've reduced him to ash? His green eyes stared straight at him. The smile vanished from Dabi's face and a solemn look appeared. Rubbing his head he sighed and walked past Mekamaru. If you don't want to tell me then just say it, why bother with useless talk? But as Dabi was walking away, Mekamaru's voice reached his ears. Come with me, I will help you find a true goal. Narrowing his eyes, Dabi saw Mekamaru walking away. After hesitating for a moment he decided to follow him. After meeting Kurogiri they were sent to a forest with a river and large sky-high trees. The place seems to remind Dabi of a familiar detestable past. Now then. Mekamaru put some distance between them and faced him. Show me your strongest attack. His mechanical voice reached Dabi's ears. What are you trying to do? Dabi asked with his hands in his pocket. I will help you. Mekamaru continued. Fulfill your fate goal. A ring of fire appeared around them, acting as a cage. I will train you to beat Endeavor. Dabi's eyes widened. So come and accept my help. Mekamaru raised his hand towards Dabi. Friend. Staring at the outstretched hand, Dabi scrunted his brows. You should know my body burns up whenever I use my power. Mekamaru remained motionless. Forget beating him, I won't even survive till the training. Dabi started feeling irritated, seeing Mekamaru show no reaction. Are you simply trying to get rid of me? There are easier ways you know. Trust. Mekamaru's sudden words stopped him. Have trust in me, my friend Dabi. His hand still extended outwards, not swaying in the slightest. And I will help you find your true goal. For a moment the scene fell silent. Finally, Dabi let out a snort and started walking towards Mekamaru. You want to help a living corpse? You know you're crazy, right? Even though he said that his feet never stopped. Fine then. He stopped in front of Mekamaru and grabbed his outstretched metallic palm with his burned one. Dabi's eyes glowed with dangerous eyes. As long as I can beat him, it's enough. Their gazes collided in mid-air. So now what? Now? We heal you up. Before Dabi could react, idle transfiguration was applied to his body. Under Dabi's incredulous gaze, he saw the burn in his hand vanish. The pain that constantly haunted his body, caused by the backlash of his power disappeared. Feeling the sudden and unbelievable change, Dabi subconsciously took a step back, but Mekamaru held him in place. Not only did I help you recover. A flame burned in Mekamaru's palm, enveloping Dabi's hand. But instead of the usual pain, he only felt a small subtle warmth. But I also made you more resistant to flame. Raising his palm, Dabi released his blue flame. It no longer hurt. Witnessing the unreal reality. An indescribable feeling filled his heart. Mekamaru. His body trembled in excitement. My trust or whatever you want, I give it to you. Dabi stopped for a moment, before saying with a crazy smile on his face. Friend. The green orb-like eyes flickered, hiding unknown emotions. Comment. 18 Comment. Vote. Chapter 46. Her name was unnecessary. She was but one of the many unfortunate ones who suffered from a deviant quirk. There were long black hairs all over her body, and her quirk hair overgrowth made her look akin to a hair monster, and most people couldn't even identify her gender. Removing the hair didn't work, as they always grow back again almost instantly. It has been a long time since she saw her real face. She had lived like this for 35 years. 35 years of continuous effort to deal with this curse she was born with. Her clothes were tattered, but even from the small holes there was nothing to see, all covered by hair. She could never continue a job for long. People always judged her by her appearance, criticizing her for things she couldn't control. With all the money she could muster up, she paid for many different so-called solutions. But it was all useless. Her quirk wouldn't let her live. And with her cowardly nature, she was unable to die. So when she heard about the rumor, she couldn't believe it at first. Not until she saw with her own eyes. He was a garbage collector with white horns all over his face. She knew him, more like she saw him daily as their paths were similar. And he was cured. It was unbelievable. Her heart started beating loudly. She chased him like a madman and caught up to him to find his secret, but instead of being frightened, the man started enthusiastically explaining to her. His enthusiasm made her doubtful, similar to those many so-called cures she has paid for. But this time, she couldn't help but feel hopeful, since there was an actual case in front of her. Mechanical Overlord. She knew him, there was not a person in Japan who didn't know him. She was instantly frightened, thinking the man was crazy to be sending her to a villain, and not just any villain but the most terrifying one. She was about to leave, but his next words made her stop. Is the life you are living worth living? She clenched her palm. Of course, it isn't. You try so hard, working your ass off only to be disliked, discriminated against by ones who don't know anything? Based on what? Something you were born with? So under his guidance, she gathered up some courage and went to meet the infamous Mechanical Overlord. But just as she was timidly making her way forward, a hand patted her back making her jump in fright. Hyeg. Please calm down. His soothing voice reached her ears, trying to calm her down. But she was anything but calm. Because she knew him. It was a face she was familiar with. Hawks. Is she going to be arrested? Is he here to detain her? Countless thoughts rushed through her mind, making her almost faint. Seeing her situation, Hawks hurriedly explained his situation. He's also here for help. She gave him a weird look. The wings on Hawks's back were iconic. It was what separated him from the other heroes. It made him look cool. And now he was saying he wanted them gone? Does she look like an idiot? These hairs don't diminish her intelligence, okay? He's obviously undercover. She was feeling frustrated. Fortunately, since her face was all covered up, he couldn't see anything. She looked at him, trying to trick her with his innocent smile. It reminded her of those first-rate scammers. Fine, you want to come then come. She shouted in her mind and started making her way forward in large strides with Hawks quickly following behind. In no time, they arrived before a cold-looking steel door with a futuristic look. Remembering what the guy told her, she went near the door and said in a small voice. Help. A mechanical clicking sound started coming from the door, and after a moment it opened up revealing the way inside. Hawks behind her raised his eyebrow. He heard her and wondered why such a passcode was chosen. As they walked through the door, a world completely different from the outside appeared before their eyes. They both looked in wonder. The place was small, but the metallic walls, ever-moving gears, and the smell of engine oil made them think they were dreaming. Just then. You are looking for me. A cold mechanical voice reached their ears. Hawks was the first to notice, his eyes staring fixedly at the back of Mechanical Overlord. He's really here, the rumor was true. Instead of being excited, Hawks was filled with a sense of nervousness. The opponent was someone who could solo all Moket. He wouldn't be so naive as to think he could win against him. The police force sent him to check out the rumor which has been recently spreading in the underworld. But who would have guessed he would end up hitting the jackpot on the first try? Hawks cursed his bad luck and stared at Mekamaru. He seemed to be fiddling with some parts. With a quick glance he could see a pitch-black half-finished body armor. For his companions. Or himself. Hawks quickly gathered information. They both stared at him, none of them moving an inch. Hawks always kept his gaze on the open door, ready to escape with the woman at a moment's notice. Finally, just when Hawks was thinking was running away, Mekamaru put down the part in his hand and turned to face them. Come here. He said plainly, his eyes staring at the woman next to Hawks. Being looked straight at by the most terrifying villain came with a lot of pressure. For a moment she forgot to breathe. But then she questioned herself. What will he even gain by harming me? Yes, she knew, she was a nobody, she wasn't a hero nor an officer, she couldn't even be considered a normal citizen. And since she was already here, seeing it to the end shouldn't hurt, right? She thought timidly in her mind and made her way towards Mekamaru. It's dangerous. Hawks shouted in his mind but didn't move, or he didn't dare to move. In no time she appeared in front of Mekamaru. Staring straight at her with his green orb-like eyes, he asked. What is your name? Name. She smiled bitterly. Does it even matter? Mekamaru looked at her in silence, then raised his hand. After hesitating for a moment, she grabbed his mechanical palm with her hairy one. The feeling of cold metal seemed to spread through her hand making her tremble. But then suddenly a warm feeling spread throughout her body. You are the only one who decides your worth. The hairs growing all over her body retracted, showing the mature figure of a middle-aged woman. If you think it doesn't matter, then it doesn't. New energy seems to flush through her, enhancing her ordinary appearance to newfound heights. In a daze, she looked at her fair and spotless palm in Mekamaru's hand. If you think it matters, then it does. Mekamaru retracted his hand and handed her a mirror. Is this me? She touched her fair and milky face, her black lustrous long hair was unlike those of her age. It felt unreal. She doubted, wondering if she was under some illusion. She didn't notice, but at some point, her knees gave in making her fall down. But then, a cold mechanical hand patted her head. Well done. She couldn't understand, why did he say that? It takes courage to come and face me. It wasn't courage but desperation. Your clothes are haggard, take this, it's a gift from my friend. He handed her a red dress. She bit down on her lip, she was a no one, a background character. Then, live your new life. Mekamaru turned back to his workshop. Looking at his back, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. Do you not want anything in return? Mekamaru stopped, turned his head and said. Next time you come, I would like to hear your name. He was the mechanical overlord. Tears unknowingly started dripping down her face, bowing deeply to Mekamaru she turned around holding the dress. It was at that time, she met Hawk's shocked gaze. Should I tell him? This guy was definitely a spy. She turned back to look at Mekamaru, making Hawk flinch. But after hesitating for a moment, she didn't say anything. He probably already knows. If even she, someone completely unrelated, could think about it, then there's no reason for Mekamaru to not know. Hawks watched nervously as the woman walked out of the room. Even now he felt it was unbelievable. This is bad, very bad. He concluded in his mind. This will completely change the foundation of society. And it was in the hands of someone who should have never gotten it. Well, I finally get to meet the infamous Mekamaru. Heard a lot about you, guess the rumors don't do justice, impressive setup you've got here. Mind if I hang around for a bit, he said trying to make small talk. But Mekamaru's next words. Tell me, Hawks. Left him speechless. Just what is the government's dog doing at my place? A terrifying pressure, one he had never felt before, fell upon him. Hawks thought in his mind. Did he guess? It's not surprising. Anyone would be suspicious if a famous hero suddenly came knocking on their door, especially a villain. But he was prepared for it. Hawks mustered up his usual smile, intending to continue the act. That's hurtful, Mekamaru-san, I came all this way to actually join you. Is that your motive? To act as a spy? Goosebumps appeared all over Hawks's skin. He immediately extended his wings, ready to get out of there. But... You know Hawks? He was stopped in place by a fire which suddenly appeared beside him. If I wanted you'd be dead already. Seeing the situation, Hawks calmed down. He stared straight at Mechamaru's back with his sharp gaze, now having completely dropped the act. Since the opponent already had the power to attack before he could react, there was no point in using unnecessary tactics. What do you intend to do? Since he wasn't burned to ash, it meant there was room to talk. Intent? Since when did helping someone require a motive? Mechamaru continued in an unheard voice. Of course, that is not something you heroes who take money could understand. Hawks narrowed his eyes. He needed to buy more time. But Mechamaru's next words. Have you finished sending your little cry for help? Exposed all of his schemes bare before him. A drop of sweat slipped down Hawks's face. He couldn't understand how Mechamaru found out about the little transmitter hidden underneath his jacket. Mustering up his courage he said in a strong voice. Since you know, you should also understand. Taking out the transmitter from his jacket, he shouted in a loud voice. In less than a minute you will face the combined siege of all heroes in the vicinity. Even for you, it will be hard to survive. He continued his bravado. So how about it? If you surrender I can. As many will come. Mechamaru finally put down his equipment and turned to look at him. As many will fall. His words completely disregarded, looking down on the combined power of heroes. Hawks gritted his teeth, looking at those orb-like green eyes, he could conclude. It was not a bluff. You are welcome to come, whenever you wish. Mechamaru turned back to his workshop. You know the address after all. Sparks started flying out from the welding machine. Now leave. After giving Mechamaru a deep look, Hawks sighed and turned around to leave the place, leaving the mechanical overlord with his own creation. Dabby looked at the empty forest with a vacant gaze. I will help you fulfill your fake dream. Yeah right. He scoffed in his mind. After all that ranting you forgot about the promised time, he muttered in a small voice. It felt familiar. A bad memory resurfaced in his mind. Dad. Look at me. Look, I finally made some progress. He couldn't help but remember his bastard of a father's face. You promised you would come. Who, ever so conveniently forgot about him, leaving him to die in a burning forest similar to this one. Tisk, I remember he started curing those demi-humans. Dabby turned back ready to call Kurogiri and leave. In the end they are all the same, every last one of them. Whether it be Ofa who saved him, trying to manipulate him for his cause, or his bastard father who only ever cared for his own interests. Even you Mechamaru. Dabby's thoughts came to a stop. Took you long enough to notice. The familiar metallic figure sat there, leaning against the ground looking at him. It seems your senses need some work. Dabby stood in place, watching him carry a large box towards him. I brought you a little gift. Mechamaru put down the box in his hand and opened it up, revealing a shiny black metallic suit with blood-red lines all over it. Dabby stared at it in silence. Although your birthday is still far away, you can think of it as an advance gift. Handing it over to the confused Dabby, Mechamaru gave him a thumbs up. Not minding Mechamaru's little gesture, Dabby stared straight at the gift and said in a barely audible voice. This is the first time someone gave me a gift. But Mechamaru heard him. It won't be the last. Patting his head, he distanced himself from Dabby. Now then put it on, you still need to beat Endeavor. Dabby smiled, looking straight at Mechamaru, and shouted in a loud voice. HOH. Be careful not to get burned. You wish. Mechamaru gave him a challenging gesture. Dabby scoffed, putting on the pitch-black metallic suit, he released his ability making a blue flame burn all around him. While attacking Mechamaru with his fist he thought in his mind. Maybe, it's not too bad to have a friend, Mechamaru. Their fists collided in mid-air lighting up the forest. P.S. So we're like at 500 P.S. If we reach 800 I'll upload an additional chapter. Comment. 29 Comment. Vote. Chapter 47. After he saved the heroes, Kurokai didn't receive much appreciation. It wasn't like the heroes were undermining his efforts, they were all simply too stunned after experiencing Mechamaru's overwhelming might. A villain more powerful than All Might. Their reaction was understandable. No. I'm not sending my son to your camp. And in turn, his mother's reaction was also very much understandable. Hikari Sento faced All Might and Eraserhead with a serious look on her face. Kurokai was leaning against the wall, casually watching the drama unfold while enjoying his drink. I like this, it's sweet. We understand your concern but please trust us. How? After you got your ass beaten by villains. Kurokai almost spilled the drink from his mouth, barely controlling himself, he gave Hikari Sento a big thumbs up in his mind. All Might was depressed. Unlike the original, where most parents more or less agreed to send their kids to dorms provided by UA, this time they faced harsh resistance because of the fear of mechanical overlord. It made many of them doubt whether they even wanted their children to face such a monster in the future. Even All Might lost, so how were their precious children supposed to fight against such a being? No. I'm not sending my baby with you. Never, Hikari Sento said in a firm voice. All Might's lowered head lowered even more, unable to match her eyes. Sitting beside him, Aizawa released a light sigh and said. We understand that you do not want to see your child getting injured, no parent does. Aizawa took in a deep breath, stood up from his seat and gave Hikari a 90-degree bow. But please allow Kurokai to join the dorms. Aizawa-kun. All Might's pupils trembled, then without hesitation, he also stood up from his seat and bowed to her as well. Their sudden action shocked Hikari Sento. The one bowing to her was none other than the symbol of peace who has protected Japan for decades. That. Her heart started racing. She was just an ordinary woman and didn't have much willpower. The previous act was mostly based on instincts, and now that the feeling was gone, she reverted back to her usual self. Is my decision correct? Feeling confused, she turned towards Kurokai for help. He saw her gaze, blinked at her twice, then suddenly gave her a thumbs up. What does that even mean? She complained in her mind. By now All Might and Aizawa were secretly peeking at each other, wondering how long they'd have to keep bowing. Then as if on cue. Please raise your head first. Her voice reached their ears and they quickly straightened their backs. That I still think it is too dangerous. It seems I must use my trump card. Teacher Aizawa narrowed his eyes. He interjected, Madam. Hikari looked at him. How about we ask how Kurokai feels, ... It was his secret weapon. He used it every time the parents were about to refuse to send the kids to UA's dorm. His eyes moved towards Kurokai, who was silently enjoying his drink. For a moment both of their gazes matched. In an instant, a silent communication was established. Do you understand? Of course, sensei. Aizawa smiled in his mind. He suddenly felt he and Kurokai had quite a lot in common, as they could converse with eye contact now. Mother. Yes, son. Feeling the energy in Kurokai's voice, All Might and Aizawa smiled at the same time. Who are they? Kurokai said, pointing straight at them. For a moment the room fell silent. Then, Hikari Sento called the cops. All Might fainted. And Aizawa held his forehead, muttering in a small voice, I should have known, I should have known. Kurokai stood on the sidelines, enjoying the fruits of his harvest. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to move into the student dorms under teacher Aizawa's repeated begging. We don't want you. Okay, I agree, I'll live in the dorms. No. Don't come. Don't come. Standing in front of Class 1A's student dorm, which was built in 3 days, Kurokai thought in his mind. It's pretty good. The size, the look, the decor, he really wanted to tell UA to change their profession, construction work might just fit them better. Ignoring the killing intent spreading out from the 30-year-old virgin behind him, Kurokai enjoyed the sunrise. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he felt someone quickly rushing up to him from behind. Just how far have you fallen? Eraserhead? To even sneak attack your innocent and lovely student? Oh wait, it's not him, body shape doesn't match. Kurokai stopped supplying cursed energy to his leg when he found the opponent wasn't Aizawa. Is it Momo, Frogo? Kurokai-kun. It's me, Midoriya. I suddenly don't want to turn around. Without giving him time to think, Midoriya suddenly walked around him and looked straight in his eyes. He were, a little too close for comfort. Kurokai-kun. Why yes. Kurokai stuttered, taking a step back. Kurokai-kun. Midoriya shouted, taking a step forward. Again. He was too close. Kurokia suppressed the urge to slap him away and asked. What is it, Midoriya? Thank you. Midoriya gave a 90-degree bow. I don't remember healing you. But you saved us. And not just once but many times before. A strong light kept flashing in Midoriya's eyes. You also healed All Might's injury. He found out about it yesterday. That was what he was really grateful about. But he couldn't say it directly, there were too many secrets involved. Okay, there's no need for this, we're friends after all. Kurokai-kun. Tears formed at the ends of Midoriya's eyes. Alright, don't cry, look, everyone is here. Kurokai patted his head and pointed at the entrance gate. Bakugo, Kirishima, Ida, Momo, they were all here. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems Aizawa's dirty tactics were very successful. Villain's hideout. So? Who are you? Shigaraki asked in a lazy tone, looking sideways at the man twice brought in. He wore a mask on his face, similar to Plague Doctor from ancient times, only the one he was wearing didn't cover the eyes. Overhaul. Mekamaru put down his wrench and gave him a silent look. The timelines has started to change. PS, Power Stone Game, 400 PS, new chapter, 700 PS, second new chapter, 900 PS, third new chapter, and so on. Though I don't think we'll reach that high, but okay. I believe in you, friends. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 48. You have brought a big fish here, twice, Shigaraki said, staring at Overhaul. Big fish? That's iconic, coming from the famous League of Villains. Overhaul replied. Stealing a glance to his side, he saw Mekamaru quietly using his workstation. He didn't even turn to look at him as if he didn't exist. Mechanical Overlord. Muttering in a small voice, he turned his gaze back to Shigaraki. Is he the leader, but why? In this small amount of time, a lot of thoughts passed through Overhaul's mind. I have come with a proposal, Overhaul said in a calm voice, staring at Shigaraki. What is your proposal? Shigaraki scratched his chin, looking interested. All the other members of the League of Villains stood around him, looking curiously at Overhaul and his bodyguard. The legends of the past have been defeated. He looked at Mekamaru with a shining gaze. I believe it is time to select a new leader. Shigaraki felt annoyed, it was as if Overhaul wasn't talking to him but Mekamaru. But Mekamaru was his friend, so it didn't affect him much. It is obvious, I will be the new leader, with All for One as my teacher and my friend Mekamaru as my second in command. Shigaraki tightly clenched his palm, looking excited. I will crush this hero society to dust. Do you have a plan? Overhaul asked, his eyes looking at Mekamaru. Plan? Shigaraki stopped and gave Overhaul a better look. Yes, a plan. You need a structured approach to achieve anything. Without a plan all your wishes are nothing but delusional. Oi, are you even here to join us? Overhaul shook his head. I am not here to join you. Tisk twice, don't bring people here next time before knowing their intent. Shigaraki I. Both Muscular and Moonfish were excellent pawns. Overhaul narrowed his eyes. But you lost both of them. Shigaraki fell silent. You have no plan, you can't even manage your own people, unable to use their strengths to their full potential. His voice suddenly increased in volume. But I am different. His hand extended towards Mekamaru, who was working on a new set of armor. Instead of following him, if you were to join with me, with your strength and my intelligence, we would easily be able to attract a lot of investment, giving shape to the new world order. So come under me. By now he has completely turned towards Mekamaru, ignoring Shigaraki. I will help you better utilize your strength. Shigaraki's remained silent, but his eyes kept glowing with dangerous light. Feeling everyone's eyes looking at him, Mekamaru finally opened his mouth and said. If you are done listening to his nonsense. Throughout the entire process he never once looked directly at Overhaul. Then kill him. Even when declaring his death warrant. As soon as the words left his mouth, a terribly hot, blue flame rushed towards Overhaul's bodyguard, not even giving him a chance to react. It happened so fast, that neither Overhaul nor his sniper hiding on the roof could react. Arg. First one down. Dabby in his pitch-black armor said in a crazy voice and moved his hand spewing blue flames. Overhaul's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly jumped back, barely avoiding the flame. Why? He stared at Mekamaru and asked in a confused voice. But what he got in return was Tiga's sharp claws, rushing straight towards his heart. Overhaul saw it, he knew he was slower than Toga. But still, his heart was calm. Since there was support ready on the roof, his body moved accordingly, waiting for the opportunity. He waited for the chance, which unfortunately never arrived. Toga's metal claws pierced through the entire left half of Overhaul's chest, splashing blood and meat everywhere. Overhaul's eyes trembled, looking up at the roof in anger. Unfortunately what he saw was not the face of his most trusted aide but ashes. When his eyes lost focus, barely managing to touch his shoulder relying on sheer will, but just when he was about to heal himself using his quirk, Shigaraki's hand grabbed his face. Decay. With one word, Overhaul's body cracked, turning grey. Experiencing the feeling of death coming closer, Overhaul's quirk started working in overdrive, barely preventing him from dying. Moving his eyes towards Mekamaru he shouted in a loud voice. Wait. I am willing to work under you. But all he got in return. Shut up and die. Was Shigaraki's cold voice. Decay's effect surpassed Overhaul's quirk. At the same time, Toga used her power, to stop his quirk from working. As he felt his life fading away, he couldn't help but notice. From the beginning to the end, Mekamaru, the mechanical overlord, never once bothered to look at him. With an unresigned look in his eyes, Overhaul, the sub-villain of MHA, turned to dust. Not even lasting a full chapter. After he was gone, Mekamaru got up from his workbench holding a blood-red armor in hand. Calmly tossing it towards the excited Toga he stood in front of Overhaul's last companion who kept trembling like crazy. Take me to your lair. In the long corridor, Shigaraki and Mekamaru walked side by side. Boom. Unaffected by the explosions. Arg. Nor disturbed by the death cries around them. Die. One of Overhaul's goons suddenly jumped out of the corner launching a sneak attack at Mekamaru. No, you don't. But he was instantly stopped in place by Magni. Just when she was about to pull him towards her, a blue flame rushed towards the goon, burning him alive. Sorry, my hand slipped. Dabby said in a not at all apologetic tone. Tisk fking kill steal. Magna said in an annoyed voice, looking curiously at the red flash that would pass by their eyes from time to time followed by a cry of pain. It was Toga, with her defense and agility enhanced to the next level by her new armor. She was going crazy, enjoying the feeling of slaughter with excited eyes. I wonder when I'll get mine. She said in a jealous voice and smashed the head of the goon hiding on her left. Mr. Compass nodded in agreement, looking at Mekamaru's back in anticipation. Spinner clicked his tongue, and although he didn't show it, he was a little excited. Twice, was depressed, since it was him who brought Overhaul over. In no time, Shigaraki and Mekamaru appeared before a solid metal door. Seeing Mekamaru stop, Shigaraki asked. Is it here? Seeing Mekamaru nod his head, Shigaraki touched the door, turning it to dust, and revealing the inside. There's nothing here. Shigaraki tilted his head and looked at the small empty room with a single bed. Suddenly his eyes caught a small movement, there was something hiding behind the bed. As he looked closer, he saw a head full of white hair, peeking out from behind the bed. His eyes met with a pair of red ones. As soon as it did, the other party hurriedly pulled her head down. Oh, it's a brat. Shigaraki concluded, feeling confused. At the same time, Mekamaru walked up to the bed and said in a calm voice. Come out. But it seems his voice fell deaf to the other party's ears. Time passed. Feeling impatient, Shigaraki suddenly opened his mouth and said. Brat, come out or I'll kill you. Followed by his voice, a hesitant head suddenly peeked out from behind the bed. The big pair of red eyes looked at them in confusion and hesitation. Just then her gaze collided with Shigeriki's, his piercing eyes made her take a step back in fear. But remembering his words, she bit down on her lips and slowly walked out from behind the bed. Since Shigeriki scared her, she naturally stood in front of Mekamaru, trying to avoid Shigeriki's line of sight. At the same time, she was attracted by Mekamaru's appearance. It was the first time she saw someone like him, and it made her a little curious and scared at the same time. Suddenly a mechanical voice reached her ears. "Can you tell me your name?" After hesitating for a moment she lowered her head and said in a small voice. "Eri." Suddenly a sound of something moving came into her ears. Raising her head she was surprised by Mekamaru who suddenly went down on one knee, looking straight into her eyes. His green unblinking eyes made her feel nervous. "My name is Mekamaru." "Mechamaru," she repeated, finding it a little hard to say at once. "Then Eri." Mekamaru extended his hand towards her. "Would you like to come with me?" Seeing his outstretched hand, Eri lowered her head and grabbed her bandaged arm. "Are you also going to hurt me too?" she asked in a small voice. Her tone was without a hint of expectation. Shigeriki narrowed his eyes. "I won't hurt you." Eri slowly raised her head and looked at Mekamaru. "Really?" she asked again as if to confirm. "Yes." Mekamaru replied plainly. But even after his promise, Eri didn't feel relieved. It seems she didn't trust them. But it was okay. "I'll ask again, would you like to come with us?" Trust cannot be built in a matter of seconds, it takes time. "That, I'm sorry but I can't touch you, you will get hurt." "It is all right." Mekamaru raised his hand and lightly patted her head. Her quirk rewind only worked on living beings, since he was a robot, it was ineffective. Feeling the cold touch on her head, Eri widened her eyes in disbelief. Then under her surprised gaze, Mekamaru placed his hands under her armpits and set her down on top of his shoulders. This. Eri felt confused by the sudden increase in height, she instinctively wrapped her hands around Mekamaru's head for support. "Let's go." "Mekamaru, what's up with the kid?" Shigeriki, who couldn't contain his curiosity, finally asked. "She is our newest member." "This brat?" Shigeriki pointed at her in confusion. "Her name is Eri, and yes, she is our new friend." Mekamaru stood up and left the room, leaving Shigeriki who scratched his neck before shrugging his shoulders and following behind them. On the way, they met the other team members who looked at Mekamaru's head in surprise. A red armor with a long skirt covered in blood suddenly appeared in front of them, its head armor opened up revealing Toga's familiar face. "Mecha-chan. What's that little thing?" Toga asked in a loud voice, pointing at Eri who looked back at her with blinking eyes. Seeing Eri's big red eyes, suddenly melted her heart making her feel all bubbly inside. "CQT." Her face flushed, and she extended her arms towards Eri with unpure intentions. Here come to Sister Toga." Eri blinked at her twice, then lowered her head, avoiding her gaze. Toga froze in place. Mekamaru silently walked past her. He met Dabi soon after. "Oh Mekamaru, care to guess how many kills I scored?" Dabi's voice froze when he noticed Eri's red eyes peeking out from behind Mekamaru's head. "What's up with the brat?" His reaction was similar to Shigeriki's. "New companion." Mekamaru replied plainly and moved forward, leaving behind the stunned Dabi. Then he met twice, Magni, and Mr. Compass walking together. Mr. Compass was straightforward. "Oh, hello young lady." He bowed in a gentlemanly way, pulling down his hat, then suddenly taking out chocolate from inside it, stunning Eri. "Don't touch her directly." Hearing Mekamaru's warning, Mr. Compass narrowed his eyes and carefully gave the chocolate to Eri, making sure to not touch her. "Go and grab anything valuable." Before the others could say anything, Mekamaru waved his hand and sent them away. Then he started making his way back to their base. While he was making his way forward. Mekamaru," Eri said in a hesitant voice. "What is it?" "That, are we friends?" She tightened her grip around his head, remembering what he said before. "Of course, I am your friend Mekamaru." Eri's grip relaxed a little as she thought in her mind. Friends. After a weird turn of events, she somehow got her new group of friends. P.S. I know you guys haven't reached the Power Stone goal, but I was bored so I wrote one anyway, lucky you. BTW, has anyone of you read Global Game, AFK in the Zombie Apocalypse game? For me it's even a little better than Legendary Mechanic, but I haven't seen many people talk about it. What are your thoughts? If you know any hidden gems like this, please enlighten me. Of course, the chances of me having not read it would be close to zero, but you can give it a try. Also, I recently uploaded the Overlord fanfic on this account, which made me want to write this fanfic in the first place. You can read it if you want before it gets banned by web novel. It's definitely the best Overlord fanfic I have read, has like 170 chaps, but I only uploaded 50 of them. Comment. 25 comment. Vote. Chapter 49. After everyone arrived, outside UA's dorms, Eraserhead stood facing all the students of Class 1A. Kirishima, Momo, Midoriya, and Todoroki. Visible nervousness appeared on their faces. All four of you went to save the Kugo. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes, staring at everyone. Looking at all of your reactions, it seems you all knew what the four of them were going to do. If it weren't for All Might's retirement, I would have expelled all of you except Bakugo, Jiro, Hakugo, and Kurokia. Eraserhead suddenly stopped. Because he saw someone suddenly raise his hand up. And just who else could it be? Except Kurokai. Looking at his calm face, Aizawa thought in his mind. I really don't want to ask him what's wrong. Kurokai visibly blinked at him. I really don't want to ask him what's wrong. Massaging his forehead, Eraserhead released a deep sigh and finally asked in a tired voice. What is it? Kurokai. Sensei, I think you forgot to say my name. Kurokai said in a righteous tone, pointing at the four of them as if feeling left out. Kurokai-kun. The four of them were touched. Aizawa gave him a long face and said with difficulty. You weren't mentioned because we had already planned to include you in the main attack. The reason Hero Midnight visited his house in a hurry, the reason a kid was asked to join a dangerous mission, it was all because of the strength Kurokai displayed during his fight with Mekamaru in the training camp. In the first place I was scolding them, not rewarding them, so why do you even want to be a part of it? The more he spoke the more annoyed he became. This kid was random to a disgustingly high extent. In the first place, even if he wanted he couldn't possibly expel this bastard anymore. He saved almost half of Japan's heroes that day. Although nobody said anything, if he dared to actually do something to this bastard he was sure at least half of them would come running to UA in his defense. FCK. But even still. Aizawa calmed down, he wasn't really mad at Kurokai. Even after all the disgusting pranks he pulls up from time to time, he couldn't bring himself to hate the bastard. Because his good points overshadowed them all, whether it was saving his life, saving his friends, healing All Might, and even the heroes. It's just that. Why the hell is his brain crooked like that? I am not someone who shies away from his responsibility, sensei. It was my idea to bring the four of them. No, Kurokai-kun. It wasn't his idea. Yes, he's innocent. It was us. We were the ones who dragged him with us. The four of them shouted almost instantly, startling everyone. Hearing their voices, Azui lowered her head, tightly grabbing onto the corners of her dress, and peeking at Kurokai with a sad gaze. Meanwhile Eraserhead was feeling a headache coming over. I just wanted to scare them a little. So why did it suddenly turn into a blame game? Alright then, the five of you were responsible. Aizawa stopped once again. Because he saw a very familiar looking hand raised by a very familiar looking student. What is it? Kurokai. Can I take a bathroom break? At this moment, Eraserhead seriously considered whether to leave his teaching job and become a pro hero again. After all of them entered Class 1A's dorm, Eraserhead started explaining the general structure and rules. Boys and girls will live on separate floors, the laundry and bath area is same but separated between genders. Everyone looked around the place with shining eyes. Then bring your luggage and settle down in your assigned rooms. As soon as he finished speaking, Eraserhead went away at an amazing speed, as if running away from a plague. What's wrong with him? Kurokai muttered in confusion, watching Aizawa's retreating figure. Are you seriously asking that? Kurokai-kun. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, he turned around and looked at the light pink-colored girl with black eyes. Mina Ashido. Why? What did I do? Kurokai asked back, looking visibly confused. You really? Mina snickered and suddenly started patting his shoulder. Kurokai-kun. You're really fearless. The entire class was suddenly attracted by her loud voice. I saw how you saved the heroes, Kurokai-kun, it was amazing, invisible girl who suddenly appeared beside Kurokai said in an excited voice. Seeing the flying school uniform on his left, Kurokai narrowed his eyes and asked. Hagakure-san, if you don't mind, can you tell me how your invisibility works? My quirk. Hearing him call her name, invisible girl suddenly became excited and said. It's really simple. You see, my body refracts all light. She suddenly gathered a ball of light in her palm. See? I can also attack like this. Oh. That's pretty cool, Hagakure, Ashido said with shining eyes. Hey, it's nothing really. It's amazing, Hagakure-san. If you don't mind, then can we shake hands? Kurokai smiled and suddenly raised his hand in a friendly gesture. Handshake? Yes, of course. A soft and warm feeling suddenly enveloped his palm, he felt her invisible hand grab his visible one, giving a hard-to-describe feeling. Mina looked at them in surprise, she suddenly moved her eyes to look at Azui, and sure enough, she saw her peeking at them from time to time. Inwardly clicking her tongue, Mina looked back at Kurokai. He was indeed a fearless and terrible man. Unaware of what was happening around him, Kurokai narrowed his eyes and looked at invisible girl with an interested gaze. A new idea was sprouting in his mind. If it worked, it will be a sight to behold. Kurokai-kun, can you let go now? Invisible girl asked in a slightly awkward voice, feeling Kurokai's grip tighten around her hand. For a moment she had an illusion, as if something cold was scanning her whole body. It gave her an uneasy feeling, making her feel uncomfortable. Ah yes, I apologize if I startled you. Kurokai withdrew his hand and quickly said his apology. No, it's okay. It's okay. I understand you must be curious because of my quirk. The invisible girl said in a hurry after hearing Kurokai's apology. Just when Kurokai was about to say something, he felt someone pat his back. Turning around he saw Midoriya, Kirishima, Momo, and Todoroki. Kurokai-kun, should we go together to see our rooms? Midoriya proposed, holding his luggage bag in hand. Sure. Kurokai agreed, he also wanted to go to his new room. Seeing him agree, Kirishima's eyes shone and he said in an excited voice while pointing at his 3 large bags bigger than him in size. Then Kurokai, I'll leave the luggage to you. For a moment silence enveloped the place. Kurokai froze in place. It seems everyone heard Kirishima's voice, and then at the same time, similar words appeared in all of their minds. Luggage, Kurokai, telekinesis. It was simply a match made in heaven. I have a bad feeling about this. The corners of Kurokai's mouth twitched as he felt all of his classmates suddenly staring at him with burning eyes. And that is how Kurokai started his new job as a porter. Fortunately, with his increased strength it was quite easy to escort everyone's stuff in one go. Thanks Kurokai-kun. You're the best. He simply left their stuff outside of their rooms. He wasn't going to help them arrange it since it was a personal matter and his free labor had its limits. Kurokai-kun, can you move the bed on this side? Yes, here. Of course, those limits only applied to those who were not a big-breasted beautiful-looking members of the opposite sex. Wait. Why? You clearly helped Momo and Ashita before. No way. Are you discriminating on the basis of chest size? Kurokai. He was unable to comprehend the words of flat-chested women, they were a mystery to him. Finally, after receiving thanks from Momo, Ashita, Hakakure, and other students, except Jiro, Kurokai arrived before Ajui's room. After putting down her luggage, Kurokai was about to move to the next room when Ajui suddenly topped him. That, Kurokai-kun, later can we talk? Ajui said in a small voice while avoiding his gaze. Sure Frogo. Kurokai replied instantly. Seeing the smile on his face, Ajui wanted to say something, but finally held herself back and closed her room's door. After helping a few more of his classmates, Kurokai was finally done with his new job. It was a wonderful new experience he never again wished to partake in. Entering the empty room with a simple bed and a study table, Kurokai closed the door and put down his bag on the desk. Opening it up, he took out a scanning device from the bag and quickly scanned his room. Seeing that there were no hidden devices placed anywhere, he put the device back and stood in the center of his room. Raising his hand he grabbed his forearm and said in a plain voice. Idle transfiguration. Almost instantly a wonderful change started taking place inside Kurokai's body. Little by little, his body changed, turning invisible similar to Hagakure. It took some time. Finally, after the transformation was done, Kurokai looked at himself in the mirror, and as he expected all that appeared was a floating UA's uniform. And hence it was proven. Kurokai was able to duplicate all quirks with physical characteristics. But that was not all. Idle transfiguration started working again, changing Hagakure's ability. After he was done, with a single thought his body appeared in sight, and then with another thought he turned invisible again. Unlike Hagakure whose quirk was permanent, he was able to alter its characteristics to make it even more useful. Countless thoughts went past Kurokai's mind. Deku's power is not physical but accumulation, I can try but I doubt I will be able to copy it. A sharp light passed through his eyes. But transformed Shigaraki, he was the result of a careful body modification, I might not be able to copy all for one but Shigaraki's inhuman physical abilities should possible. Since he came into this world, the only thing that has ever made him remain cautious was end-stage Deku and Shigaraki with their crazy powerful physical bodies. But now, even that no longer seemed to be an issue. Combining the best possible physical quirks available, Kurokai Sento will become the strongest creature on Earth. A monster more monstrous than Sukuna, Gojo, Ofa, AFO, or anyone else. P.S. Happy New Year, sent Power Stones as my gift. Also, you can recommend some interesting plot you think should take place based on the story till now. Don't worry, the general outline has always been the same and will not change, but having some additional content like the DNA idea I stole from a user works pretty well. Poor souls whose idea I stole. 1. Abdullah_Algamdi_9810, DNA. Comment. 29 Comment. Vote. Chapter 50. Hey, we girls just had a great idea. How about we explore each other's rooms and rate the best one out of all of them? For a moment, the boys were stunned. Then, they quickly nodded in agreement, showing their enthusiasm for the suggestion. Great. Let's start. Wait, where's Ajui-chan? Hey? Isn't she in her room? Where did she go? Kurokai's room is locked too. Are the two of them missing? What about Bakugo? Oh, never mind, he's sleeping in his room. Hey. It's not the time for that. We need to find them. While the students of Class 1A began searching the dorms, Kurokai had already made his way to the back of the building. There, he found Ajui sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. With his usual playful grin, he approached her, stopping just in front of her. Tilting his head to look down at her lowered one, he spoke in his teasing tone. From Earth to Frogo-chan. From Earth to Frogo-chan. Can you hear me? I came just like you asked. Sniff. Kurokai's grin froze. Sniff. The sound caught him off guard. He looked down at her trembling frame, confusion creeping into his mind. She's crying? Why? It was so unexpected that he couldn't process it for a moment. He crouched down, poked her head gently, and asked directly. Frogo, are you crying? Sniff. The sound grew louder. Hey, what's wrong? You can tell me. Sniff sniff asterisk. Are you hurt? Did someone hurt you? I can use heal. Sniff sniff sniff. Sniff sniff asterisk. Oh, it decreased. Sniff sniff sniff. His eye twitched as the sound continued. Scratching his head, he thought about what to do but came up empty. Then a memory from his past life surfaced, something he once heard. If you can't beat them, join them. So, he did just that. Sniff. Ajui froze. Sniff. Her tear-streaked face tilted upward, looking to the side where Kurokai was now seated, mimicking her posture. Sniff. She blinked in stunned silence, her tears momentarily forgotten. Sniff. The exaggerated sound and his dramatic pose quickly turned her confusion into annoyance. Sniff. Before she realized it, her tongue lashed out and smacked him on the head. Ow! Kurokai yelped, rubbing the back of his head. He turned to her with a pout. Why did you hit me, Froggo? Startled by how close he suddenly brought his face, Ashui stammered, trying to come up with an excuse. My tongue slipped. Your tongue, slipped? He gave her a weird look. Yes. I mean, no. Wait, that's not. Ashui's eyes darted around in frustration as her brain scrambled for a coherent response. Kurokai blinked at her, then reached out and patted her head gently. All right, calm down. She flinched but didn't pull away, her gaze dropping to the ground. After a moment, he leaned back against the wall, staring at the night sky. Neither of them spoke, the only sound being the occasional whisper of the wind. Just when Kurokai was about to leave, her small voice broke the silence. I told them before. His ears perked up as she continued. Sometimes I can't help but say everything that comes to mind. She was talking about Midoriya, Momo, Kirishima, and Todoroki. But there are times when I don't know what to say. Her voice cracked slightly. I told them that breaking the rules was the act of villains. Kurokai remained quiet, listening intently. I said some painful things. Tears began to fall again, sliding down her cheeks. But even so, they all went. When I saw it on TV and the next morning, I was shocked. Her hands trembled. I thought I'd stop them. But then even you went with them, and it made me feel so sad. Finally, she looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. I don't think I can have fun and talk with everyone again, and it made me very sad. Their eyes locked. She looked at him, her shaking eyes filled with unspoken expectation. In response, Kurokai replied bluntly. I mean, it's not that serious. Silence enveloped the place. Her eyes dimmed. Seeing her reaction, Kurokai chuckled softly, patting her shoulder before giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Just chill. Ashui blinked, feeling confused. Chill, she repeated in a doubtful voice. Yes, Kurokai said, leaning back casually against the wall, completely unbothered. You're overthinking it, Froggo. Stuff happens. People fight, people mess up, but you move on. That's just life. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She stared at him, a mixture of frustration and confusion building in her chest. This was not the answer she wanted to hear. Especially from him. You don't get it, it's not just stuff, I hurt them, Kurokai. I said things I can't take back. And then, they went anyway. What if they hate me now? She said in a low voice. Kurokai tilted his head, watching her for a moment before speaking. Do you hate them? What? Do you hate them, he repeated. For going against what you said? For putting themselves in danger. Ashui hesitated. No, of course not. I was worried about them, that's all. Then why do you think they hate you? The question hung in the air, simple yet heavy. People don't just stop caring about each other because of one fight, Kurokai continued, his voice softer now. You're their friend, Ashui. They know you were trying to look out for them, even if it didn't come out the way you wanted. They don't hate you. They're all simple-minded after all, he thought in his mind. Ashui's gaze dropped to her hands, her fingers tightening around her knees. But, what if they don't see it that way? What if? Then talk to them. Her head snapped up. It's that simple, Kurokai said, shrugging. If you're feeling this bad about it, just say what's on your mind. You're good at that, right? Being honest. She stared at him, the weight in her chest lifting slightly, though doubt still lingered. You make it sound so easy. It's better than sitting here crying about it. She raised her hands in annoyance. You're really bad at comforting people, you know that. He grinned, remaining silent. Ashui wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. By the way, my counseling fees is pretty high, so. She rolled her eyes but couldn't stop the faint smile from tugging at her lips. For a moment, they sat in silence again, the cool night air wrapping around them. Kurokai. Yeah. Thanks. He glanced at her. Before either of them could say more, the distant sound of voices reached their ears. Ashui-chan. Kurokai. Where are you? Ashui stiffened, quickly wiping at her face again. The others are looking for us. Kurokai stood up, brushing off his pants before offering her a hand. Guess we should head back before they think we got kidnapped or something. She took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet. As they started walking back toward the dorms, Ashui glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. You know, I saw you jumping on Mount Lady's chest. Kurokai froze. She stared straight at him. Barely controlling his lips from twitching, he said in a righteous tone. It was necessary to heal her. So you did it to heal her? Yes. You weren't taking advantage of the situation. Of course I wasn't. My heart is pure. Ashui narrowed her eyes. Then why were you moving your arms and legs as if making snowmen on her chest? Looking at his ambiguous expression, Ashui silently opened her mouth and yanked her tongue on his head. It hurts. Villain's base. Why did you summon me? Mekamaru looked at Mha's ex-strongest villain, AFO, who was back inside his life support device in silence. Mekamaru. It was a serious voice, different from his usual one. How about becoming my successor? Filled with hidden intentions. Comment. 20 comment. Vote.